Hey listeners, how are you all? Thank you so much for being our awesome members. There's a lot to come more. Sit tight, be comfy, put your headphones, now let's begin. The final journal entry. This will be my final entry in this journal. Within the pages of this journal lies my last hope for triumph over Voldemort. I hold my memories and dreams and a little bit of myself. Though I deplore using Voldemort's idea, this will be my last hope of defeating should I fail in my current endeavor. You see, I have finally discovered the power the Dark Lord knows not. I am a time mage. I can use an amount of magic naturally to turn back time or rewind time by a few minutes while maintaining my memories. But I fear that this will do me little good, now as I have little left to live for. My best friends, Ron and Hermione Weasley, were murdered only months ago along with their 5-year-old daughter. I failed to protect them as I had promised, and I discovered my power too late. After the fall of Hogwarts and the death of Albus Dumbledore, we were all that was left. It was just me, Ginny, Ron, Hermione, Neville and Luna. The same day I promised I would protect them all. We used Potter Place to run our operation from. It was the ideal location in that it was unplottable and completely untraceable. We decided to wage a guerrilla war against Voldemort and his operatives. Sadly, a month after we began, I failed Neville and Luna both. It was years later that I lost Ron and Hermione. It was only last week that I lost Ginny. My Ginny. We were going to have our first child, but that is on longer an option as she is gone and I have failed once more. I don't know how, but Voldemort found Potter Place and in a matter of seconds he destroyed the wards protecting it. Ginny sacrificed herself to save me. She forced a portkey in my hand, bringing me to Grimmauld Place, my godfather's old home. It was here that I found the power, only after they were all gone. I was wallowing in self-pity in the library when a book seemed to appear from nowhere. The Time Magus and his powers unknown. It was odd that the book would have such a title, but I opened the book and began to read. It was amazing the powers that the book revealed to me. As I read, it was as if the powers had always been there. This new knowledge is what brought me to writing this journal, so that if I fail, hope will live on should some poor fool make use of it. I can only hope that I do not fail. I would hate to sacrifice one life that I may have a second chance. Let us pray to me, RLIN, that this book can be erased from time. But that shall only happen if I succeed. I have found one spell, or rather I should say ceremony, that will allow me to go back years. I will go back to where it all began, in my youth. I know that I shall remember and will be able to change things, but I will lose the ability to rewind time. I should be able to still freeze time or slow time down to allow me to do more in less time, but I can only hope that I do not need to rewind time again, for it will be impossible. I pray for the future and hope that I can put right that which once went wrong. This is my quantum leap. Nothing ever goes to plan. Harry's plan was altogether simple, but at the same time extremely dangerous. He would travel backwards in time, back to his 11th birthday. That was when everything started. That was when Hagrid first arrived. Unfortunately, as with everything else in Harry's life, things didn't go exactly according to plan. "Boy, wake up and start making breakfast," a raspy, high-pitched voice called as she pounded on the door next to Harry's ear. Harry shot up straight, only to lie back again in pain after he hit his head on the ceiling. The only problem was it wasn't the ceiling but the stairs. That meant that Harry was in his cupboard and not on the island, waiting for Hagrid to arrive as he counted down to his birthday. Harry turned on the light him and started taking in his cupboard to see if he could figure out the year he was in and how old he was. Based on the hand-me-down style, Harry had to guess that he was either 5 or 6 years old at best. But then Harry had always been really small, so he could possibly be older than that. Harry then suddenly panicked as he remembered what happened on his 6th birthday. His uncle always made Rita beat him on his birthday, but his 6th was by far the worst he'd ever received. He could remember the pain vividly as he had his leg broken by a baseball bat, and to make it worse, his magic heel the break, causing his uncle to break it 4 more times, each worse than the time before. He knew that it would begin right after breakfast. Harry knew then what he needed to do. Opened the door to the cupboard and then carefully slinked down the hall to the telephone. He picked it up and quietly dialed emergency services. Please state the nature of your emergency, said a nasally female voice. Help me please, said Harry in a panicked voice. He would have used his magic to resolve the problem, but he couldn't risk interference from the ministry just yet. My uncle, he been beating me. He promised this morning would be bad because it's my birthday. Help me please. Boy, who are talking to? Demanded his uncle Vernon. No one, answered Harry, it was just a salesman. Harry had to hope that his uncle believed. Hang up the phone, said Vernon, I promised you a birthday present and now you're going to get it. He then revealed a baseball bat which he was tapping his open hand with. Harry's eyes went wide and dropped the phone. No, please Uncle Vernon, don't. The bat arced out and hit Harry in the shoulder. Stop your complaining, boy, you know that you deserve this, you freak. The bat swung again. This time there was an audible snap as Harry felt his arm break. Somebody help me, screamed Harry at the top of his voice. Vernon continued to beat the boy senseless. For nearly 20 minutes before the front door was broken down by the police. They caught Vernon in the act of major child abuse and attempted murder. The next few hours were not very easy for Harry. His body was injured very badly and he desperately wanted to use magic to heal himself, but he knew if he did then the evidence of him being beaten would be gone and Vernon would likely make it 10 times worse later. Harry was questioned by the police and then by a social worker. Harry couldn't help but grin when both Vernon and Petunia were placed under arrest. Harry had struggled through answering the social worker because he was straining to remember things that happened beforehand. As it was, he was lucky to remember anything because he had repressed most of it. Harry was hospitalized that afternoon. No one came to visit him, which was a good sign that Mrs. Fig had not seen what happened. If she had seen, Harry imagined that Dumbledore would have been banging down the hospital door to try and convince Harry to forget what his aunt and uncle did. Harry stayed in the hospital for 2 weeks. Occasionally a social worker or lawyer would come in to ask him questions. At the end of 2 weeks, Harry had to go to court to testify against his aunt and uncle. If Harry's testimony didn't send Vernon and Petunia to jail, then Dudley's definitely did. Dudley, do you mind if I call you Dudley? The prosecutor asked. That's fine, said Dudley. How do you feel about your cousin? He inquired. He's a freak, I hate him, said Dudley. A freak? What do you mean? Well, Daddy and Mummy always call him a freak, said Dudley. I see. Have you ever hit Harry? Asked the lawyer. All the time. Dad gives me treats and toys when I do, said Dudley. No further questions, said the lawyer. After that it was pretty much over. Marge of course testified that Vernon and Petunia were fine, upstanding citizens, and that it was a sham that they were subjected to such treatment after all they did for Harry. At the end of the trial, Vernon was sentenced to 25 years and Petunia to 5 years, as she rarely ever abused Harry beyond the occasion slap or shove. Then the custody hearing began the next day. Dudley with his Aunt Marge, but she refused to take on Harry. Harry could not remember ever being so happy in his youth, despite the fact that he became a ward of county and was sent to an orphanage. Harry was sent to Borev Home for Young Children. It was the greatest of orphanages, but he was around other children his age and for the first time was able to make some friends. Most of the kids though bored him to tears. He was a 30-year-old living in the body of a 6-year-old. Harry couldn't have been happier when school began. Harry decided that if was going to have to relive part of his childhood, he might as well enjoy the childhood he didn't have before. His first day was more than Harry could have hoped for. His homeroom teacher was Miss Scarlet. She was a short, plump woman that reminded Harry fiercely of Mrs. Weasley. She had dark brown hair and bright blue eyes. Harry's classmates were okay, and then he saw someone that he recognized all too well. Harry was shocked to say the least. He was over to the girl. Hello. What are you reading? 10,000 Leagues Under the Sea. Have you ever read it before? She asked as she looked up at him. No, I haven't. Is it any good? He inquired politely. Very good, said the girl. Do you, maybe, want to read it with me? She was obviously nervous about asking him to join her. Sure, said Harry. That sounds great. I'm Harry, by the way. I'm Hermione. It's nice to meet you, Harry, said the girl. Harry couldn't help but grin far to zero broadly at the girl. He sat next to her and together they read the book. Harry was shocked by how patient she was. She would finish the both pages before he was halfway finished with just one page. "I see you've found a friend," said Miss Scarlet to the pair. "Yes, ma'am," said Harry. Hermione smiled brightly at being called a friend by Harry. For the rest of the day the pair was inseparable. "Where do you live, Harry?" asked Hermione during lunch. "I live at the Borev home," said Harry. "Oh," said Hermione, not sure what to say. "It's all right there. I don't have to worry about my uncle beating me anymore. And I'm allowed to have friends too," explained Harry. Hermione suddenly hugged Harry and started crying. Harry was a bit surprised that the girl would already be crying for him. "It's all right, my own. I'm happy here and now I got you as a friend. It can't get much better." Hermione sniffled a few times. "But I can't believe your uncle would do that." "Can't anymore. He's in prison for it now," explained Harry. "What about your mummy and daddy?" asked Hermione. "They died when I was 1, explained Harry. "That's why I went to live with my aunt and uncle." "Oh Harry, that's horrible," said the little girl. Harry was suddenly realizing that Hermione was still a little girl and the anxious young woman that she was to become, or maybe now would have become. "What about you?" asked Harry. "My mummy and daddy are dentists," said Hermione as she smiled, showing a missing tooth in her teeth. "Really? So you never get to have candy then?" asked Harry. "Oh, I get to have candy, just not that often," said Hermione. "Besides, I love fruit." Harry laughed. "I love chocolate." Hermione laughed too. Too soon for both of them. It was time to go home. Harry returned to the orphanage, which was a short walk down the street, and Hermione took the bus home. The next few weeks passed that way and the pair became the absolute best of friends. Harry was feeling closer to Hermione now than when they first met in Hogwarts. The weekends were always the loneliest for Harry because he was at the orphanage and he didn't get on so well with the other kids. Most of them prayed and hoped to be adopted, but Harry was only too happy to stay where he was. Some of the others were annoyed by Ari's lack of effort on visiting weekends when hopeful parents would come looking. Harry was most pleasantly surprised when on a non-visiting weekend when he received an unexpected surprise. "Harry, Mr. Oliver," the orphanage director called to him up the stairs. "Coming, Mr. Oliver," Harry called back as he hurried down the stairs. Harry came down and saw a woman standing there talking politely with Mr. Oliver. "You called, Mr. Oliver," said Harry. "Yes, you have a visitor," said Mr. Oliver. Mr. Oliver was a kind man in his late 20s. He had once been an orphan in this very orphanage himself. He said that the place was once his shelter, so he wanted it to be shelter to others as well. "Hello," said Harry to the woman. Harry was then suddenly tackled by someone with bushy brown hair. "Hermione." "Of course," said Hermione to Harry as she let go. "What are you doing here?" he inquired. "I asked Mum if you could come over and play, and she replied that we could come and ask Mr. Oliver if it was all right," said Hermione. "Oh, so can I?" Harry asked, looking to Mr. Oliver. "Harry, I am afraid that we are not supposed to allow the children to leave the orphanage on weekends for the sake of safety," explained Mr. Oliver politely. "Oh, but you simply must," said Hermione, giving her most pathetic look to Mr. Oliver. "I'm sorry, Miss Granger, but there are rules," said Mr. Oliver. "Well, can she stay and play?" asked Harry hopefully. Mr. Oliver smiled. "That would be fine as long as Mrs. Granger would stay to supervise the both of you." He then looked to Mrs. Granger. Hermione and Harry both looked to her as well, giving her their most pleading looks. "Hermione Jane Granger," she replied, "don't give me that look. I invented that look and for you to use it on me," but Harry and Hermione both intensified the look to her. "Fine, yes," shouted Harry and Hermione together. Harry and Hermione spent the rest of the day playing outside in the small backyard. Mrs. Granger just sat and watched the two playing together happily but said nothing about it. Eventually it was approaching the dinner hour and Mrs. Granger had to pry the pair apart and take Hermione home. This routine kept up for almost a year. During this year several things began to happen that Harry was completely unaware of. Break. Jane Granger was busily going about the kitchen preparing a nice, healthy dinner for her family. It was the last day of the school year and Hermione would be home soon and altogether depressed because Harry would be going back to the orphanage. Jane always took the last day of school So that she could celebrate with Hermione. It was for that reason that she was home that day. Finally the front door opened and her now 7-year-old Fireball entered the house. "Mum, I'm home." "In the kitchen, dear," she replied. Hermione entered the kitchen and sat down on one of the countertop stools and rested her head on her hand and looked very depressed. "Happy to be finished with school?" she asked. Hermione just glared at her. "Missing Harry already then?" she asked. "Horribly," said Hermione. "He's my best and only friend. Sometime I wish he was my brother. Why don't you go and get washed up and changed? Your father will be home early today," said Jane happily. Hermione hopped off her stool and walked out of the kitchen and down the hall to her bedroom. Most of the walls of her room were covered in books. Because she had trouble making friends when she was young, she found her friends in books, at least that was until she met Harry. She still loved her books, but now she learned to enjoy other things. Recently, her absolute favorite thing in the world had become breaking school rules and not getting caught. It was an adrenaline rush for her and Harry, and it was something they both did together. Now, the rules that they did break weren't severe like cutting classes or cheating on tests. No, these two took up an art form of rule breaking known as pranking. It all began with the class bully, and from there it just continued to grow. The pranks were always harmless and always funny, and more importantly they usually targeted bullies. Her book collection slowly added books about pranks and jokes. Harry and her had decided right at the beginning that they would never do the same prank twice, and through whatever miracle they were never of her reverie, she quickly changed her clothes and washed up. She returned to the kitchen where both of her parents were waiting for her. "Ready to go?" asked Henry Granger. "Where are we going, Daddy?" asked Hermione. "To see Harry, of course," said Henry. Hermione instantly brightened and hurried out of the house and straight to the back seat of the car, where she promptly buckled her seat belt. She sat there impatiently as her parents slowly walked out to the car. "Are you sure about this, dear?" asked Jane. "Of course," said Henry. "It's the right thing to do." Jane nodded and got into the passenger seat while Henry sat in the driver's seat. 20 minutes later they were at the orphanage, and Hermione rushed up the stairs to find Harry. "Harry," called Hermione as soon as she spotted him. "My own," shouted Harry as he jumped up and gave her a hug. "What are you doing here?" "My parents brought me to see you," said Hermione. "Both of them?" asked Harry. "Yes, come on, let's go see them," said Hermione as she grabbed his hand and led him downstairs. But her parents were nowhere in sight. They began to search for them and finally found them in Mr. Oliver's office. "Ah, there they are," said Jane happily. "Harry, please have a seat. There is something we need to discuss," said Mr. Oliver. Harry nodded, slightly nervous that his Hermione privileges were about to be cut off. "Harry, Mr. and Mrs. Granger have come to pick you up," said Mr. Oliver. That was not what Harry had expected. But what about the rules and all that?" "Well, that is no longer an issue," said Mr. Oliver. "Perhaps it would be best if Mr. and Mrs. Granger explained." Mr. Oliver then stood up and left the room. "Harry," began Mr. Granger, "we wanted to ask you if you would like to come home with us." "Of course he would," insisted Hermione. "Hush, darling," said Jane. "But Mum, that's a silly question. Of course Harry wants to come home with us for dinner." Jane rolled her eyes before continuing. "What we mean, Harry, is how would you like to come live with us?" Harry believed himself to be a smart man. He'd survived war and love and even time travel, but in all his wildest dreams did he ever imagine that this would happen. "Are you saying that you want to adopt me?" Jane and Henry both smiled. "That is exactly what we are saying." "Mummy, Daddy, is it true?" asked Hermione. They both nodded. "If it's okay with both of you, that is." "It's okay with me," said Hermione, who then looked at Harry expectantly. "Wow, I definitely wasn't prepared for that," said Harry. "I mean, I already think of Hermione as my sister and I only dream of having parents like you, but, I mean, are you certain?" asked Harry. "We wouldn't have asked if we weren't certain," said Henry. "I would like that very much," said Harry with a smile, but then his smile faded. "But I have one request, well, two requests actually." "Terms?" asked Henry. "A 6-year-old has terms." Harry grinned. "Well, I just was hoping that you'd let me keep my last name." I know that my birth parents truly loved and I know they died to protect me, so it is really important that I keep something of them. Jane got misty-eyed and nodded. Of course dear, that would be fine. Harry smiled. Thanks, Mum. Jane smiled and then pulled Harry into a deep hug that was very reminiscent of Mrs. Weasley. Eventually she released him. I believe you said that you had a second term, said Henry. Well, I have some secrets that I would have to tell you about and they are pretty big secrets, began Harry. I just want you to promise me that you will be patient and allow me to fully explain and prove anything before you react. That's all. What kind of secrets? Asked Henry cautiously. Some good, some bad, said Harry nervously. I haven't done anything bad if that's what you're thinking, but there are some bad things in my past. Harry swallowed nervously. I promise you we'll be patient and calm, said Henry. Hermione had told him a bit about Harry's aunt and UNC. And he assumed that was what Harry was talking about. Thanks, Dad. Harry was more cautious about this one. That's fine, son, Henry half asked and half stated. Sounds good to me, said Harry with a smile. Well then, let's go home before my roast burns, said Jane. Harry's first week in his new home was interesting. He was given the bedroom next to Hermione's, which only had a bed, a desk, a dresser, and some bookshelves, and as a result Jane took him and Hermione shopping to fill those things up properly. Harry knew that he would eventually have to explain more about his second candidate and of being adopted, but for now he was perfectly content. Harry truly enjoyed every minute of that summer and didn't once complain. He was happy and the Grangers truly looked on him as a son and never once did they ask about Harry's secrets. Harry knew that he should say something soon, but he decided that he would wait until Hermione performed her first bit of accidental magic. Hermione's first tea of accidental magic happened just before Christmas. Unfortunately Harry was not there to explain what had happened as he was stuck at home with pneumonia. The week before, Hermione and Harry had plotted out a rather spectacular prank on the class bully, a boy by the name of Yancey Clemens, but most kids just called him Clem, or he would beat them up. It was a simple prank but effective. They planned Ned to glue and feather him as Tar was unavailable and would like hurt a lot. Once Harry was effectively out of it because of being sick, he told Hermione to hold off on the prank until he got better. Unfortunately she did not listen to him. The prank was executed flawlessly except that he caught her after the fact. Apparently he had grabbed her arm and was about to hit her when his hand was burned rather severely where it touched her. The principal of the school was very angry that Hermione would do such a thing to another student and effectively suspended her until after the winter break. Hermione was sure what to be more upset about, the fact that she hurt another student and didn't know how she did it, or that she was stopped from going to 3 days of school. When Hermione returned home that day she was in tears and Mrs. Granger was looking very upset with her daughter. Harry was lying on the couch watching television at the time, so he saw her come in. What happened? Asked Harry. Through her sobs and tears she managed to say, I got suspended after Clem got burned by me, but I don't know how I did it. It just happened. So it finally happened, said Harry in a half whisper. He wasn't quiet enough though, because Jane and Hermione both keyed in on it. What do you mean? Finally, Harry? Asked Jane. Harry swallowed. Well, I think it would be better if we wait until Dad gets home and I can explain it to you. Harry James Potter, I want you to explain this right now, insisted Jane. But Mum, I think it would be better if we wait for Dad. I don't want to explain it twice, argued Harry. Luckily Harry was saved when at that moment Henry entered the house looking very upset. I got a phone call at work today saying that Hermione has been suspended because she burned some boy's hand, yelled Henry. Harry knew he was in for it now. He knew that he should have explained it sooner, but he didn't want to worry them. Harry pushed the blankets off of him and walked into the kitchen and sat down to wait for his family to join him. Henry and Jane sat on either side of him and Hermione sat down across from him. Harry took a deep breath. Before we begin, would anyone like some tea? Jane looked at him sternly. Talk. No tea. Mum, I need something for my throat and nose if I'm going to explain this, said Harry. Fine, then, said Jane as she started to get up, but Harry put a hand on her arm gently, suggesting that she sit back down. You don't need to get up, Mum, I'll get it, said Harry. Jane sat but Harry didn't move. First though, before I get the tea, I have to ask. Do you believe in magic? Jane and Henry looked at Harry as though her were crazy. No, said Henry simply, as a doctor and scientist in magic as it has no basis in science. Fair enough, said Harry. But how do you explain that? Clem burned his hand when he was gripping Hermione and was about to hit her. I don't know, said Henry, but to say that was magic is just silly. Is it? Asked Harry. Hermione was afraid and her emotions were flaring up. It sounds like something inside of her responded to her pleas for help and defense. Harry, how do you know that? Asked Hermione. It's happened to me before, said Harry. Especially when my uncle would. Well, you know. So what, you're saying that this is common for children? Said Jane. Not common but not entirely uncommon, said Harry. Let me show you something. Now, not everyone can do this, but well, I have a bit of practice. Harry then raised a hand in the air and summoned the tea set from the kitchen to the table. To say tea had the occupants were surprised would be an understatement. The one thing that Harry didn't count on was that his young body was unprepared to channel such a large amount of wandless magic. It made Harry instantly remember that he hadn't connected to his core yet, nor had he prepared it for this kind of magic. More than that, Harry found himself realizing that he would have to start his body over again if he wanted to reclaim his lost powers. Henry actually fell off his chair. Dad, you all right? Asked Harry in concern. Fine, Harry. Just surprised, said Henry as he clambered back to his feet and sat at the table again. Harry was feeling extremely tired now. That's not easy to do when I'm sick, so I don't think I'll be able to conjure the tea to go with it. Harry then visibly sank deeper in his chair. So, you can do magic and so can Hermione, said Jane. Yes, I think that is why Hermione and I became friends so quickly, is because she's magical, explained Harry. So what does that make you? Asked Henry. I am a wizard and Hermione is a witch, explained Harry. His severe cold was really taking its toll on him, and performing wandless magic like that was wearing him down even more. With a slight shudder, Harry collapsed. Harry woke sometime later with Jane sitting on the edge of his bed working a damp towel across his forehead. Mum. Yes, it's me, dear, said Jane with a slight smile, feeling better. A bit. Doing that really took it out of me. I really shouldn't have done that while I am sick, said Harry. It's all right, dear, said Jane. I'm sorry I didn't tell you sooner, said Harry softly. It's all right, dear, said Jane, but you will have to explain it a bit more once you are feeling better. Yes, Mum, said Harry. Thanks, Mum. Jane lowered her head and gave Harry a light kiss on the forehead and then left Harry to rest. It was a week later, when Harry had fully recovered, that he explained everything a bit better. How do you know about all this? Asked Henry. Well, my mum and dad, I mean my birth parents, were a witch and a wizard, said Harry. I never had much of chance to know them since they were murdered. The only reason I know as much as I do because one night when my Aunt Petunia was rather drunk, she explained a bit of it. She didn't remember in the morning, or she probably would have beaten me bloody. I only know a bit about it, but why now and then I catch a bit from a random witch or wizard. Really, said Henry, is there any way for us to learn more about this? Well, I heard of a place, said Harry carefully. It's called Diagon Alley. It's somewhere in London, but it's hidden. I see, said Henry. Do you by chance know where? The person that told me about it said that there is a pub off of Charing Cross Road and the entrance is through there, explained Harry. I didn't catch the name of the pub though. Well, we can go look and see what we can find, if anything, suggested Henry. Well, there's one more thing that I learned, said Harry. This time he was very nervous to tell them the next part. It's all right, dear, said Jane as she took Harry's hand to encourage him. Remember when I told you my parents were murdered? Asked Harry nervously. He was becoming far too good at acting. Yes, said Jane. Well, I found out about a famous story in their world. You see, there was this wizard who called himself Voldemort. But most wizards are afraid to say his name. Anyway, he was an evil wizard who wanted to rule the world and kill anyone who wasn't a pure-blood wizard. It wasn't good. He went on a killing spree. Maybe you remember just before Hermione was born. A lot of people dying and no one knowing how or why. I remember that, but the police never knew what was going on, said Jane. There were a lot of people killed. Just one man did all that? Asked Henry. Not just him, he had followers called Death Eaters. Anyway, all of those attacks ended the night he killed my parents. This Voldemort character killed your parents. But then why aren't you dead? Asked Henry. Then he saw the sad look on Harry's face. For a long time I wished that he had killed me too, said Harry. Truth is, he tried to kill me, but for some reason that nobody understands the curse rebounded and killed him instead. The guy who told me didn't realize that I was the Harry Potter I think. The only thing I have to show for it is this ruddy scar and 5 years of horribly abusive relatives. Jane couldn't hold back any longer as she pulled Harry into a hug. Eventually she released him when he started turning purple from the lack of oxygen. Is that why you act so adult sometimes? Asked Henry. I had to grow up fast, said Harry. When I first heard that story it made me grow up a lot faster than I wanted to. But I have my sister who reminds me to be young and have fun just as I have to do for her sometimes as well. Hermione smiled at Harry through her tears. Henry finally let out a very loud and heavy sigh. When you said you had secrets I wasn't expecting all of this. If you want me to go I will, said Harry sadly. He didn't want to mess up Hermione's chances of going to Hogwarts because he was there. Nonsense, said Henry. My son will not be going anywhere. When we adopted you, we promised to protect and care for you until you were able to do so for yourself. Nothing has changed except that we now have not only exceptionally intelligent children but also exceptionally talented children as well. If you and Hermione are magical, then we are going to support and encourage you to learn as much as you can. Harry couldn't help but smile at his adoptive father and feel proud to be part of such a good family. Thanks, Dad. Henry gave Harry a brief hug. Well, since we are all on holiday, why now what do you say we try to find this Diagon Alley place? Harry looked up in surprise. Are you serious? Of course, maybe we can go get some books for you two to get a head start on it, said Henry. Thank you, Daddy, said Hermione as she jumped up and hugged Henry as strongly as a 7-year-old could. We'll go tomorrow, said Henry. The rest of the evening passed by quickly and pleasantly, even though there was an air of excitement about them all. The next morning Harry was awoken by Hermione jumping up and down on his bed. Wake up, little brother, she shouted at him. Hey, I'm only a few months younger than you, said Harry. Don't you forget that. Like I said, little brother, replied Hermione cheekily, which caused Harry to bound out of bed and began to chase Hermione around his room. A little bit later found Harry and his family piling into the family sedan driving to London. Now Harry, you said Charing Cross Road, right? Yes, Dad, that's what I heard, but he might have been lying to me, said Harry as he fixed a baseball cap on his head to cover the scar. Why are you wearing that? Asked Hermione. You look ridiculous. Correct me if I'm wrong, began Harry as he started to lecture his adoptive sister, but am I or am I not kind of famous because of this silly Voldemort thing? Wouldn't it be wise to cover up this stupid scar and hair so that no one recognizes me? Oh, like you're so smart, said Hermione with an effective glare and crossed arms. Oh my own, yo on you, said Harry baiting her. Smarter than me, said Hermione in disgust. Who is the one T? Hat figured to unscrew the bolt on the teacher's chair using a ruler. Hermione Jane Granger, howled Jane from the front seat. Uh-oh, said Hermione briefly. Harry just smiled smugly at her getting herself into trouble. Don't think you aren't in trouble also, Harry James Potter, said Jane as she looked at him too, causing his small victory to end bluntly. Am I to understand that you and your brother have been pulling pranks? Asked Henry. Yes, Daddy, but we only prank bullies, said Hermione, and only after they attack another student. And the teacher whose chair you sabotaged was a bully? Asked Henry. Yes, he was. He accused me and Harry of cheating because we both had perfect scores on his test, and then he made us retest in separate rooms with a different test that was much harder, explained Hermione. He needed to learn. Harry thought for an instant that Hermione had argued her way out of punishment, but then she added the he needed to learn part and he knew they would be grounded for a long time. We'll deal with the two of you when we get home, said Jane. It was clear to the occupants in the back seat that they were both in for a world of trouble when they got home. The car finally arrived to Charing Cross Road where Mr. Granger parked the car. The family ushered out of the car and began their search. Harry of course knew exactly where to go, but he didn't feel the need to do anything more to raise any kind of suspicions than they may already harbor. Harry saw a couple walking down the street that Harry could tell from the way they were dressed were definitely wizards. Using his brain he got Hermione to make the discovery. "Hey, Hermione, look at those people, don't they look weird in those clothes?" asked Harry innocently. "Harry, it's not nice to make fun of others' clothing," chided Hermione. "But just look at them," he said. "Have you ever seen anyone wear such odd clothing?" Hermione looked at the people and then it was as if everything suddenly clicked into place. "Harry, they could be wizards." "Really? You think so?" asked Harry. "Mum, Dad," said Hermione, "look, those two, do you think they could be you-know-what?" "Let's follow them and find out," said Henry. The group all followed at a short distance from the two oddly dressed people when they approached a dingy-looking building. It was one that if you didn't already know it was there you would never have noticed. The sign hanging over the door stated "The Leaky Cauldron," in gold letters. "If this isn't the pub, I'm a monkey's uncle," said Harry looking at the sign feigning wonder. "What are you talking about?" asked Jane and Henry together. "Mum, Dad," said Hermione, "can't you see?" "See what?" Harry grabbed Jane's hand while Hermione took Henry's hand and together they pulled them inside the pub. Once inside, Jane and Henry were very surprised to see people in robes sitting around. Harry meanwhile was actively trying to hide his face and pull his hat lower over his eyes. Together the four walked up to the bartender. "Excuse me," said Henry to Tom the bartender. "How can I help you folks today?" "Yes, this may sound a bit odd but, let me guess, your kid is a wizard or witch and you aren't and wanted to buy a gift for him." "Exactly," said Henry. "Right then," said Tom, "how's about I show you out to the alley then?" "That would be lovely, thank you," said Jane. Tom then escorted them out the back of the pub to a brick wall. For a moment the Grangers were confused until Tom hit a couple of brick revealing the entrance to the alley. "There you are folks, just remember. If you don't have any galleons you can go to Gringotts and get your pounds changed." "Thank you very much for your help, sir," said Hermione politely. "You're welcome, young miss, but please, call me Tom," said Tom. "Thank you, Tom," said Henry. "Enjoy your day, folks," said Tom as he went back inside his pub. "Nice guy," said Harry. "Let's go," said Henry leading the way. "So where do you suppose this Gringotts is?" Quote, Harry acted much like Hermione as they gazed in awe at the different shops and stalls and the magic wares they were selling. "Harry," said Jane, calling him out of his fake stupor. "Sorry, Mum, what's that? Do have any idea where this Gringotts place is?" "I don't know. Why don't we ask someone?" suggested Harry as he returned to his gazing with Hermione. "Excuse me, miss," said Henry to a woman that Harry knew all too well. "Yes," she replied as she tried to contain two small children, a boy and girl, both with flaming red hair like their mother. It took every ounce of Harry's control not to run over and kiss the young Ginny, but he knew that if he did he would get in enormous trouble. "Hermione, wizard children," said Harry pointing to the two kids, "let's say hi." Hermione quickly nodded and took Harry's hand and pulled him over to the pair. "Hello," said Hermione excitedly. "Hi," said the boy who seemed bored. "Hello," said the little girl, "I'm Ginny, and this is my brother Ron." "I'm Hermione, this is my brother Harry," she replied as she motioned to Harry, who replied with a small wave. "You don't look much like brother and sister," said Ron rudely. "Ronald Bilious Weasley, apologize now," said an angry Mrs. Weasley. "Sorry," said Ron looking at the ground with a sour look on his face. "It's all right, I'm adopted anyway," said Harry with a chuckle. "See, Mum, I was right," said Ron. "It doesn't matter if you were right, that is not good behavior," chided Mrs. Weasley. "Sorry about Ron, he's at that age where his mouth runs and his brain doesn't." Henry and Jane chuckled. That would Harry and Hermione as well then. "So, you wanted help with something before my son distracted me," said Mrs. Weasley. "Oh, where are my manners? I'm Molly Weasley. This is my son Ron and daughter Ginny. Pleased to meet you all," said Jane. "I'm Jane Granger, this is my husband Henry, our daughter Hermione and son Harry." "Pleased to meet you," said Mrs. Weasley. "I don't suppose you could direct us to Gringotts?" asked Henry. Of course, said Molly, I was on my way there myself. Am I safe to assume that you're muggles? Muggles? Asked Jane. I'll take that as a yes, said Molly with a chuckle. A muggle is a non-magical person, but being as you are here I must assume that your children are magical. Yes. Yes, said Henry, but we only found out a few days ago. Hermione had a little accident at school and Harry here already knew, so he was able to explain it. His parents were a witch and wizard, but, well, anyway. I understand, said Molly. Well then, follow me if you will. Ron, hold your sister's hand. But Mum, her hand has cooties, complained Ron. I'll hold her hand, said Harry a bit too eagerly to skip the notice of the adults. Harry didn't care though, as he offered his hand to Ginny. Ginny turned bright red but took his hand happily. In that instant Harry felt the bond reconnect that had vanished the moment she died in the future. As a result he was kicking himself in the ass because of his stupidity. There was no doubt that anyone magical within half a mile would have felt the bond forming. What was that? Asked Ron and Hermione at the same time. I don't know, said Harry, trying to play dumb despite that he knew exactly what it was. The soul bond didn't care about time and space and thus reformed the instant it could. Molly though was looking on in genuine interest. She felt the magical surge come from Harry and Ginny when they joined hands, but didn't know for the life of her what was or what caused it, but she knew that it was a bad thing. If things could have gotten worse than the situation was building into, it did. Of all the days to go to Diagon Alley to explore the wizarding world, he had to choose the one day that Albus Dumbledore was doing his shopping as well. Hello Molly, said Albus as he approached. His damn eye was twinkling like mad. Harry had no doubt that he knew exactly what that surge was. Harry felt lucky that Albus would more than like BTHE Alley to understand exactly what it was. Oh, hello Albus, said Molly politely. Did you feel that a bit ago? Indeed I did, said Albus. Do you know what happened? What's going on? Asked Henry as he noticed that the alley seemed to stop. Good afternoon, said Albus to Harry's adoptive parents. I am Albus Dumbledore, the headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Once more the introductions went around, this time with Henry taking the lead. At this point Harry was trying to avoid looking the old man in the eyes, while as quickly as his mind could work he was organizing his memories so that if Albus did take a look around he would only see his memories from this current timeline. He just had to hope that Albus wouldn't be suspicious by how well ordered the memories were. So can someone tell me what happened? He inquired, looking to the children. I didn't want to hold my sister's hand, but Harry remarked he would, and when he took her hand everything went weird, explained Ron in one breath. Harry could tell that Ron was trying to feel important and wanted. Thank you young Mr. Weasley, said Albus, causing Ron to smile broadly from the praise. Did you hear? Boasted Ron to Hermione. I helped the headmaster. Hermione smiled faintly at the goof young boy talking to her. She was obviously more concerned for her brother. For the first time since his initial trip he wished he could rewind time and prevent himself from taking her hand. As it was now, the headmaster was coming closer to him, despite the fact that Harry trapped himself in a time bubble to give himself more time to organize his memories and hide the others. Finally he reached a point where he knew he would have to drop the bubble and face the headmaster. Hello Harry, said Albus. I'm Albus, it's nice to meet you. He held his hand out to Harry. Harry knew that if he took his hand Albus would have an easier time searching his mind. Instead he ducked his head and hurried to hide behind his mum. He knew his parents and sister would find this behavior odd, but he had to risk it for now. I'm sorry, he seems to be a bit shy after whatever it is that happened, said Jane as she rubbed the side of Harry's hidden head. I understand, said Albus. After all, what Harry and young Miss Weasley just did is quite raw. And for one so young it is almost unheard of. Damn, muttered Harry under his breath, which earned him a pinch from his mother who heard him. And what did just happen, Albus? Asked Molly. It would seem that young Harry and Ginny just formed a bond of sorts. It is very rare and I cannot say the nature of the bond as I do not know yet myself. But I imagine that these two will be very, very close in the future, said Albus. Inside of Harry's head he was screaming and raging at his own stupidity. The only thing that he had working in his favor so far was that Albus hadn't yet looked him in the eyes. "Oh, that's wonderful," said Molly, who then looked to Jane. "Magical bonds are a rare and wonderful gift. We'll have to arrange time for the children to play together." "Of course, that would be lovely," said Jane. "I was only hoping to get some books for the children to study from until they are old enough to go to Hogwarts, but now to be able to give them a chance to play and learn from OT. Her magical children is simply wonderful." "Of course," said Molly. "Do you have a fireplace? If you do, we'll have to get you set up on the Flow network." Harry was barely aware of Jane and Molly's RTING to talk up a conversation, and instead he was concentrated on the heavily blushing Ginny Weasley. He could see the range of emotions play across her face. It was then that Harry realized that at this age she must have dreamed of falling in love with Harry Potter. Instead, she was just bonded to some random Harry. Little did she know. Harry walked to Ginny. "It's okay, Ginny, I promise your dream will come true." Ginny then looked him in the eye, and he tipped his ball cap back slightly to reveal the edge of the oh-so-famous scar to her. Her eyes widened and Harry quickly pulled the cap back down. Harry barely noticed Albus trying to glimpse what Harry had shown her. "Mr. Granger," said Albus, "am I to understand that you are non-magical?" "Yes," said Mr. Granger. Harry, though, suddenly wheeled about and picked up on what Albus was attempting. He was sifting through Henry's memories. Harry could see the exact moment that Albus discovered exactly who Harry was. It instantly pissed Harry off. "So these are your only two children?" he inquired as he continued sifting through the memories. He already knew about Harry by now and what Harry told them, but he hadn't found out how Harry came to them or why. He was coming close when he was somehow forcefully ejected from his mind by an outside factor. He was shocked when someone was yelling inside of his mind, "Stay out of my family's mind, you have no business in there. You know who I am now, leave them be. If you want to know what happened to my aunt and uncle, perhaps you should have checked up on me, or better yet, why don't you check the police reports for what happened on my 6th birthday, you meddlesome old man." As quickly as it began, it ended. Albus looked down at young Harry, who met his eyes, and it chilled Albus to the core, the anger that resided there in that moment toward him. "They are, but Harry is adopted," said Henry. "Well, I am afraid that my wife would like to continue with our day. If you'll excuse me." "Enjoy your day," Albus replied. He took one last look at Harry and shivered before he walked to the apparition site so that he could begin investigating exactly what happened. That Harry was no longer with his relatives. More than that, he wanted to know how Harry did those things and knew what he knew. A 7-year-old should not have the power to enter the mind of Albus Dumbledore ever. Righting a wrong, Harry walked along with his family and friends, simply fuming angrily. He barely registered Ginny taking his hand as they walked along, but he did notice the calming feeling surge through him through the bond they now shared. Once they entered Gringotts, Jane and Molly had exchanged every last bit of information between them in order to set a play date for the four of them. "Hey Dad," said Harry as they entered. "Yes, Harry," he said, looking at his son. He then smiled as he noticed Harry and Ginny were holding hands again. "Dad, do think that maybe, I mean, since my parents were magical, do you think they left anything behind for me?" asked Harry, knowing all too well they did. "Well, we can check with the bank," said Henry. "Okay, but do you think we could do it in private? I don't want any extra attention than I've already gotten today," said Harry cleverly. "Of course," said Henry. "Come on, Ginny," said Molly, "time to go." "Bye, Ginny." "Bye, Ron," said Hermione, quickly trying to get away from Ron, who wouldn't stop boasting about helping Dumbledore. "Bye, Hermione," said Ron. "Bye, Harry." "Bye, Ron," said Harry. He then looked at Ginny. "Bye, Ginny." "Bye, Harry," said Ginny as she reluctantly let go of his hand. "Bye, Hermione." She then ran to her brother and mother, who were now waiting for her by the entrance to the vaults. "Harry," said Henry, "this goblin is going to take us to meet with one of account managers." "Great," said Harry. Soon the four of them were seated in a small office waiting for a goblin to enter. Finally the door entered and Short Goblin walked in before taking a seat. "Good afternoon. I'm Snotspool," said the goblin. "How can I help you today?" "Yes, well, my son here is curious about any accounts that may have been left behind by his parents," said Henry. "And your name, sir?" said Snotspool, looking at Harry. "Harry James Potter," said Harry. "I see," said Snotspool. "Do you have your keys?" "I'm sorry," I was never given any keys, said Harry. There is a chance they weren't given to me. Is there a way I could get a copy of all my keys? Of course, Mr. Potter, said Snotspool, we will have to destroy all of your old keys first. Harry nodded. Okay, but how? Oh, identify the keys and have them self-destruct. Wicked, said Harry. He'd picked up the word from Ron a long time ago and he used it again today, so Harry figured it was safe to start using. I will return in a few moments with the proper family book so that we can settle business, said Snotspool. Snotspool hurried out of the room and returned a few minutes later carrying a very large tome which he set on the desk with a very loud bang. Right then, to have new keys made and the old ones destroyed, you need only put your hand on this book and say, Transfero Clematis, and then we can discuss everything, explained Snotspool. Harry didn't hesitate as the excitement was starting to overwhelm him. He would be able to do some really good things once he had access to his vaults. Harry put his hand on the cover and said the magic words. The book glowed for a second and then 5 flashes signaled the arrival of 5 vault keys. Here we are, said Snotspool, 5 keys for 5 vaults. 5? Asked Henry. Young Mr. Potter here is extremely wealthy, said Snotspool. Henry and Jane were both very surprised at the news, but Harry's imitated surprise was just not on par with his usual performance. Albus had really thrown him off his game today. You have your trust vault which you can access at any time. It is to pay for school and for some fun things according to the attached note. You have your family investment vault which handles all the assets for investments on the wizarding and muggle stock markets. You have the family reserve vault which is set aside for any emergency that may come up. Most families use this vault to pay ransoms or hire mercenaries in the event of a kidnapping. You have your family spending vault which is what your parents used for daily purchases. And finally you have the family storage vault which contains family heirlooms and things of that nature. Wow, said Hermione while the other 3 were in what seemed to be stunned silence. Now, Mr. Potter can only access the trust and storage vault until his 17th birthday. Until that time, he must be accompanied by his legal guardian, explained Snotspool. Well, we are his lega L guardians, but we make more than enough money, said Henry coming out of his shock. Therefore we have no need to interfere with or use any of Harry's other family assets. But, I think that Harry would very much like to see the storage vault and perhaps get some money from his trust vault. Of course, sir, said Snotspool. May I make a suggestion? Feel free, said Henry. Might I interest you in our endless money bag? It will draw funds directly from the trust to the bag so long as there is money in there, explained Snotspool. The one thing that Harry could always count on a goblin to do would be to try and upsell someone if the opportunity arose. That sounds good, said Henry. How much is that? 30 galleons and 10 sickles per month, said Snotspool. Henry looked to Harry. It's your decision. I'll take it, said Harry. Have you got anything similar for changing muggle currency? We have something new just this week, in fact, because of the holiday season, called the Endless Wallet that does the same thing, said Snotspool. Because it's new, it cost 40 galleons to start in. Then 10 sickles per month plus a surcharge on the total exchange every month. I'll do that, said Harry. Can you mail the statements every month by Muggle mail for all my accounts? Of course, Mr. Potter. You'd be surprised how many wizards don't bother with such things, said Snotspool. Very good thinking, Harry, said Henry. Harry smiled at his adoptive father broadly. Thanks, Dad, but all my best ideas come from listening to you. See, said Henry looking to Jane, I told you he was listening when I was teaching him about money and banking. Yes, said Jane, though she was not happy with Henry's choice in times to bring this up. Now, if you will follow me, Mr. Potter, said Snotspool, I will take you to your family storage vault. Thank you, said Harry as he and his family followed the goblin to the carts. Harry made sure to put his ball cap on again just to be safe. After a thrilling ride to the vault in which Henry got terrible motion sickness. Here you are, Mr. Potter, said Snotspool. I will wait here with your guardians until you are finished. Can't they come with? Asked Harry, knowing full well they couldn't. I'm sorry, Mr. Potter, but if they were to accompany you even onto the platform they would die a most painful and horrible death, explained Snotspool. Oh, right then, said Harry, swallowing. See you all in a bit then. They all nodded as Harry made his way straight to the vault door. He opened and walked inside and began his business inside. Unlike the first time he entered this vault, the contents would still have a chance to save at least one life. Inside were all manner of things. There were books, swords, daggers, suits of armor, rings and earrings, which he knew exactly which ones he would lay claim to after he claimed the most important thing from inside. In the center of the room was a stand with a closed tome. On top of the tome lay a single manila envelope. Harry walked to the stand and with shaking hands he took the envelope and began opened it. He was relieved that it was the same letters as the first time. The difference was that this time it wasn't too late. To whom it may concern. We've sent this letter by Secure Owl to Gringotts because we felt that something needed to be left behind in case the worst has happened. Of course Gringotts can produce documentation proving the date and time this letter was received and deposited in this vault. I am sure you are curious why we are telling you all of this. Just before this letter was written, James and I went into hiding with you using the Fidelius charm. This is a special magic used to hide something using one person to keep it a secret. The person is known as a secret keeper. Our secret keeper was a school friend of your father's by the name of Peter Pettigrew. We purposely told many people that Sirius Black, Harry's godfather, was our secret keeper to throw off Voldemort. If we are dead, then the traitor was Peter Pettigrew and not Remus Lupin as we feared. I hope this is not the case, as it would most likely mean my husband, son, and I are all dead. My only hope in sending this letter is to save Sirius from a horrible fate and to see that justice is done properly. This letter is signed using a blood contract that makes this letter undeniable and complete true under the rights of Merlin's bond. Lily Ann Potter, James Alexander Potter, to our dearest Harry. If by some miracle you have survived, Harry, and we have not, we both want you to know that why. Our father and I have died despite our best attempts to protect you. I hope you can find it in your heart to forgive us for not being there. I want you to know that having you was the greatest accomplishment of my life, and I wouldn't give up any of our time together for anything. I hope that you have a very happy life and have grown up loved. I hope that you grow up and know who your family was. I hope even more that Sirius has not led you too far astray with his pranking ways. Your father is not happy that I wrote that, but that's too bad for him. Be a good boy and study hard. Know always that we love you. Love always and forever, Mum. No matter how many times Harry read the second letter, it always brought tears to his eyes. Even more this time because he had the chance to set Sirius free before it was too late. Harry read through each letter twice before he folded them up and tucked them safely into a small briefcase that was in vault. After that Harry went to the rings and earrings. He was only interested in one ring and one pair of earrings. Harry found the small silver ring with a single sapphire rune in the band known simply as the Ring of Reading, which he quickly put in a box. Then he found the earring which he intended to give to Hermione for Christmas. He found the silver earrings with the blue sapphire studs, known as the Earrings of Reading, which also put in belonged to Rowena Ravenclaw and her husband. Both had the same property of simply increasing the intake of knowledge that is read. Harry knew that Jane and Henry would not be happy that Hermione would need to get her ears pierced to use them, but he didn't think they would complain much once they knew of the results. He put both boxes into the briefcase and then closed and activated the sealing magic to protect the items inside. Harry considered for a moment collecting a few of the books to bring with him, but then decided against after he remembered that the last time he did that a few of them were stolen and used against him, and that was not something he was willing to risk again. If he really wanted to read them, he could come back and read them inside the vault. Harry would have liked to select some of the weapons, but there was the simple fact that he didn't need them just now. Satisfied that Harry had exactly what he wanted from inside, he left the vault and rejoined his family. I found something important inside, said Harry as he came back out. Well, actually I found a lot of important things inside, but more specifically I found 2 letters from my mum and dad, said Harry excitedly as he sat down. He had to hope they would be willing to help him with the next problem of getting the letter into the right hands. That's wonderful, Harry, said Hermione as she hugged Harry. Yeah, it is, said Harry, don't get me wrong. I love you all very much, but some part of me will always love my birth parents, and to be able to read something they wrote is simply amazing to me. "We understand, sweetie," said Jane, giving him a slight hug. Poor Henry wasn't talking much as the cart zoomed at top speed back towards the surface. Once back on solid ground, as Henry called it, they all left the bank and went to the bookstore. The very first book that Hermione grabbed was Hogwarts: A History, and it took every last ounce of Harry's self-control not to fall to the ground laughing about it. They collect a few more books. Harry mostly looked for books that would explain the wizarding world to all of them. He even grabbed a few books on the political structure and system it operated on. Just to be safe, he grabbed one book on Quidditch. Once they paid for their purchases, they were leaving the alley when they were walking past Aesop's Owl Emporium, and Hermione stopped them. "Mum, we should get an owl," said Hermione. "Ron was talking about receiving owls from the headmaster now that he was important, and then he explained to me that owls are used to deliver wizard mail. This would make it easier to send letters to Mrs. Weasley." Even after Harry had known Hermione for such a long time, he was simply amazed that she could do and say the things she replied. It was astounding. "That's a good idea, my own," Harry agreed quickly. They entered, and to Harry's amazement he found Hedwig. He didn't know how it was possible that she would be here now, but she was there and Harry would know her anywhere. "I want this owl," he called excitedly to the shopkeeper. "Ah, a fine specimen, that one," said the shopkeeper. "Been here for years and no one has bought her. I can't figure why." "Oh well, she must have been waiting for you." Hermione was looking disappointed that Harry had picked an owl when it was her idea. "Hurry and pick an owl, Hermione," said Harry. "Consider it an early Christmas present." Hermione squeaked with excitement and started looking through the different owls in the shop while the shopkeeper prepared 2 cages and care packages for them. Hermione finally settled on beautiful speckled screech owl. Harry paid for both owls and then they all left and finally left Diagon Alley for home. The next day was Christmas and they all exchanged gifts. Hermione was shocked at the earrings, but even more shocked when Harry told her what they would do for her. Jane was not very happy about this, of course. "Harry, why would you give your sister earrings of all things?" complained Jane. "She's not old enough to start wearing earrings." "But Mum," started Harry but was cut off by Hermione. "Mum, I'm the only girl in class that does have my ears pierced," said Hermione. Harry was beginning to think that Hermione would make one outstanding minister of magic. That thought reminded Harry of the letters and what he needed to have done, and soon. "Besides," added Harry, "these not only very nice and respectable but also magical in that they will help her to read and learn much, much faster than you can imagine." "How do you know that?" asked Jane. "There was a book in the vault that told me what they did. Those earrings have the same power as the ring I got out of there too." Harry then held up the ring to show her. Jane was still scowling, but Harry and Hermione could see her breaking down and agreeing. "Fine, I'll take you to get them pierced tomorrow." "Yes," said Hermione, jumping up and down and then hugging Harry fiercely. Harry received some new clothes and the most popular gift at any Christmas with the Grangers, books. The day after Christmas, Hermione and Jane left early to fight through the crowded stores that were inevitable the day after Christmas. Hermione somehow managed to convince her mother to let her get a nice haircut to show off her new earrings. Harry, though, spent a good deal of his time arguing with himself over how he would free Sirius. His most obvious choice would be Dumbledore, but after the spectacle in Diagon Alley, Harry was still quite cross with the old man. However, finding no other alternative, Harry was forced to contact the barmy old codger and talk to him. "Dear Professor Dumbledore, sir, I know that our meeting the other day was a bit odd and I'm sorry I reacted the way I did, but I am very protective of my adoptive family. I overreacted because I was very angry at the time and my magic got out of control. Add to that strange bond thing you talked about and I was really confused. I hope you can forgive me. I'm still not sure exactly how I did that. I am writing because of a letter I found in my family's storage vault and I am a bit confused about the meaning of it. I am afraid to send the letter to you as I'm still unsure of Owl Post and I don't want it lost or damaged. I would really like if you could come and see me so that I can show you the letter. I know you are very busy and have a school to run. I thought that since it is the holidays you could take some time to come and see me. I just get the feeling that this is very important. Sincerely, Harry J. Potter." "Come here, Hedwig," said Harry to the all too familiar snowy owl. She flew from the dresser to the desk where Harry was writing a letter on lined paper with a Muggle pen. He folded it up and then tied it to her leg. "Stay safe and come home soon." Harry then opened his window and let Hedwig fly out. It was about an hour later that Hermione came into his holding Xerxes, her owl. "Harry, where's Hedwig?" "She out delivering a letter," said Harry. "To who?" "Did you write to Ginny?" she asked, causing Harry to force a slight blush. "No, I sent one to the headmaster," said Harry. "There was something in my vault that I needed to ask him about. And before you ask, I'm certain that your parents wouldn't understand because I don't exactly understand and there is a lot of wizard terminology in it as well." "Harry, could I see?" asked Hermione hopefully. "Which one?" "The one from your mum and dad." Harry handed her the letter, but only after a very stern, "Please be very careful with it." Hermione read the letter and shed a few tears. "This is a beautiful letter, Harry." Quote. Harry smiled. "I know. But you know what I like best about it." "Know what?" "The smell," said Harry. "You can smell a bit of my mum's perfume on it." "I can remember that smell so well." Hermione daringly sniffed the parchment. "Wonderful, Harry." She then handed the letter back to Harry, which he promptly stowed back in the magical briefcase. "Come on, let's go eat dinner," said Hermione after she left Xerxes on the dresser. It was a few days later that there was a knock at the door and an unexpected visitor showed up, Ry not recognizing the man in a business suit before him. "Hello, Henry. Nice to see you again," said the man. "I'm sorry, do I know you?" asked Henry. "Ah, forgive my appearance, but when in Muggle areas is it not best to look like a Muggle and not a wizard?" said the man. "Oh, forgive me," said Henry, "I didn't recognize you." "Albus right." "Indeed," said Albus. "I don't suppose Harry is in." "Yes, just a moment. I think he and Hermione are reading in Harry's room. That's where we keep all the magical books. We keep the Muggle ones in Hermione's room so that they don't get mixed up. Besides, when we have guests it's easier to just lock up one room rather than both. Most people then just think that Harry is a bit of slob, but at his age that's to be expected, I suppose," explained Henry as he showed him upstairs to Harry's room. At the door he knocked. "Enter," said Harry through the door. Dumbledore chuckled slightly, as that was the same thing he always said when anyone knocked on his door. Henry opened the door. "Harry, you have a visitor." "Who?" asked Harry. "Professor Dumbledore," said Henry. "Oh, great," said Harry cheerfully. Albus entered the room after Henry and looked around. Harry appeared to be very comfortable, and happy in his current surroundings, and after reading the police report of how Harry was found on his 6th birthday he could not help but feel an ounce of relief that he'd found some happiness. He'd as even happier when he glanced Harry in the eye and was greeted by none of the anger that had been present only days before. "Nice to see you again, Harry," said Albus. "So said that you found a letter in your family vault you wished to discuss." "Yes, sir," said Harry. "Hermione, Dad, do you think I could talk to the headmaster about this in private?" "Sure, Harry," said Henry. He knew how important those letters were to Harry, and if he wanted privacy to talk about them, the privacy he would get. "I'll bring you up some tea," said Hermione helpfully. "Thanks, my own," said Harry with a smile. Ry watched the two people exit the room, and suddenly Harry was feeling very nervous about being in a room alone with the headmaster. Harry took a deep breath and let it out slowly to prepare himself. "So, let's have a look at this letter," said Albus. Harry picked up the briefcase and used the thumb scanner to release the locks. Harry reached inside and removed the letter that talked about Sirius. He handed it to the professor with a quick, "Be careful." Dumbledore read through the letter, and Harry could not help but feel a bit of satisfaction as the color drained from the headmaster's face. "What does it mean, sir?" asked Harry. "And why haven't I ever met my godfather, this Sirius Black guy?" "Well, Harry, that is a bit of a long story," said Albus. "I do not believe that you should hear it." "Sir, please. From what my other letter said, it seemed as though he was really loved by my parents and that he loved me, but I've never met him," said Harry. Albus sighed deeply. "This is not a why pleasant story, Harry, but if you insist. The night your parents were killed it was believed that Sirius Black had betrayed your parents and told Voldemort where they were. No one knew that Peter Pettigrew was the real secret keeper. The day after your parents died, Sirius cornered Peter, intending to kill him. The street was destroyed, killing 12 Muggles and Peter. We believe that Sirius did this, but now I am inclined to believe that perhaps Peter was responsible for all of it. So what happened to Sirius? Sirius Black has been in Azkaban prison for the last 6 years as a result, said Albus. But he's innocent, isn't he? Asked Harry. Didn't he tell you this happened? Why wouldn't he tell you all about this at his trial? Harry knew he had Albus exactly where he wanted him because if it were possible even more color drained from the old Mont's face. Harry, I am afraid that no trial was given, said Albus. What? Harry screamed. You mean that he was sent to prison while I was stuck w? Ith an aunt and uncle who used me a punching when I could have been raised by someone who actually gave a damn about me. How could you do that? Harry, we did not know. Even I was told by Lily and Mees that Sirius would be their secret keeper, explained Albus. You'll get him out, won't you? I mean, he's innocent. He should not be in there, yelled Harry. He was feeling rather impressed with himself and his acting ability. Dumbledore had yet to even attempt to look through his memories and held no suspicion of what Harry really knew. Harry, you have my word that as soon as I leave here I will go to the Ministry of Magic to get this matter cleared up immediately, said Dumbledore. Thank you, sir, said Harry, but what then? If you wish you may go to live with him or you may stay here I think it would be best if you at least met with him before you decided, said Dumbledore. I couldn't leave my mum and dad, but I do want Sirius to be a part of my life, said Harry. Why don't we talk about this after Sirius has been set free? That's fine, said Harry. I can trust you with this letter, right? It won't just disappear or get burned up. I'll have you know that I expect to see news of Sirius's release on the front page of the Prophet by tomorrow morning. Dumbledore smiled at Harry's innocence and determination to see the right thing is done. Harry followed Dumbledore out of the house, and once he was done he rushed up to his room to send Hedwig to get his a subscription to the Daily Prophet before his story fell through. Despite the fact that Dumbledore was taking care of it, Harry couldn't help but still be nervous that things wouldn't go quite right, especially with an idiot like Fudge still in office. But then Dumbledore was as clever as they come and even more cunning. This meant that Harry had to be twice as good to be able to manipulate Dumbledore so well. Harry had a very restless night of sleep. His original plan was to have Sirius freed in his first year of school, but now that he could free him sooner than that he had to try. The next thing that Harry needed to deal with was explaining to his family who Sirius is and the situation behind it. He chose to explain the next morning during breakfast, hopefully before the Daily Prophet arrived. There was also still the fact that Fudge may still bungle it all up. That morning Harry got to the kitchen for everyone and cooked an amazing breakfast, especially considering he was only 7 years old, almost 7.5. The Grangers were pleasantly surprised by the breakfast, but they were also nervous as to why Harry cooked, and when he learned to cook was another concern for them. Harry, this is nice, said Jane as she sat down. When did you learn to cook? I've been cooking breakfast since I was tall enough to reach the stove on footstool for my aunt and uncle, explained Harry. You didn't have to do this for us, you know, said Jane. I know, but I wanted to, said Harry. Besides, I need to soften you up to talk to you about my discussion with Professor Dumbledore from yesterday. So it was that bad? Asked Jane with a smirk. Not so much, but it might be a bit difficult to explain, said Harry. Well, then let's eat and then you can explain it all to us, said Henry as he piled his plate full. Soon his family was fed and watered for the morning, and Harry started to explain about Sirius and what Professor Dumbledore told him. He also told them that he was just waiting for the Wizard newspaper to find out what happened. Harry didn't bother to mention that he had hoped that Dumbledore called a full meeting of the Wizengamot to deal with the matter. Soon enough a brown owl was tapping on the window wanting to be let in. Hermione opened the window and the owl flew to Harry. Hermione closed the window to keep the cold out. Harry took the paper and then paid the owl a few nuts. Once the owl was paid, Hermione opened the window again and let the owl out. Harry was nervous to unroll the paper to find out what happened, if anything. Well, hurry up and open it, said Hermione, and when you're done it. I can't wait to see what wizards report on. Harry took a deep breath before he pulled the string, causing the paper to unfurl. Harry read the blazing headline that said, Sirius Black innocent of all charges. Harry released a breath he didn't know he was holding before. He's free. That's wonderful, Harry, said Jane, hugging Harry. Harry then handed the paper to Hermione, not caring about anything else the paper might hold. Hermione took it upon herself to read the rest of the article out loud to the people at the table. At 4:30 p.m. yesterday, after an emergency session of the Wizengamot, Sirius Orion Black was released a free man and cleared of all charges. Newly discovered evidence was brought to light by one Albus Dumbledore in the form of a letter from the Potters stating that Peter Pettigrew and not Sirius Black was their secret keeper. After the evidence was introduced, Sirius Black was transported directly into courtroom 10, where he submitted to questioning under Veritaserum, where he confirmed the contents of the letter. It has also been brought to our attention that Peter Pettigrew may still be alive and at large. Through question, Mr. Black revealed himself, James Potter, and Peter Pettigrew were unregistered animagus. Peter Pettigrew may be in hiding in his rat form, so it is advised that the wizarding populace be very careful. Black pled guilty to being an illegal animagus and was sentenced to time already served under the agreement that he register within 24 hours. The ministry was only too happy to restore all rights and privileges to Mr. Black and 100,000 galleons in compensation, which he immediately donated to T. He Lycanthropy Society to aid in the search for a cure. Black, however, refused to comment, as did the assembled Wizengamot members. Minister Cornelius Fudge was also unavailable for comment. Wow, said Hermione. I don't know what some of those things are, but it all sounds pretty amazing. I know, said Harry. We need to do some more reading to find out what all of those things are. So Harry, what are you going to do? Asked Henry. You know that we love, but this man is your godfather and your rightful guardian. I know, but you're my mum and dad now. I can't just leave you guys, but I do want to get to know him. My birth parents really seem to love him like I love Hermione and you too, explained Harry. Well, Harry, if you want, he could stay with us in the guest room for a few days. Until he can find a place to stay of his own. Who knows, maybe he'll be able to find a place nearby, suggests Jane. You mean it? Asked Harry. Of course we mean it, said Henry. Well, all right then, said Harry, I'll go send him a letter. Harry then got up and ran up the stairs to his room to write a very well-crafted letter that would hopefully work. Dear Sirius Black, I'm not sure exactly how to start this letter. I guess I should start by introducing myself. My name is Harry James Potter, and from what I understand, you are my godfather. I am not really sure what else to say other than I would like to meet you. My mum and dad said that you could come and stay with us until you can find a place of your own. Hermione is excited to talk to you more too, something about the opportunity to talk with a fully grown wizard. Hermione's my sister, by the way. I know it seems odd to you for me to say these things, but I guess it would help if I explained that I was adopted about a year ago after my aunt and uncle, who were supposed to care for me, were arrested after my uncle nearly killed me. But you don't want to hear about that. Anyway, I really would like a chance to meet you and get to know you a bit if you want to. If you don't, I understand and wish you the best. Harry. Harry tried to act innocent in his letter, and he felt that he had accomplished it well, but now it was all up to fate. Harry quickly tied the letter to Hedwig's leg. I don't know where you'll find him, girl, but please just find him. Make sure he reads it too before you come home. Hedwig hooted indignantly, almost saying that she would do no less than that before she flew off. Harry was really looking forward to being able to start using a wand so that he could properly make Hedwig a familiar once again. After Hedwig was gone, Harry settled on to his bed and started going through the books again. He found himself rereading a lot of the material so that Hermione couldn't question him later on how he knew all this stuff without reading about it. It was only a few minutes after Harry started reading that Hermione came in and joined him. They spent the remainder of that day reading and just relaxing. Harry knew that Sirius would come, but now it was only a matter of when. Harry and Hermione eventually returned to school, and still there was no word from Sirius, and Harry was beginning to worry that he wouldn't come to see him. Harry had already lost Sirius once in the future. He didn't want to lose him again, but this time it was worse. Because Sirius was free and now he could do anything he wanted. There was nothing to worry about with being caught or captured. So why hadn't he come to see Harry? Jane and Henry could tell that something was bothering Harry, but they didn't know how to broach the subject. They knew that Harry had written to Sirius, but the man had still not contacted Harry, and it was eating Harry up inside. Finally Jane took it upon herself to intervene. "Dear Mr. Black, my name is Jane Granger. I am Harry's adoptive mother. I was hoping to encourage you to come and meet your godson. Believe me when I tell you that Harry is probably the strongest young man I have had the pleasure of knowing, and I love him very much. It pains me so much to see how much it is eating him up that he has yet to hear from you. He was so worried about what would happen after he gave Mr. Dumbledore the letter from his parents, and then not to hear from you is just awful. I don't know why you haven't come, but I am asking you to come and meet him, just for a little while at least. He has no other connections to his mother and father. Sincerely, Jane Granger." She sent the letter off with Xerxes so that Harry would be less suspicious than if Hedwig were missing. At the same time that Jane took action, so did Henry. His approach was a bit more guy-like than hers. He knew that Harry was worried, and his solution was to distract Harry. To do this he decided to enroll Harry in a fencing class. Harry was excited about it too. Again time passed as it does, and Harry was indeed distracted by the fencing class rather than spending all of his time reading in. Worrying over Sirius, Harry got so much into fencing and defense that he inquired if he could take a karate class also, which Henry was all too happy to enroll him in. In fact, Henry was so interested in the karate class that he joined too. It was only a week later that Hermione insisted that she be allowed to join as well. So the three did karate and Harry did fencing as well, and so it came as a surprise when Sirius finally did come. As a Saturday afternoon in early February, a knock on the door prompted Harry to answer the door rather than continue lounging on the couch after his Saturday morning fencing lesson. Harry answered the door. "Hello." "Hi," said a strong male voice that Harry knew too well from his other future. Harry did his best not to freeze up as he glanced at the man before him. He was really clean, which is a look that Harry was not used to when it came to Sirius Black. His hair was cropped short and neat, and his eyes sparkled brightly. This didn't look like the downtrodden Sirius Harry once knew. This man was still young and strong. Apparently those 6 years less in prison made a huge difference. "Can I help you, sir?" asked Harry. Sirius was frozen as he glanced Harry up and down. Harry forced himself not to laugh as he watched Sirius swallow and lick his lips nervously. "I'm Sirius." Following with his marvelous acting this far, he did freeze up. "Oh, well, come in." Harry then motioned him through the door. "So Harry," began Sirius, "I'm sorry I didn't come sooner, but I wasn't ready for." "Oh," said Harry. His answer had actually surprised him. "I wanted desperately to see you, but I was afraid that you would send me away given how I looked at the time," explained Sirius. "So would you like some tea?" asked Harry. "Sure," said Sirius. "Follow me. You can meet my mum and dad," said Harry. Sirius smirked, but Harry could see something wistful in his eyes that said, "I wish that were true." "Mum," called Harry as he entered the kitchen. It was only a moment later that Jane entered the kitchen from the dining hall. "Yes, dear," said Jane, but then she saw the man behind him. "Mum, this is Sirius Black," said Harry. "Pleased to meet you, Jane," said Sirius as he held out his hand. Jane happily took his hand and shook it. "Pleased to meet you too. So, I'll just make the tea," said Harry as he began to bustle about the kitchen. "Sirius, why don't you come and sit in the dining hall?" offered Jane. "Thanks," said Sirius as he followed her out. As he left the kitchen he let out a sigh. "Things going that well, huh?" she asked. "I just don't know what to talk to him about," said Sirius. "Just relax," said Jane. She then turned toward the hall where Henry's office was. "Henry, we have a guest. Come join us." A few minutes later a man entered. "Hello." "Hi, I'm Sirius." "Oh, so you are the infamous Sirius Black," said Henry lightly. "It's a pleasure to meet you." "I don't know about infamous, that is, unless you're talking about my Hogwarts days," said Sirius with a chuckle, but EY could both see a wisp of longing behind his eyes. "So, happy to be out then?" asked Jane. "You will never know the hells on earth that a wizard can come up with, and you should be very thankful for that," said Sirius. "So yes, I am unbelievably happy to be out of there." "That bad, huh?" asked Henry. "Worse," said Sirius, so can you tell me about Harry? We can, said Jane, but we won't. It's up to you to ask him. I was afraid you'd say something like that. Just like Dumbledore would have, said Sirius, it must be a parenting thing. If you ever have a family you'll find out, said Jane. Finally Harry exited the kitchen carrying the tea tray. He set it on the table and then noticed, where's Myone? Probably in her room reading, said Henry, she keeps trying to catch up to you in those wizard books. It's not my fault she keeps reading all those muggle books too, said Harry. Sirius chuckled, you sound like your dad. Harry looked at Sirius, really? Oh yeah, your dad and would drive Remus crazy, said Sirius. I'm not sure how your dad did it but he was always ahead in reading compared with me, Remus, and Peter. Remus would go crazy trying to keep up with your dad. Who is Remus? Asked Harry. Ah, Remus Lupin, said Sirius, he was you best friends with me, your dad, and Peter but I don't think I should include Peter in that group anymore. Definitely not, said Harry. Especially if the rat is responsible for my parents' death. Agreed, said Sirius with a hearty laugh. So, what was my mum like? Asked Harry. He found himself able to finally ask so many questions that he never had the chance to ask when Sirius was alive the last time. Ah, she was an amazing woman, began Sirius. Your father fell in love with her on the very first day of our illustrious careers in Hogwarts. She was by far the smartest witch I've ever met, that's for certain. She was also the only person I ever met other than myself and Remus who could outwit your father. Har. Y smiled at the thought of his mother getting the better of him in witty banter, so she was great huh? Yeah kid she really was, said Sirius, I tell you, there were far too many detentions given to the marauders just because of your mother. 3 of us though she was the devil but not your father. He never once let us prank her. Who were the marauders? It was your father, me, Remus and the rat, said Sirius. We all became friends on the very first day of school. Anyway, we would design the most cunning of pranks and deliver them with a vengeance on bullies and troublemakers. Occasion. Ally we would pull a school-wide prank that would lighten the atmosphere and make everyone laugh. At the time the school-wide pranks were essential what with the war and all. Voldemort really was an evil cuss, pardon my language. You're forgiven, said Jane. So Harry, would it be safe to assume that you were the one who influenced your sister to start pulling pranks? Hey, we never got caught until Myone accidentally used magic, said Harry, but now they're on to us so we can hardly pull anything off. We're marked men I tell you. Sirius laughed even more heartily than before, you are your father's son. He would be so proud to hear that you have followed through on the family tradition of pulling pranks. I hope so, said Harry, but we only go after bullies. As that's so, said Sirius, well, when we were at school there was this one bully that was our #1 target. Snivelous Snape. He was git if I ever saw one and perhaps we should talk about that later based on the glare your mother is giving the both of us. Jane was indeed glaring at the pair while Henry was trying to not laugh too hard. Wise decision, said Jane who Sirius thought looked a lot like Professor McGonagall. So Hermione's a witch? Asked Sirius. Yeah, I reckon she'll be quite brilliant once she gets a wand in her hand, said Harry. She's already read Hogwarts a History 6 times and we've had the book less than 2 months. Sirius laughed. Oh she's a Remus if I ever saw one and I haven't even met her yet. Yeah, that reminds me, said Harry as he ran out of the room. Sirius and the other heard a muffled, Oi, Myone. Get down here and meet my godfather or I'll read so much you'll never catch up to me no matter what you try. They heard one large thump that they assumed was Hermione falling off the bed, which was followed by the hurrying of feet as she ran for the stairs. It was 10 seconds later that a smug-looking Harry re-entered the dining hall followed by a red-faced Hermione. Hermione, Sirius, Myone, said Harry. Nice to meet you, said Hermione as she sat down in the empty chair. They spent the rest of the afternoon talking. Sirius ended up staying for dinner along with the others. The night started getting late when Jane was forced to ask, so Sirius, do you have a place to stay yet? Well, I've been staying with Remus making peace so to speak, he explained. Oh, well, we were hoping that maybe you'd like to stay here, offered Henry. I'm sure Harry would like you to stay. I would stay but Remus has been sick for a long time, explained Sirius. It's been really hard for him the last few years without me around to help him. Oh, so is he your life partner then? Asked Hermione, which earned her a lot of shocked looks. Then Sirius began howling with laughter at the suggestion. I'm going to have to tell Remus you said that. No, Remus and I are not together like that. We are like brothers just as you and Harry are brother and sister. Oh, well, I just thought I'd ask, said Hermione as though she'd done nothing wrong. Hermione, we're going to have a talk later about good questions and bad questions, said Jane, trying to keep a straight face despite the humor of the situation. So Harry, Remus would love to see you again, said Sirius. Do you think it would be all right if I bring him by next time I come? Of course, said Harry. Do love to meet more of my parents' friends. All right then, said Sirius. Tell you what. How about next Sunday? Remus and I take you and Hermione to Hogsmeade and you can see the sights. Maybe even get your first look at Hogwarts. What do you think? That'd be grand, said Harry, but you'll have to ask Mum and Dad. Well, said Sirius as he glanced to Jane and Henry hopefully. I don't know, said Jane. Do you really think you and Remus can keep up with these two? Especially if Remus has been sick as you say. He's only sick a few days a month, said Sirius, nearly pleading. Besides, this weekend is a good time of the month for him. Please Mum, pleaded Gether. Oh fine, go, said Jane, but if you're going then I'm just going to have to make it more challenging. I've been meaning get you kids together with the Weasleys for a while. I think this weekend is the perfect opportunity. More kids? Asked Sirius nervously. Are you sure that their parents would be comfortable leaving their kids with me? I mean, I was just in prison for murder. Yeah, and you were innocent too, weren't you? Asked Jane. Yeah, but make sure that they know that I'll be watching the kids with Remus Lupin. I'll let them know, I promise, said Jane. She'd recently begun sharing recipes with Molly and the two had become fast friends despite their failed attempts at getting the kids together, so she knew how much of a handful the Weasleys could be. Poor Sirius and Remus didn't stand a chance. Well, then, I'll see you two this weekend and you'd best be prepared to have a lot of fun, said Sirius. Harry smiled and nodded, as did Hermione. 1 week dragged by for Harry and Hermione despite the fact that school and extra classes and reading never seemed to stop. It was simply this walk. Why? Because both children were eagerly awaiting the weekend and their trip to Hogsmeade with Sirius, Remus, and the Weasleys. Molly Weasley agreed to let the children go, although she was slightly reluctant. And because of Sirius Black being involved, but she relented after some coaxing from Jane. During that week Sirius and Jane corresponded a few times to arrange the travel plans. Jane eventually agreed to meet Sirius in London to go to the Flow office in the Ministry of Magic to have the Flow connected to her home fireplace, which Sirius took the liberty of enlarging to make travel easier. After tea it wasn't an uncommon sight to see Mrs. Weasley's head in the fireplace talking with Jane or vice versa. At long last the much anticipated weekend. Harry and Hermione were dressed and waiting in the living room for Sirius to arrive. Once Sirius arrived they would travel to the Burrow to collect 4 of the Weasley children. Sirius arrived with Remus 20 minutes late, complaining he couldn't find his left shoe, to which Hermione replied, "Why didn't you just summon it?" Earlier that week Harry and her had read about summoning and banishing spells. Sirius just adapted a funny look. "Now why didn't I think of that?" "Because I told you to and you never listened to me," said Remus as he stepped out of the fire. "Hello, you must be Remus," said Jane, greeting the man. He was still wearing his usual shabby robes and his hair was still graying prematurely. To Harry, he glanced the same as he always had in the past. It was in that instant that Harry decided he was going to force Remus to buy some new robes or die trying. "Hello," said Remus to Jane, "pleased to finally meet you in person, though we have talked through the Flow a few times now. I don't know if I will ever get used to using the Flow to talk to people," said Jane. "I say give me telephone any day of the week and I'll be fine." "Anyway," interrupted Sirius before a debate could begin, "we should get going. We are already late to pick up the Weasley children." "Right you are, Padfoot," said Remus, "ready to go kids." Harry and Hermione nodded. A few minutes later they were all tumbling out of the fireplace at the Burrow. Mrs. Weasley greeted them all warmly, giving Harry and Hermione nice motherly hugs. "So nice you could finally get together with the kids," said Molly happily. "Ron is still getting ready, so would you all like a spot of tea while we wait?" Harry knew that this was Molly's way of getting some free interrogation time from Sirius and Remus. "I think we'll go find Ron and Ginny," said Harry, politely excusing himself and Hermione. "The kids' rooms are upstairs. Be careful of Fred and George, they love to prank the unsuspecting," said Molly. Harry and Hermione nodded. Both had a devious glint in their eyes that seemed to go unnoticed. From the short conversation that Harry and Hermione had with Ron and Ginny, they both knew all too well of Fred and George's reputation for pranking. It was because of this that Harry and Hermione had been planning an introductory prank for the twins. The logic was a simple one of get them before they get you. Knowing that Fred and George would be less prepared for a Muggle prank, Harry and Hermione came prepared. They went up the stairs as stealthily as they could. As they approached one of the doors that Harry knew from the past was Fred and George's, they went to work. Harry had to use a bit of wandless magic, which he fully informed Hermione of his capabilities in, to form a bucket of water and some string. Working together they managed to secure he bucket over the door and then tied the string from the door knob to the bucket with just enough slack so that the bucket would only fall once the door was opened all the way. With their work complete, the pair went to get Ron and Ginny quietly so as not to make the twins aware. After quick hello and shish, follow us, Harry, Ron, Hermione, and Ginny went down the hall to Fred and George's room. Ron and Ginny quickly understood the plan and had to cover their mouths to stifle their laughter. Harry decided that he'd knock on the door. The door opened a little to show two heads sticking out. "Who are you?" "I'm Harry, it's time to go," said Harry as he walked toward the stairs with his friends. Fred and George opened the door the rest of the way and emerged to follow the others, just to have a bucket of water fall on the both of them. Ron, Ginny, Hermione, and Harry all fell to the floor laughing at the success of their prank on the pranksters. Harry and Hermione had broken their rule out never repeating pranks because this one was simple and yet effective. "George," said Fred, "I think we've been the targets of a prank." "Fred, I think you're right. And it looks as though our younger siblings were involved," said George. "I would say that you are correct," said Fred. "I don't know what to do now. They've never done that before." "I know. I mean, it was a simple prank but very effective," said George. "Should we retaliate?" asked Fred. "Nay, I believe we should team up," said George. "I say you two had better hurry up or your mum will drive poor Sirius and Remus crazy," said Harry. "Indeed," all of the Weasleys said together. A few minutes later Harry, Ron, Hermione, and Ginny entered the kitchen, followed closely by a soaking wet Fred and George. "Now what have you two done to yourselves?" shrilled Mrs. Weasley, causing everyone in the room to cringe. "Of course you'd pull something like this, and on today of all days when you know that you're going out for the day. What am I going to do with you two?" "But it wasn't us this time," protested Fred. "Honestly, Mum," added George. The four youngest just laughed a bit at the humor of it, but Harry decided to be noble. "It's true, Mrs. Weasley. Ron and Ginny told me about how they like pranks, so me and my own thought it would be a good way to break the ice." Mrs. Weasley turned to Harry. "Oh, Harry dear, how clever of you." "What's this?" demanded Fred. "We pull a prank and get scolded," said George. "But if little Harry here pranks us, he gets praised," continued Fred. "And complimented," said George. "But we still don't get an apology," finished Fred. Mrs. Weasley glared at the twins and leveled her wand at them, causing them to shut up and go wide-eyed. She then muttered a quick drying spell on the pair. "Right then, kids, all set to go?" asked Remus. "Yes, sir," chorused the kids. "Now Remus and Sirius, I expect my children to return no later than 4 o'clock. That means you have a good amount of time. Please, say don't take your eyes off the twins, as the results can be quite dangerous," added Molly as they all approached the fireplace. "Yes, Molly," said Remus and Sirius together. "Padfoot, go on through RST and I'll send the kids along after you," said Remus. "You got it," said Sirius. Sirius stepped into the fireplace after he tossed in some flow powder. The 3 broomsticks, and he was gone in a flash of green flames. Harry, Hermione and George all followed after in that order, and then Remus finally joined them. Well, now that we've ditched your mums, what do you kids want to do today? I'm hungry, said Ron. You're always hungry, said Ginny. I'm a growing boy, said Ron in his defense. If you're not careful you'll be growing outwards instead of upwards, said Fred. Mr. Black, sir, could we get some lunch first? Asked Ron, ignoring his brothers and sister. Of course we can, but first, never call me Mr. Black, it makes me feel old, said Sirius. What should we call you then? Asked Hermione. Call me Sirius, or better yet, Padfoot, said Sirius. Padfoot, asked Hermione. Yep, it's the nickname I got from Harry's dad and Moony when we went to Hogwarts, said Sirius. Who's Moony? Asked Fred. I am, said Remus. So that means you can all call me Moony if you like. I know I would. Great, said Harry happily. Now about that food. Honestly, Harry, you're as bad as Ron, said Hermione. Ron's a smart man then, said Harry. Sirius and Remus then ushered all of the children to a table to sit down. Afternoon, gents and ladies, said a friendly-looking woman. She gave extra attention to the two little girls by saying, ladies, which caused them to giggle happily. Afternoon, Rosie, said Sirius, long time no see. Well, if it isn't Sirius Black, said Rosie with a grin. I never figured you for the kids type, then again I never figured little Peter for a Death Eater either. Never mind all that, what'll ya have? Well, I think pumpkin juice for the kids and a butterbeer for myself and Remus here, said Sirius with a warm smile. Harry noticed the slight flinch when Peter was mentioned, but he could tell that he didn't let it bother him either after that. Right you are, said Rosie. Will you be eating or just drinking? I think we'll be having lunch, said Remus. Rosie nodded and handed out menus to everyone. I'll go get your drinks and bring them right back, said Rosie as she shuffled off. So, you kids eat anything you want, it's on me today, said Sirius. A little while later Rosie returned and they all ordered. Shortly after that they ate, Ron more than anyone else. After that it was a great afternoon. Sirius took them shopping and bought all of the children learner brooms that were charmed to go no higher than 5 feet in the air. Fred and George of course protested, but it fell on deaf ears. After that they went to Zonko's, where they loaded up on all kinds of jokes and gags to have fun with. Remus was sure to warn Harry and Hermione that magical pranks were not safe to be used on Muggle children. Sirius then added that pranking of any wizard was encouraged, which earned him a glare from Remus. Then they went around town to see the sights. One of the first stops was the famed Shrieking Shack, which Hermione absolutely loved to hear about. As a result, before Hermione would allow the group to see any of the other sights, she insisted on stopping by the bookstore to get a guidebook to the city. This was of course met by a lot of groans all around. Nonetheless, they fulfilled Hermione's request. Of course no afternoon would be complete without a prank, and given that they were all in Muggle clothes it wasn't that difficult. Harry decided to fly this prank solo. Sirius had mistakenly put his wand in his back pocket, which brought a smile to his face as he thought about what Mad-Eye Moody would say. Harry deftly alleviated the wand from his back pocket and switched it with a wildfire whiz-bang from Zonko's. Grinning, he then touched the wand to the tip of the firework and the rest was history. Sirius didn't realize anything was wrong at first. It began with just a little extra heat to his backside. Then came the noise from the firework, screaming as loud as it could. Sirius was now effectively aware of that something was wrong. Then, not as Harry had planned, his pants caught fire and he began running in circles yelling, "Put me out! Somebody please put me out!" Unfortunately for him, Remus along with the children were laughing too hard to do anything. It was then that Harry had a stroke of brilliance. Ari was quickly moving Sirius' wand, aiming over his head. "Sirius, hold still or I can't put you out." Sirius suddenly froze. He then saw the wand in Harry's hand aimed about his head. When Sirius looked up, he saw a large mass of water hovering above him. Harry gave a quick flick of the wand and enjoyed watching as the water dropped on him, effectively putting out the fire and soaking him from head to toe in water. "Sirius, you're all wet, here let me help you with that." Harry then gave another wave of the wand, causing wind to attack Sirius from every direction, drying him off. In the end Sirius didn't get that dry, but his well-manicured hair was now sticking up all over the place, much like Harry's usually did. Sirius really wasn't sure what he should do at this point. His godson had not only pranked him but pranked him in a way that was almost impossible to retaliate against him. More than that, Harry still had his wand. Meanwhile, all the children were laughing even harder, including Remus. With the last of Harry's work finished, he joined the other in laughing uncontrollably. Unfortunately, the laughter was not to last. Harry's magic flared in warning of an impending attack. Harry instantly stopped laughing. As a reflex, his magic instantly slowed time down to a crawl so that he could work. Harry could now see a stun traveling quickly toward Sirius. It was sent by a Death Eater. There were 6 of them present. Harry thought back to his day's events. Suddenly he remembered seeing McNair inside the 3 broomsticks. He must have recognized Harry and called in reinforcements. Harry's mind dropped into what he would call the zone in the future. His emotions instantly came under control, as did his vision. His mind was instantly processing everything in his surrounding. While his magic automatically searched out anything that might be hidden. During this time the stunner was barely crawling toward Sirius as he planned everything out in his mind. Harry allowed time to speed up again, but only enough that he could move at full speed without the magic in the air slowing him down. He rushed forward and pushed Sirius to the ground. He then put up a quick barrier, send the spell back to the caster. Once the stunner was traveling back, he put up a really powerful shield dome around Remus and the other. Satisfied that his friends and family were safe, Harry adopted a very feral look. It was time for him to go hunting. There were 6 Death Eaters. He could sense that only one of them had a holdout wand. That one became Harry's first target. Harry knew that he couldn't kill them, but that didn't mean he couldn't hurt them along the way. Harry rapidly fired off 6 bludgeoning spells at the wizard with 2 wands. He sent 2 directly at him and 2 to each side of him. Harry didn't wait for the spells to finish moving before he was already working on the others. 3 of them were grouped together closely enough. He sent a quickly spell at the ground below them. That would change the ground into liquid. He gave a 5-second delay before he sent a second spell that would turn the ground solid once more. He just had to hope that their wands would be underground with the rest of them. With those 3 effectively down, he turned back to check on the man he sent the bludgeoning spells at to find that he'd been hit by 3 of them. His wand hand appeared which suggested to Harry that one of the spells he sent off to the man's side hit his hand. The other 2 apparently hit dead center, sending him into a wall and knocking him unconscious. Harry only had 2 left to deal with, but before he could attack they both dissipated. Before Harry allowed for time to speed back to full again, he made sure to bind the unconscious one in ropes. The There 3 only had their head above ground, so he was satisfied they weren't going anywhere. Fully satisfied that it was safe again, Harry relaxed and allowed time to resume a full speed. Harry found out early dizzy when he would change the speed of time around him. "Are you all okay?" Harry asked, looking back to his friends. He quickly banished the shield dome that he used to protect them. RRY couldn't help but notice the looks of awe and shock from the group. This was something that Harry should have thought about before. Harry decided he had better check Sirius first, as Harry had pushed him to the ground first and rather roughly. "Padfoot, are you okay?" "Yeah, I'm fine," said Sirius, snapping out of it. He quickly rushed up to Harry and began checking him over. "Padfoot, I'm fine. They didn't even have time to cast a spell on me," said Harry as he tried in vain to fight off Sirius as he checked him over. "Harry, where did you learn all of that?" demanded Hermione. Reading." Harry hoped it would satisfy her, but he could see it was getting nowhere with her or with Remus and Sirius. Harry was saved for the moment from having to answer by the arrival of several Aurors. Harry instantly recognized one of them as Alistair Moody. Unfortunately, Harry was still holding the wand, so there was no way for him to say that Sirius did it. "What happened?" Moody asked, looking directly at Harry. 6 Death Eaters appeared. Harry then relayed what happened minus him being able to alter the flow of time. "You're telling me that you did this, boy?" demanded Moody as he glanced over the 4 incapacitated Death Eaters. "Yes, sir," said Harry. Harry knew also that by now Dumbledore would be on his way. In fact, it surprised Harry greatly that he wasn't here already. "How old are you?" asked Moody. 7, said Harry. He knew that this wouldn't go well. He also knew that the other would be asked to confirm what he'd just done. Like clockwork, Moody looked to Sirius and Remus for confirmation. They both just nodded grimly. Harry could sense a bit of fear from them. The kids were more just in awe of him. "Hello, Alistair," said the calm, patient, all-knowing, ever so annoying voice of Dumbledore. "Afternoon, Dumbledore," began Moody. "As you can see, we have a bit of situation on our hands." "Indeed, but it would appear that you have caught the Death Eaters," said Dumbledore. "Here it comes," mumbled Harry under his breath, but he knew that Moody had heard it. "Not he," said Moody, pointing directly at Harry. "Do you mean to tell me that this 7-year-old is responsible for capturing 4 Death Eaters without so much as a scratch on him?" asked Dumbledore. "Exactly," said Moody. "Pretty amazing young man, ain't he?" "I would say so. It would seem that young Mr. Potter has been full of surprises this year," said Dumbledore, looking at Harry. Harry knew that expression all too well. It was his. "You and I are going to have a nice long chat where you are going to spill your guts and tell me everything that you know, or I'll force it out of your mind. Look." It wasn't a reassuring look for Harry. He hadn't experienced such a look in nearly 8 years since the old codger final bit the big one. To think that the most powerful wizard other than himself and Voldemort would die not in battle but slipping as he stepped out of the shower was just wrong. "Mr. Potter, as in Harry Potter?" asked Moody. "Well then, that explains it." Harry couldn't believe that Moody would say that, to just accept the fact that because it was Harry Potter then this could happen. It instantly made Harry suspicious. Then he saw a look exchanged between the pair that told Harry everything that he needed to know. Dumbledore must have suspected something like this might have happened, and therefore he put Moody into position to resolve it if it did. Harry was set up from the word go, and now Dumbledore probably had a vague idea of what was happening, or at least as to what Harry was. Sirius and Remus were both about to question this as well, but were quickly silenced by a look from Dumbledore that clearly said, "Shut up and don't make this more of a problem than it already is." Harry finally just sighed in defeat. There was nothing left to do but sit down and talk to Dumbledore. "Professor Dumbledore," began Harry, "if you want me to tell you all about it, I think it might be a good idea to go to your office up at the school, and maybe the other could play on their new brooms for a while on the Quidditch pitch." "A capital idea, Harry," said Dumbledore jovially. A little while later Harry, Sirius, Remus, and Dumbledore were all sitting in Dumbledore's office. "Would you like a lemon drop?" offered Dumbledore to the occupants. "You still putting minor cheering charms on them?" asked Harry as he reached his hand out. Dumbledore didn't make any motion to show surprise, which just further confirmed Harry's belief that Dumbledore had already figured it out. "Indeed, Harry," said Dumbledore with a smile. Harry took one and popped it in his mouth. "I get the feeling that by the time I finish with this conversation I may need a lot more than just the one. So, Harry, would I be correct to assume that you've been in my office before?" "Albus, you would be correct," said Harry. "On a first-name basis are we now, Harry?" asked Albus. "We have been for nigh 15 years, or at least since I fully joined the Order late in my 7th year, but then that was just before Hogwarts fell, so," said Harry. He could tell that Sirius and Remus were quite confused. "So, it is as I feared then," said Albus calmly. "It is far worse than you could possibly imagine," said Harry. "May I ask how?" "Well, after my wife and unborn child along with my 2 best friends and their little GIRL were killed, I finally found that damned power the Dark Lord know not. Took too long," said Harry. "Ah, then may I ask, how much do you know about time mages?" asked Harry. Suddenly the room was in awe and shocked disbelief. "But I thought they were just a legend," asked Remus as he was the most coherent of the bunch. "It would appear that is no longer the case," said Albus, "but can you telephone me how you managed to surpass the barriers on how far you could rewind time?" "I'm not certain of the specifics, but I found a ritual that would allow me to travel back any number of years within my own lifetime, but in doing so, I've lost the ability to rewind time until I catch back up to where I am supposed to be," said Harry. "And before you start preaching about not messing about with time, I would just like to point out that as time mage, it is my right to mess about with time." Dumbledore chuckled. "I know that, Harry. It is written in the ancient laws, but I would like to remind you that if you change too much too early it will greatly change the outcome you expect." "I know that," that is why I have been very careful to make sure certain key events transpire in the right time. Haven't you to wait for just the right moment or everything will come crashing down, said Harry. Is there reason that you cannot finish him now while he is without a body? Asked Dumbledore. No, said Harry, when he comes back. If he used the same ceremony I can kill him then. Now, his body is still affected by certain rituals and whatnot that would make it nearly impossible to kill him without 6 or 7 witch and wizards of your level. As it is, I won't reach your level for another 10 years despite my fast knowledge. But if I do this right, I can get him when he undoes everything he did in the first place. You see, for him to come back the way he did will requires that he reverses about 90 of everything he had done. The only reason I couldn't kill him in the future is because he took great pains to do the rituals over again. I will only have one chance, maybe 2 if I'm lucky to kill him before he starts with those damnable rituals all over again. I have no intention of wasting those opportunities. I see, said Albus. Well, your secret is safe with me, Harry. I figured it would be. I hope you can understand why I kept things from you. I can, and I am sorry that pride, said Dumbledore, on the other hand. If I didn't, I imagine Minister Fudge would have some choice words for you. Ugh, can't that buffoon ever stop nosing into things, honestly, Harry, does this mean that you know where Wormtail is? Asked Remus. Yes, sadly I know exactly where he is, said Harry, and sadly we have to wait until my 3rd year before we can go after him. Why then? Asked Sirius, who was annoyed by the look of it. Trelawney's second real prophecy, said Harry more to Dumbledore than anything. Dumbledore then chuckled a bit. What are you laughing at now? Asked Harry nervously. He had so many secrets at this point any one of them could have been seen through. That bond, said Dumbledore, let me guess. Don't even bother. I am still kicking myself in the ass for letting that happen, said Harry. I was just so excited to see her alive again, well, you know. I understand, it is going to be some really long years for you, Harry, said Dumbledore. I'm not too sure how her parent would react if they were to find out exactly what that bond was. Harry shuddered. I still remember the first time Ron found out. Sometimes I'm thankful that the others were dead at the time. Harry then had a really sad look on his face. Ghosts of the past, Harry, said Dumbledore, you have a clean slate to work from this time around. I know, but what am I supposed to say to Mrs. Weasley and my adoptive parents when they ask what happened today? I think it would be best to perform a minor memory charm. Make them think that Sirius was responsible and I will pull certain strings I have with the Prophet and the Ministry to ensure that the public believe that Mr. Black and Mr. Lupin were responsible for capturing those Death Eaters. Thanks, Albus, said Harry. If you ever need my advice on anything with regards to how it may or may not affect the future, feel free to ask, but I can't guarantee I'll be able to give you an answer. I do not believe that will be necessary, but I would like to thank you for the offer, said Dumbledore. If I were to constantly rely on your insight I may inadvertently alter things too far. You are wise when you want to be, Albus, said Harry. I know that you have done certain things for me because you believed that you were protecting me, and while I may have still been supremely angry with you in the future, you're being given a second chance this time around. Therefore I would highly recommend that you keep me informed when the time comes. I understand, Harry, said Albus, thank you. Well, I need to get back into the mindset of a 7-year-old again, said Harry. I think that a little play time on my broom would do that quite effectively. Right you are, Harry, said Albus. I will follow you down to the pitch and see to your friends' memories of this afternoon. Before we go, Sirius, Remus, would you like for me to alter your memories? I think that we can keep this a secret, said Padfoot. Hold on, Albus, said Harry, grinning deviously. I have a price for them to be allowed to keep their memories. Sirius and Remus became nervous at the glint in Harry's eye. That's the same look your father got whenever he planned to do some crazy, said Sirius. So Remy's told me, said Harry. Name your price, said Remus with a nervous swallow. I just need for you to brew 6 doses of a certain potion, said Harry. Albus raised an eyebrow at this. What potion would that be? Well, considering that we were all attacked today, I thought it might not be a bad idea if my friends and I had an alternate means of escape, said Harry. Those in the room though could feel the sneakiness behind it. Harry, are you thinking what I think you're thinking? Asked Sirius. Marauders to the end, said Harry. I may still have the knowledge of how and what, my body needs the potion to make it possible. I suppose you already know if your friends can, said Remus. In the future they all were, said Harry. What better way to disappear after a strategic guerrilla strike on Death Eaters? The way you talk it sounds rough, said Sirius. You have no idea, you died before it got really bad, said Harry. You were the second death of the Second War, and believe me when I say it still hurts. Okay, Remy and I will make the potion, said Sirius, but you'll be responsible for teaching them. Also, I'm GUESS. You intend for this to be entirely secret, am I correct? Absolutely, said Harry. So, does this mean that the 6 of you will be worse than the Marauders? Asked Albus. Sir, I didn't much enjoy my time at Hogwarts the first time except for the fact that I didn't live with my aunt and uncle. I have some things to make up for. I've done a lot of that make-up work just by having parents and family that love and care for me. Trust me when I say that the Marauders will look like nothing compared to the havoc we shall wreak. Also, just as a forewarning, you might want to give Professor SNA Pay the largest raise in the history of Hogwarts. Between my plans and what he may have to go through in the war, he definitely deserves it. Well, at least he has 4 years to prepare for your arrival, said Dumbledore. Harry smirked, causing Remus and Sirius both to howl with laughter. A little bit later Dumbledore had straightened out all the memory issues and pulled the strings that he had with the Ministry and the Daily Prophet. Effectively resolving the issue, that afternoon found them all being lectured by Mrs. Weasley first for being late coming home and then second for getting into such danger. Sirius and Remus also got a separate lecture for buying so many gifts and toys for her children. After that, Harry and Hermione went home where they had to explain what happened to Jane and Henry. Which went over surprisingly well. Sirius and Remus were even invited to have dinner with them as thanks for protecting the children. After Sirius and Remus finally left Harry and Hermione went straight to bed where sleep claimed them both quickly. Return of the Marauders. 6 months after the attack in Hogsmeade, Harry and Hermione had settled back into their usual routine. Except that now very other weekend was spent with either Padfoot and Moony or the Weasleys. The visits to the Weasleys were always the most difficult for Harry because of his past connection to the family. His connection to Ginny was the most difficult to adjust to though. In the future he could just take her and kiss her any time he wanted. He could share everything with her, but now she was still too young to understand everything and she would continue to be too young for many more years. He truly missed his wife, but he forced himself to carry on and enjoy their youth for as long as they were able to. Ally's summer holidays arrived once more, and this meant that Harry and Hermione would spend most of their days at the Weasleys since Jane had started working again to pay for a family vacation that summer. It was to be Harry's first ever summer vacation and they were going to Italy for 2 whole weeks. However, before they went on vacation, Remus and Sirius had a little going away party for them. Harry, Hermione, Jane, Henry, and all of the Weasleys met at Grimmauld Place a few days before the trip was to leave. Welcome children, said Remus, who greeted them all first. Hello Moony, said Harry first. Hello Moony, the other children chimed in. Hello Remus, said Jane, giving Remus cheek a kiss. Hello again Remus, said Henry, shaking hands politely. Well, for you kids, Sirius has got a surprise for the 6 of you waiting upstairs, so why don't you head straight up, ordered Remus. Harry knew exactly what the surprise was, but that didn't mean he wanted to ruin it. Harry raced ahead of the other 5 to the library. It was the room they all always met in when they were scheming something, especially pranks. Harry barreled into the room and declared himself champion of the world to his friends. All right, so you got the drop on us, said Fred. But we usually win, said Fred. I always lose, pouted Hermione. Harry made up his mind then that next time he would arrange for Hermione to win the race. Yeah, well, I beat all of you, said Sirius, trying not to laugh at the kids. On the table before Sirius were 6 glass vials. Harry eagerly. He had since informed his friends what they would be doing and as a result forced them all to learn certain things. Specifically, he made them read 6 different books and practice some mind-clearing exercises that were similar to occlumency. Unfortunately, without a wand, Harry had no way to help them build up mental shields and such. "Didn't I say I'd finish them?" asked Sirius in mock offense. "So Moony did it," said Ginny with a giggle as Sirius' face dropped. "So, are you all ready?" asked Moony coming up from behind. They all nodded once emphatically, though none were too keen to try it. Harry decided to be the brave one and try it first. He stepped up and took a vial and then fearlessly downed its entire contents. "That stuff is nasty." Sirius laughed. "Good, that's how you know it's working. Hurry up and take you lot," ordered Harry with a cough. If he remembered correctly, he'd soon be taking a nap. As such, he took a seat in a chair to wait. He vaguely saw the other down their potion before he went out like a light. Harry had previously taken the liberty of warning Sirius and Remus that both he and Ginny would be out for nearly 3 hours because they both had mated magical creatures. Like clockwork, Harry woke up only a few minutes before Ginny. "Welcome back, Harry," said Padfoot. "Yeah, mate," said Ron. "The rest of us had the decency to only be out cold for a little more than an hour." "To think," said Fred. "The nerve of some wizards," said George. "And witches," added Hermione. "Let us not forget that Ginny is also still out like a light." "So the parents have gotten wind of anything yet, have they?" asked Harry. "Not at all. Remus went down shortly after you went out. He promised to keep them distracted," explained Padfoot. Suddenly Ginny shot up straight. "Whoa. That was wicked." "I know," said Harry with a silly grin. "So what is everyone?" asked the ever-impatient Sirius. "Well, my dear brother and I," began Fred. "Are Siamese cats," said George. "Kings of mischief," said Fred. "Lords of disruption," said George. Fred was about to add another title when Hermione cut them off. "We get it. I, myself, am an owl." "I'm a stinking fox," complained Ron. "Wicked," said George. "He's even more mischievous than us," said Fred. Ron suddenly had new respect for his fox form. "I am a noble and pure true griffin," said Ginny. "I am also a noble and pure true griffin," said Harry, grinning at Ginny. He knew this would be the case coming into it. "True griffins, really?" asked Sirius. "Yes, full-bodied lion with golden wings," said Harry, "the symbol of any true Gryffindor." "Wicked," exclaimed Fred, George, and Ron together. "I know," said Harry and Ginny proudly. "You know, dogs and cats don't get along so well," said Padfoot. "Sorry to hear that, mate, but you're going to have to learn," said Harry. "All right, so you all know what you need to do now, and remember, this is a secret and a very big one at that," said Sirius very seriously. "We know, Padfoot," said Hermione. "Then there is just one thing left to do," said Padfoot. "Marauders, attention." All the children lined up military style. "Ginny Weasley, step forward and kneel," ordered Padfoot. Ginny stepped forward and kneeled. Padfoot then brandished a rubber chicken. "I hereby dub thee, Kitty." Ginny mewed once before she stepped back in line. "Gred, front and center," said Padfoot. Fred stepped up and took a knee. "I hereby dub thee, Mischief." George made a fake clawing action and hissed before he too rejoined the group. "Forge, get your butt up over here," said Padfoot. George marched forward, kicking each foot out in front of him high in the air. "I hereby dub thee Trouble." George stood and bowed deeply. "Ron, step up," said Sirius, still grinning. Ron took a few quick steps forward before he took a knee also. "I hereby dub thee Joker." Ron laughed and took his place. "Miss Hermione, if you would," said Sirius. Hermione curtsied and stepped forward. "I hereby dub the Genius." Hermione smiled and took her spot. "Last up, my godson. Your leader, Harry Potter," said Sirius. Harry turned around and did a backflip to land in front of Sirius. In the last 3 months he'd added gymnastics to his now long list of extracurricular activities. "I hereby dub thee, Pride. The leader of the pack." Harry growled out as loud as he could before he rejoined his friends, giving them all a hug. By this time they had all acknowledged Harry as the leader of their group. Ron didn't seem very happy at first, but after Harry bailed him out of trouble in a big way, Ron had no trouble looking to Harry as the leader of the pack. "The next generation of marauders," Sirius sniffled. "I've never been so proud." "Marauders," called Harry. "Our first prank as official marauders is to get Remus." We've gotten Sirius numerous times but have yet to get Remus. He's always one step ahead of us. I say it's time we finally get him. Are you in? In, yelled the group. Sirius, we could use your help, offered Harry. The fair, owl look that instantly crossed Sirius' face was all the confirmation he needed. Oh yeah, he's in. Break. Poor Remus was left in the kitchen with the adults in an attempt to stall them from digging in to what was happening with their children. From what Harry told him beforehand, it should only take a bit longer than 3 hours. The 3.5-hour mark just passed and he was running out of things to talk about. Finally he was saved when the door opened and the children and Sirius all filed in. Welcome back, said Jane with a laugh. Did you kids enjoy planning whatever prank it is you're on about this week? Harry just grinned as did the other. I'm not so sure I like that grin, said Henry. It is quite unnerving, isn't it? Said Moony. Yep, Moony is toast this time, said Ron. Ah, so I'm the target again, am I? Asked Moony. Well then, nothing to fear as you've yet to get me. Sirius though just shook his head. Moony, I don't how these kids come up with these things but I fay. AR for the day they're all present at Hogwarts together. Oh come now Sirius, you're making Mrs. Weasley nervous, said Moony. Children, you really should not be engaging in such things, chided Mrs. Weasley though they could see a twinkle behind her eye that said she rather enjoyed the pranks but had to keep up appearances. But Mum, we're only going after Moony, said Fred. Yeah, think of all the pranks he and his friends played on you and Dad while at Hogwarts, said George. Let's not forget the day they changed the entire school's hair bright red to match yours and then changed only yours hot pink, said Ron. We've heard all about it, said Ginny. Were you aware that was all Remus' plan? Moony shot a dark look at Sirius for telling them that. You were responsible for that, said Molly. But you were only in second year then. And you were the premier couple at Hogwarts that year. It seemed only right that we honored you, said Remus in his defense. So you see, you really should encourage this prank, said Harry calmly. Molly and Arthur just smiled warmly and dropped the topic. So Moony, about this prank, said Harry, the ingenious part of it is that we had Sirius put a randomizing spell on it. So you won't know when, where, how, or what will happen. It could be today, it could be next week. You just can't tell with these kinds of things. Moony visibly gulped. Suddenly he was looking around the kitchen with worry. The children all just beamed at him with a devious glint behind their eyes while Sirius just shook his head in mock disbelief. Step 1 was complete in their prank, paranoia. He knew the prank was coming but the fact that he didn't know when it would happen had its effect in increasing the potency of the prank. The idea was that as soon as Moony relaxed and forgot about the prank, it would activate. Well, why don't we all go out and get some dinner, suggested Henry. Food, bellowed Ron, Fred, George, Harry, Arthur, Moony, and Padfoot together. The women just shook their heads. An hour later they were all seated at a large table in a restaurant Sumu. It was an Italian restaurant with an all-you-can-eat buffet. After they were all roughly stuffed full of food they sat around talking. 2 days later Harry and the Grangers boarded an airplane to Italy for a 2-week vacation. Harry spent as much of his 2-week vacation just lounging on the beach. Unfortunately for him, that wasn't much time. Harry discovered that the Grangers don't like to sit back and relax on vacation. Instead they spend every waking moment learning as much as possible about the country they are visiting. With the introduction of the Wizarding World there was a whole lot more to see as well beyond the regular Muggle tourist attractions. Who would have thought that the Vatican was actually a wizarding school in disguise? After the 2 weeks was up the family returned home where Harry felt as though he needed a vacation from his vacation. Naturally, the day after they returned they went to the Weasleys to tell them all about it. Hey guys, called Harry as he emerged from the fireplace. Even after some 30 years of flow travel experience, he still had trouble with his landings. Harry, you're back mate, said Fred. Hello boys, said Hermione as she emerged behind Harry. Hello Hermione, said Ron excitedly. Hermione didn't notice Ron's look but Harry certainly did. He could help thinking that this was a good thing for the two of them. Where's Ginny? Asked Harry as he surveyed the room. I think she's in her room, said George. Yeah, she was pestering us a bit ago about the animagus thing, said Fred. Dead annoying really, said Ron. Harry though looked at them unhappily. Guys, she's your sister. You should pay more attention to her. Yeah, Harry, said Fred turning back to whatever he was working on. This ticked Harry off slightly before he stormed out of the room and up the stairs to find Ginny. Harry walked down the hall towards her room. When he arrived at the door he could hear her sobbing coming from behind the door. So, he knocked. Go away, came a strained voice. Ginny, it's me, Harry, he said, can I come in? No, go away, you're just like them, said Ginny. Ginny, please, can I come in? He inquired again but received no answer, so he decided to take his chances and push the door open. Ginny was lying on her bed facing the wall. He could still hear her muffled sobs. Harry decided to be daring and closed the door behind him. He then walked to the bed and lay down next to Ginny, spooning her from behind. He then wrapped his arms around her and pulled her close in a hug. Hi. Ginny mumbled something back that Harry couldn't understand. Were your brothers being gits again? She didn't say anything but nodded. I'm sorry, said Harry. Is there anything I can help you with? There was no answer. Please Ginny, I really do want to help you, said Harry. He could not help but relish in being so close to his future wife even if she was feeling sad. I wanted them to help me with the transformation but they told me to go away, she finally said through her tears. All right then, said Harry, I'll help you then. You'll learn it faster than they will, I promise. Really, have I ever broken a promise to you before? Asked Harry. No, but, then I don't intend to start now. I promise. Say Ginny that I will always be here to help you with anything you need, said Harry into her ear. He couldn't help but feel delighted by the shiver that traveled down her spine and into him. He knew this was a very good thing. Ginny rolled towards Harry and hugged him in thanks. Thank you Harry. You're welcome Ginny, said Harry happily. He truly missed being this close to his wife. So, are you ready to become an animagus? Ginny nodded into Harry's chest. Great, said Harry as he forced himself to let go of the hug. He got off the bed and sat instead on the floor. Ginny wiped her face a few times before she sat on the floor across from him. Okay, have you been practicing the exercises to clear your mind like I showed you before I left? Yes, and I can do it really well now, said Ginny proudly. But I don't know what to do next and Fred and George wouldn't help me. Don't worry, you've already done the hardest part, said Harry. Okay, so do you remember the dream you had when you took the potion? Yes, good. I want you to focus on that dream. Focus on what you looked like, how you felt, how you moved, said Harry. Ginny closed her eyes. Harry could see her mind working through the images and focus on those memories. Now, tell yourself that is you, said Harry. Believe in yourself, that is me. Harry grinned broadly as Ginny's body began to change. He knew, full well that she would not complete the change on her first attempt because her body did not possess enough magic yet. But by practicing this part over and over again her magical reserves would grow and expand rapidly. Ginny only changed part way before she shifted back again and slumped to the floor breathing heavily. Way to go Ginny, said Harry excitedly, that was great for a first try. What was that? You started to change, said Harry proudly. I did, I really did. Asked Ginny still lying on the floor but smiling. Yeah, I told you that you could do it, said Harry. But why didn't I change all the way? Asked Ginny. Well, the change into an animal requires a huge amount of raw magical energy. Most people don't develop the amount of energy needed until they are much older, explained Harry, but by practicing what you just did it will cause your magical reserves to grow rapidly until you have enough magic to transform and then every time you transform and stay in your animal form it will cause your reserve to grow even more. By doing this transformation at such a young age, your magical potential will grow rapid and you will become a very powerful witch. Really, like you? She asked. Harry actually blushed at the compliment. I can only change a little bit too Ginny. My magical reserves haven't grown enough yet either. But, if you and I keep doing this part of the changing every night before bed, we'll be able to change in about a month, maybe 2. Really? Do my brothers know? Does Hermione? Nope. I haven't talked to them about it yet and I don't think I will because of them being such gits to you. But I might tell Hermione, said Harry, unless you want me to tell them. Nope. Don't tell them until after I've changed, said Ginny haughtily, which caused Harry to laugh at the look on her face. You are amazing, Ginny, said Harry sincerely but still laughing. Thank you, Harry, said Ginny sarcastically before she too laughed. Just remember, practice Eve. Rye night before bed doing exactly what we just did, said Harry, but for now, let's go get something to eat. Ginny nodded and followed Harry happily down the stairs to the kitchen to eat. The other were already there eating as well. They all spent the rest of the afternoon playing and having fun together. Harry and Ginny both practiced every night, changing as much as they could to expand their magical reserves as much as possible. Harry managed the transformation 3 weeks later, and that was when he told Hermione how to do it. Ginny managed the transformation 2 weeks after Harry, and as per Ginny's request he only told Ron how to transform. He didn't inform the twins until after Hermione had been able to transform. Because the twins were older, they were able to transform in the same time of all of them, but they still didn't transform until a few days after Ron had managed it. And so the next year passed with the children ever improving on their magical potential with some subtle hints and suggestions from Harry. Harry, though personally, worked on expanding his magical pool as much and as fast as possible. He had a simple goal that by the time he reached Hogwarts, his magical pool would be large enough to begin training in wandless magic again. It just happened that Ginny's magical pool was expanding just as fast because Harry didn't tend to hold anything back from her in the way of training. Harry realized that he'd made a very drastic change in Gin, his meddling with time. If she continued her rate of growth, she would probably stay close in power to him, which meant that she would exceed Dumbledore's magical power along with him by Harry's 3rd year at Hogwarts. Harry had come to a decision because of his meddling to do something about the Ginny situation. If she had to remain at home a year without Harry there to help her train, she would actually lose a lot of her potential. It was for that reason he invited Professor Dumbledore to his 10th birthday party. All of Harry's friends and family had come to his party. The Weasleys were all there, as was Remus and Sirius. Dumbledore came as well, not necessarily to celebrate Harry's birthday but more for the fact that he knew Harry had something to discuss with him. Professor Dumbledore, do you think I could speak with you? Asked Harry politely. Dumbledore smiled and followed Harry to his bedroom. What did you need to speak with me about? Ginny, said Harry simply. What about her? Asked Albus calmly but interested. Sir, can you take a rough measurement of my magical energy right now? Asked Harry with a smile. Albus murmured a few words and gave a wave of his wand. Around Harry a bright aura erupted, filling the room with bright golden light. It was clear to Harry that Albus was shocked. I know, said Harry with a grin. Harry, how is this possible? Asked Dumbledore. You've developed the magical reserves of a mage and at such a young age. How? I learned the exercise in the future when I was 19. The fact that I remembered them has allowed me to use some of the non-wand exercises. I started with animagus training. Lately I've been developing that further and further. Hopefully by the time Hogwarts begins I can start on wandless magic to further develop my magical reserves. Do you really think you can develop the magical reserve of an archmage by the time you start Hogwarts? I think I can, said Harry honestly. I think that by the time I finish 2nd year I could probably reach the level of sorcerer. By 4th year, I hope I'll have reached the level of Grand Sorcerer. I don't know how much further I can go, but that should put me ahead of Voldemort by a considerable measure. Harry, you are aware that I am only a mid-level sorcerer? Asked Dumbledore. I know, and Voldemort is a high-level sorcerer or low-level Grand Sorcerer, said Harry knowledgeably. Are you certain that you can do this? Asked Dumbledore. Absolutely, said Harry, but here is something more that I need to tell you. You mentioned Ginny at the beginning, so what is it about Ginny that you wanted to talk to me about? She's just below me in power, said Harry. She's been doing the same exercises as I have and she's been just a step below me the whole way. It's really amazing. Dumbledore seemed to have one too many surprises for the day as he sat down breathing heavily. He seemed to be having a panic attack. So you mean to tell me that you and your future wife are so very powerful? Asked Dumbledore. That is correct, said Harry. I don't know if you'll want to hear this, but Ron, Hermione, Fred, and George are all going to become at least sorcerers if they continue at the rate they are moving, but I wouldn't expect them to reach such a level until after they finish from Hogwarts. My meddling in time has moved their training ahead so far that they will be more powerful in this timeline than they were in mine. Harry, how is it that in this Saint year with Fred and George at school that none of their potential showed? Asked Dumbledore. Well, they didn't really apply themselves now, did they? Face it, Fred and George are very powerful wizards, and if they choose to be, said Harry. I suppose you're right, said Dumbledore. Anyway, I wanted to talk to you specifically about Ginny, said Harry. If she remains at home for a year without me around to help her develop, then she will lose a lot of her potential. I want you to take her into Hogwarts at the same time as me, Ron, and Hermione. Harry, I don't give me that, Albus. I know full well that you can. You just don't want to talk to Mrs. Weasley about it. I would talk to her myself if I didn't have to worry about blowing my cover, chided Harry. Very well, I will talk to her today, said Dumbledore. But you owe me. Harry smiled. Thank you, sir. Harry followed Dumbledore back downstairs and followed him as he went to talk to Mrs. Weasley. Hello, Molly, said Dumbledore. Hello, Albus. She greeted him. Friend Lily. I have just had a most interesting birthday request from Harry here, said Albus, effectively shifting the blame for her reactions to Harry. Harry I led outside, but inside he was grimacing at how well Dumbledore manipulated the situation to his favor. Oh, and what has young Harry asked you for? Asked Henry, joining the conversation. Well, Harry has mentioned that he is excited to be attending Hogwarts with his friends next year, but he is a bit worried about young Ginny being all by herself. He apparently has a thirst for reading and has read that it is possible for students to begin younger if their magical core has developed enough. As you may know, we generally don't start students until they are 11 because the magical core, on average, develops around that time. He asked that I would check Ginny's core to see if she could come to Hogwarts with the rest of them, explained Albus. Oh, Harry, that's very sweet of you, said Molly. I know how important she is to you and I wish that she could go with you. But I don't want her to be disappointed if her core isn't developed enough. Don't worry, Molly. I assure you that Ginny will never know what the test is for, said Albus. I think that it would be a very good idea, honestly. Well, if you think it's a good idea, then Albus, I don't see why not, said Arthur. Ginny dear, can you come here? Ginny quickly rushed to her father and gave him a hug. Hello, Daddy, what do you want? I swear it was George that put the spiders in Ron's underwear, not me. Arthur raised an eyebrow at the little girl. Molly, though, rushed off to start berating George. Harry and Ginny were smiling though because they both knew they had done that prank together. You're not in trouble, dear, said Arthur. Though your brothers might wish to have a word with you soon. Actually, I called you over here because Professor Dumbledore wanted to check something, if you'll allow it. Ginny looked to Harry for confirmation. Harry nodded and smiled at her to let her know that it was okay. Again Albus performed the same spell he did earlier. Once again a bright golden aura of light filled the room, though not as brightly as Harry's had. Well, I think that about decides it, said Albus as he rubbed his eyes so as to see again properly. Albus, what was that? Asked Molly. That would be young G.I. Never's magical aura, and as you saw it was not only very bright but also quite powerful, said Albus. So what does that mean, Mr. Dumbledore? Asked Ginny. It means that next year when Ron, Hermione, and Harry go to Hogwarts, you will go as well, explained Dumbledore with a smile. Really? Asked Ginny with a bright smile. Indeed, but only if your mother and father approve, said Dumbledore with a grin. Mummy, Daddy, can I please? She asked, stressing the please into a very long whiny word. She also added the puppy dog eyes for extra effect. How can I say no to a look like that? Asked Arthur. I say yes, but you'll have to convince your mother. Ginny turned her gaze on Molly. At first Molly's expression was as hard as stone, but that quickly chipped away until she nodded her accent. Yes, shouted Ginny as she ran about the house, finally giving her parents a big hug. You should thank Harry, dear, said Molly. What did Harry do? Asked Ginny. He asked Dumbledore to test you to see if you could go, said Molly. He didn't want to go to Hogwarts without you. Ginny looked to Harry. You really didn't want to go without me? I couldn't leave you behind now, could I? Asked Harry with a smile. Harry's smile was interrupted when the giant hug and say, thank you, a lot. My pleasure, Ginny. Oi, Gin, you need to let Harry breathe, it is his birthday after all, said Fred as he came over. Yeah, Gin, he's turning purple, added George. What's all this about? Asked Ron. Ginny's going to Hogwarts with you next year, said Mr. Weasley. What? Demanded Ron. She's going to Hogwarts next year with the rest of you, said Molly with a smile, but Ron didn't look very happy. How come she always has to tag along? Asked Ron disappointedly. Oh, come off it, Ron, said Hermione. You know that you wanted her to come. Ron smirked a bit at Hermione, but she'll always get in the way. Ron, you get in the way, she saves your butt, said Fred. If it weren't for Ginny, none of us would have gotten away with half the pranks we've pulled, said George. Except it, she's coming, said Fred. Besides, at least this way I'll have someone in my dorm room to be friends with, said Hermione. Yeah, I guess you're right, said Ron. He still wasn't happy, but he accepted it. All I have to say is good luck, said Sirius. You're going to need with all 6 of them their albus. Dumbledore seemed to have only suddenly realized exactly what he did. Is it too late to change my mind? Yes, said Harry vehemently. And so the next year leading up to Hogwarts passed in a haze of business and hard work by the marauders. Ron and Hermione started to get into a lot of arguments about stupid things that Harry knew they would become famous for, even after they get married. Fred and George spent the year preparing Hogwarts for the arrival of the rest of the marauders. They said that they were just warming the school up for what was to come. Harry and Ginny's magical core developed faster than Harry anticipated, and 6 months before they were to begin at Hogwarts they both began to train secretly in wandless magic. Harry known for a long time that the ministry was on Lee able to track underage magic use by the wand signature. The one summer where Harry received a warning because of Dobby was only because Dobby copied Harry's wand signature while Harry was out of the room. Harry also continued with his extracurricular activities, except that he'd cut down to just fencing and gymnastics, which took up plenty of his time. Somehow he'd managed to convince Mrs. Astley to enroll Ron and Ginny in the classes. He knew that it was a bit expensive for the Weasleys, so as a Christmas present he gave them a year membership to each. Finally, at long last, it was time for the Fabulous Four to enter Hogwarts. Philosopher's Stone. Harry knew that Hogwarts would never be the same with the introduction of the new marauders. He had no idea how much it would change either. Harry and his 3 friends were only too happy to cross the barrier onto platform 9 3/4 the 1st of September. Hermione wouldn't stop jabbering about the history of Hogwarts and the history of the train. Ron would repeatedly get into a stupid argument with Hermione. Ginny was only too happy to be going along for the ride. The 4 all found a compartment together and were only too happy to sit back and relax. Excuse me, have any of you seen a toad? A boy asked as he opened their compartment door. What's the toad's name? Harry asked, already knowing the answer. Trevor, said the boy. Accio Trevor the toad, Harry remarked, giving a wave of his wand. He knew that once they were on the train it was safe to begin using magic with a wand. Harry heard a few shrieks from different girls that he guessed had seen the toad fly past them. It was barely a moment later that the toad zoomed into the compartment. Harry caught the toad and handed it to the boy. Here you go, you might want to keep him in his cage for the rest of the trip. Thanks, said the boy. I'm Neville, by the way, Neville Longbottom. Nice to meet you, Neville. I'm Harry Potter. This is Hermione Granger, Ron Weasley and Ginny Weasley, he said, introducing each of his friends in turn. Fred and George were riding up with Lee Jordan, their best friend. Neville, of course, reacted the same as everyone else, and his eyes jumped up to Harry's scar. In the future Harry learned to be proud of his scar. It caused fear for many of the younger Death Eaters that he'd run across. Since that time he'd always kept his hair cut short and spiked so as to show off the scar whenever possible. Yes, I'm that Harry Potter, said Harry with a smile. Want to sit with us? Neville nodded dumbly, but his eyes never left Harry's scar. Hello, Neville, said Hermione. So what year are you? First year. We're all in first year, said Hermione. I must say that I'm really excited to be able to finally use my wand. I just feel lucky that I was accepted," said Neville. "My family thought that I'd be a squib for the longest time." "Neville, I imagine that once you've trained up a bit you'll be a right powerful wizard," said Harry with a smile. "You think so?" asked Neville. "Sure, you have to remember, most of the students coming into Hogwarts will probably know as much as you do or even less. And being that you understand what a squib is, I'd say you're ahead of most Muggleborns, so don't worry so much," said Harry. "Are all of you from wizarding families?" asked Neville. "Well, my mum and dad were obviously a witch and wizard," said Harry. "But I'm Muggleborn," said Hermione, "and Harry is my adopted brother, so he is technically from a non-magical family, though if you were to come to our house you might not think so these days." "I know. I can't believe how much Mum and Dad have embraced magic. I couldn't believe they let Sirius connect them to the flow for that matter," said Harry. "After the flow it was all downhill from there," said Hermione. "Anyway, we're both from a pureblood family," said Ron. "Not that purebloods are any better," added Ginny. "As it is, most of the magic we've learned so far has come from Harry and Hermione's non-stop reading," said Ron. "At least we pick up a book once in a while," shot back Hermione. The next row had begun. "Did they do that often?" asked Neville to Harry as he watched them go. "What? Oh, yeah, they do it so often after a while you stop noticing," said Harry. "What's the score now, Ginny?" "Hermione's way ahead with 192 victories to Ron's 125 victories," said Ginny. "And that's just since last month, but seeing as this is a new month we should restart the count." "Right you are," said Harry with a laugh. "You actually keep count of their arguments?" asked Neville. "Those are only the ones that we're present for," said Harry. "Sometimes we make a game of it to see who can get them into a row the most," said Ginny. "Which isn't hard, mind you," said Harry. "You lot are crazy," said Neville before he could cover his mouth. "Sorry, I didn't mean that." "Sure you did, and you are probably right," said Harry. Just then the compartment door slammed open. "I've heard that Harry Potter is in this compartment," said a snide arrogant voice that Harry would love nothing more than end permanently. "And what if he is?" asked Harry without meeting the boy's face. "I felt it my duty to see to it that he's in proper company," said the boy, "not with some weasels and a couple of mudbloods." "What's your name?" asked Harry, already knowing the answer. "Malfoy, Draco Malfoy," said the boy haughtily. "Well, Mr. Malfoy," began Harry, "if I ever hear such an obscenity uttered again in my presence I will not hesitate to break or remove a limb from your body." This time Harry locked eyes with the boy. Harry felt pleasure in seeing Malfoy Jr. recoiled in fear when he met Harry's eyes. He recovered soon enough, but that didn't keep the fear out of his voice. "Who do you think you are to threaten me? I am Harry Potter. I have destroyed the body of the most powerful Dark Lord in recent history. If he ever comes back, I will destroy him again. And why upstarts who want to take his place will also die at my hands. Anyone I catch associating with any Dark Lord will die by my hands. That includes you and your father. You might be from a wealthy family, Malfoy, but all Earl cannot protect you from death. Consider yourself warned." With that said, Harry gave a flick of the wrist and magically threw the boy out of the cabin and into his two cronies, effectively knocking them all unconscious. "Making enemies already?" asked Ron. "He was never going to be a friend," said Harry. "I can't believe you just threatened him," said Hermione. "I'm telling Mum and Dad." "No you're not," said Harry. "That boy is an elitist and his family proudly served Voldemort, and one day he hopes to do the same. The only reason his family was not stripped of their LTH and status and not sent to prison when Voldemort fell is because they paid their way out of trouble. Bribed officials, specifically Minister Fudge, to accept their claims to be under the Imperious Curse. Make no mistake, Hermione, I was not threatening that boy. I made him a promise to kill him and his family if they ever associate with a Dark Lord again." Hermione was shocked by Harry. She had never seen such pure malice behind his eyes, nor had she seen such hidden wisdom either. Suddenly she became suspicious of Harry. "Too right, Harry," said Ron. "Dad's told us all about the Malfoy family, isn't that right, Ginny?" Ginny nodded, but Harry could see that something was wrong. "What is it, Ginny?" "The way he glanced at me," she began, but paused as she shivered. "Ginny, if he ever comes near you, you must tell me," said Harry. "He's dangerous to all of us." What do you mean, Harry? He's only a boy like you, said Hermione. No, not like me. He's dangerous because he is only too happy to. Oh, tell his father anything that he sees of me. I have no doubt that he came in here to hopefully secure a position in my circle only to spy on me for his father, said Harry. Stay away from him at all costs. Hermione finally nodded, seeing that Harry was deadly serious about the situation. So Harry, would it be safe to assume that he is the #1 target for all future pranks? Asked Ron. Absolutely, said Harry, but we have to be careful. If we push him too far, he may do something foolish and hurt one of us in retaliation. Ron nodded. Neville meanwhile was shocked by the conversation that just took place. So Neville, began Ron, do you play wizard's chess? And so the mood broke and they all returned to happier pursuits. Harry though spent most of the carriage ride reassuring Ginny that everything would be all right. Whatever she sensed from Malfoy had really shaken her. The remainder of the train ride passed by smoothly without trouble. Harry bought a load of sweets for all of his friends, using some of the gold from his trust. Hermione didn't like it, but she couldn't really argue as she'd become addicted to some of the sweets despite their parents protesting. They were dentists after all. Having arrived into Hogsmeade Station, Harry was only too happy to hear the familiar voice of the gamekeeper, even though he had not heard that voice since the end of his 6th year, his first time around. Hopefully this time things would go much more in his favor. Furs years or air, called the booming voice of the familiar half-giant. Hello, said Harry with a grin as he glanced the giant man. Well, hello there, he said, beaming. You may not remember me, but I knew you when you was just a baby. I remember you from a dream I had about a flying motorcycle, said Harry. You remembered, he beamed proudly. Name's Hagrid. Pleased to meet you, said Harry. Hermione and the other followed suit. Ron took a bit longer as he was stunned at the sheer size of the giant. Ey followed the giant man along with the other first years to the magical boats waiting to take them across the enchanted lake. Harry thought back and remembered vividly the first time he'd ever seen the castle. It was such a perfect sight to behold, and an absolutely perfect night too. The vision of the castle that appeared before him was exactly as he remembered it. It was simply spectacular and left them all in awe. Soon they were all lined up to await Professor McGonagall. Remember everyone, if you have to argue with that stupid hat to put you into Gryffindor, Harry whispered to his friends, including Neville. Professor McGonagall though didn't seem happy that Harry was talking at the same time as her. You young man, should feel lucky that you have not been placed in a house yet, or else I would be only too happy to deduct house points, chided McGonagall. Harry turned on the charm. I apologize for speaking out of turn. I was just commenting to my friends that if all our teachers look as good as you, then we'd never be able to concentrate because we'd all be in awe. Harry heard her giggle lightly but then settle for a light smirk and twinkling eyes. The students surrounding Harry were all in awe of him. Professor McGonagall just turned and led them into the great hall to be sorted. The same names that were so familiar to him were called off one by one until Hermione was called up. This time the hat seemed to be having a lot of trouble deciding where to put her. Harry could see the red hint of anger creeping up her face as she was mentally arguing with the hat. Why the hat seemed to sigh in defeat and called out, Gryffindor. The Gryffindor table erupted in cheers. Hermione looked relieved to Harry. Harry Potter, said McGonagall. Harry walked up confidently and sat down to await the hat's rant. What do we have here? Spoke the hat into Harry's head. Hello Gideon, it's been a while since we last spoke, hasn't it? Said Harry to the hat. Indeed, it would seem so, said the hat. Harry had many conversations with that hat in the future. It was one of the few items Harry and the others escaped the castle with when it fell. It was then he learned the hat's name, Gideon. Gryffindor again, isn't it? Asked Harry. It would seem that you would accept nothing else, said Gideon, but I would recommend caution. Don't act too quickly. Some things are meant to take their course. I know. I can trust that you won't tell Dumbledore anything you've learned from my mind. Asked Harry. Of course, I know the laws even better than he does, said Gideon laughingly. Indeed, do me a favor. Ensure that the two Weasleys become Gryffindor, said Harry. It is where they are meant to be. Fine, but you will have to come chat with me later, said Gideon happily. Of course, If you've seen my memories then you know that I've often come to you when I need advice, said Harry. I know. Well then, I think the others are starting to get impatient, said Gideon before he finally shouted. Gryffindor. Harry happily took his seat with the other Gryffindors. Harry didn't pay much attention after that, or he would have noticed that the hat took quite a bit longer to decide where to place Malfoy. He would have also noticed the color drain from Malfoy's face while he was being sorted. Whatever it was that the hat told him, it had obviously made an import that would have rippling effects on the future. The hat did place him in Slytherin, though Malfoy wasn't looking too sure of that decision. Both Ron and Ginny joined Harry and Hermione at the table, only too happy to be there. The feast proceeded much as Harry remembered it, including Voldemort's attempt to search Harry's mind from the back of Quirrell's head. Harry had to let Voldemort in a little and see a lot of false images. Harry was lucky that Voldemort would be so confident in what he saw that he would never suspect he was being given false information. That night Harry and the others slept deeply and contentedly, though they had to all be up very early in the morning. There were plans that had to be carried out. It was time the school was properly introduced to the new marauders. Todd, I would be one for the history books, as Muggles would say. Indeed, the next edition of Hogwarts, a history, and all the following editions would speak of this day in particular. The group all agreed that the first of the pranks would be school-wide, affecting everyone including themselves. The pranks would begin at breakfast and end when everyone went to sleep. Not even the ghosts and one able to avoid this one. Of course they all snuck back up to bed so that it would appear that they woke up along with the other students and effectively draw attention away from themselves. Promptly at 6 a.m., the entire school was woken up. Not one person had a clue how this particular task was accomplished, but nonetheless it was. Every student and every teacher at 6 a.m. was awoken to it snowing in their beds and small conjured penguins running about the school. This included one very unhappy potions professor. Now that everyone was awake, the penguins all vanished and the snow melted, soaking the beds. Chu saw that a warm, refreshing shower would have been greatly appreciated after being awoken to a blizzard inside the castle was an understatement. The only problem was that the shower heads would randomly shoot a massive burst of freezing cold water at unsuspecting victims. The student body was very unhappy as they made their way down to breaks, especially when every stairway turned into a slide whenever someone stepped on them. For the Slytherins, this was especially painful as they were all trying to climb the stairs going up. When the students did finally reach the Great Hall for breakfast, no one was happy. They all sat and ate their breakfast in peace. That was until the plate all began to complain about their lot in life and began throwing the food off themselves and at the students and teachers. No matter what any teacher attempted, not one of them could stop it from happening. This had the effect of cheering most of the students up, though, as a massive food fight broke out amongst the student body. Not one student or teacher had paid any attention to the ceiling, though. If they had, they might have noticed the rain clouds starting to form over their heads. Suddenly the entire room stopped, frozen in place. The rain began to fall on them, washing them all clean. Poor Cedric Diggory from Hufflepuff suddenly rushed to the front of the assembly hall. The lights dimmed and a single spotlight shined on him. From nowhere a bright yellow raincoat appeared on him and he began a rendition of Singing in the Rain. When his song ended, the next event began. 16 children moved to the front of the hall and all sat before conjured instruments. Without knowing how, they began to play a heavy swing beat. As if on cue, a few select couples got up on the tables and began to dance swing style, including Harry and Ginny. As quickly as all of this had happened, it ended rather impressively as everything that was out of place vanished and the room returned to look as though it were normal once again. Little did they know, bright words appeared in gold sparkling letters. Harry knew this might have tipped his hat to the teachers, but the majority of the students didn't have a clue. The ghost of the Marauders would like to thank the victims of the next generation for their unwilling participation in this latest prank. We do hope that you enjoy what we've prepared for the rest of the day. Good luck. May Merlin protect you all because no one else can. Prongs. Harry definitely saw a twinkle in Professor Dumbledore's eyes as the mirth overflowed. He also looked on in satisfaction at the pale expression on Professor Snape's face. Professor Dumbledore stood up to speak a few words to the student body, but as soon as he stood, a rather large fart erupted from behind him. Harry had never in his life seen the old man look so terribly embarrassed. "Excuse me, I'm not sure where that came from," he said, recovering quickly. That didn't prevent the student body from laughing terribly, though some just looked disgusted. "I do hope that we all enjoy these pranks today. It would be a shame to let such fine works of magic go to waste. However, I do hope that whoever is responsible will refrain from playing pranks in any lessons." Harry knew that Dumbledore was looking straight at him when he said that. He'd basically just given Harry permission to do anything he wanted as long as he didn't disrupt any classes. Fred and George were shocked by Dumbledore's statement. They looked as though Christmas had come early. The day continued from there, filled with mirth and excitement from all the students. Not even the fact that Harry had potions in the afternoon made the slightest difference to his mood. During class everything was peaceful and all of the students were in a good mood, including the Slytherins, who seemed to let their shields down a bit. But between classes was pure, unadulterated havoc and pranking without restraints. Girls found themselves dressed as boys and boys as girls between one class, and that ended as soon as the next class began. Some students were hopping around like frogs while others acted like monkeys. Afterward they all had a good laugh about it. Everything went smoothly until potions class. Snape strutted into the classroom from his office with his robes billowing behind him as they always did. He gave the same speech as the first time around. This time though Harry looked directly at the man while writing notes. He wasn't going to give him any reason to make an example of him, not that he wouldn't anyway. "Ah, it seems our new celebrity has joined us at last," said Snape snidely. "I'm not a celebrity," said Harry coolly. "I'm famous. There's a slight difference. Celebrities seek fame and fortune. I'm already rich, and I have lots of fame, so I am famous and not a celebrity." Snape bristled with anger. "Fine then, perhaps you could tell me," and then he began to question Harry endlessly about different potions' ingredients. After 50 questions about what an ingredient did, Harry got fed up and started countering by asking the potions master how to prepare the ingredient for use. Harry even went further when he insisted that the potions master showed them how it was done. By the end of the lesson Harry had not only outsmarted the potions master, but he'd effectively gotten the best potions lesson he'd ever gotten in his entire life. Future life included. Snape was so busy trying to show Harry up he didn't have the chance to take any points from a single Gryffindor that lesson. Of course he made up for at the next class by slaughtering the Hufflepuffs. Dinner included a show at the expense of the faculty and staff as they did a rendition of The Wizard of Oz, with Mrs. Norris as Toto. At the end he was met by a standing ovation from the majority of the student body. Most of the teachers laughed merrily at the end. Some, like Snape who was the Scarecrow and Quirrell who played the Cowardly Lion, weren't that happy about it. Hagrid enjoyed it thoroughly as he played the Tin Man. Dumbledore was of course the great and powerful Oz. McGonagall played the Good Witch of the North. Madam Hooch was the Wicked Witch of the West. Professor Sprout was Dorothy. Filch wasn't pleased either as he had to play one of the Monkey Men. Flitwick had a blast as one of the Munchkins. Of course no Night would be complete without having all of their pajamas and nightgowns turned the color of candy canes. And finally, just as they all lay down to go to sleep, they were all greeted by a bucket of water being dumped on them all at one time. Harry and the Marauders were indeed very pleased with their work that day. Fred and George claimed they could die happy now that they'd earned their place in Hogwarts. A history is the day of the Great Prank. Somehow it became a celebrated day at Hogwarts every year after that, as the next group of pranksters would greet the new term with pranks in an attempt to outdo the year before. Of course, with the Marauders present for 7 years, that was a rather difficult task to accomplish. The week then continued much the same as it had the first time around, including Neville's broom mishap and Harry making the Quidditch team in his first year. Sirius reacted by promising to buy him the very best broom on the market every year for him as a congratulatory gift. Harry managed to talk him down to every other year for the simple fact that he would never want the Nimbus 2001 because Malfoy would have that same broom the next. It does with Harry positioning his chessboard of life just so he could not allow for Voldemort to get his hands on the Philosopher's Stone, or that would negate his plans. He had to ensure that certain events still happened. Harry wasn't sure how he managed it, but the night of troll attack happened in exactly the same way, except that the method that landed Hermione in the girls' lavatory was a bit different. Ron had basically yelled at her that he wanted her to stay away from him and stop being his friend. He was angry because Hermione had once again shown him up in class. He'd accepted that Harry was just better, but he felt as he should have been able to keep up with her at the very least. After Ron saved her from the troll with only a little of Harry's help, they made up rather splendidly in Harry's opinion. Harry had only chosen to distract the troll and let Ron handle the rest. Ron needed the confidence booster, and the troll seemed to fulfill this requirement. Hermione and Ron were a bit closer after that, but EY still argued until they were both blue in the face. Ginny was disappointed that she'd missed out on such an adventure. She'd spent the whole day in the lavatory trying to cheer Hermione up, but Hermione eventually managed to send her to the Great Hall to enjoy the feast, which led to her non-involvement. Harry of course made it up to her by getting her detention with him in the forest, where she got her first adventure and she met Voldemort alongside of Harry. This was a result of her involvement in assisting Harry with the removal of a certain dragon. After that, Ginny wasn't so keen on having too many adventures for a while at the very least. Harry had to work very hard to hide his contempt of Voldemort whenever he was in the presence of Quirrell, which wasn't always easy. Snape remained the same bastard he always was, except that Harry had managed to trick him into teaching a valuable potions lesson every time, despite the loss of points for Gryffindor that would often follow whenever Harry opened his mouth. Harry and Dumbledore rarely ran into each other, intentionally on Harry's part. He didn't want to risk exposing himself to anyone who may have been watching. The new marauders were both loved and hated by the students at large. Their pranks never hurt anyone but would often embarrass them unrelentingly. They stuck to the general rules of never hurting anyone and never during class time. The last rule Fred and George didn't particularly like. 1 down, 6 to go. Harry asked Ron as they left their last end-of-term exam. Only 6, huh? Asked Harry sarcastically. He was honestly bored during the exam. Granted, the entire crew was bored, but there really wasn't much they could do about that. Harry had continued with the training for all of them throughout the year. Ginny had finally hit a ceiling in her ability to expand her magic any further. She had made it to the level of an archmage, and her progression at that point had slowed drastically. Harry talked to Dumbledore about it and was told that the physical body does have its limits, but hopefully as she got to be a bit older her magic would be able to expand once again, but probably never going beyond the rank of a sorceress. She and Harry worked together every day to develop their wandless magic, which they both excelled at. Ron and Hermione both also hit a ceiling, but at the level of a mage. None of them knew this, of course, but then they didn't really need to know this either. It did frustrate Harry that their rate of growth had slowed so significantly. He had been planning and scheming with the idea that they would all excel to a certain level of power. Now he was forced to rework those plans according to their current powers. Harry's powers, though, didn't hit any kind of barrier in his continued growth. In fact, they had actually begun to grow more quickly than he could control, which did begin to cause problems for him in some of his classes. Luckily, he was able to spend many long hours in the room of requirement developing control as much as possible, especially with wandless magic. "Anybody in the mood for a prank?" asked Hermione. "I am," said Ginny happily. "I think a prank would be the perfect way to celebrate the end of the year, and I can think of the perfect target." The other three followed her line of sight directly to Malfoy. Very quickly they all wore identical expressions. "I do believe that Kitty is a genius," said Harry happily. "Mr. Joker happily concurs with Mr. Pride's excellent assessment," said Ron. "Ms. Genius would like to remind you both that we need to plan this out well in order to best humiliate the target," said Hermione. "Indeed, Ms. Kitty agrees," said Ginny, "and would like to inform Ms. Genius that she already has an excellent idea." Very quickly a plan was made based on Ginny's idea. As always, Hermione solidified the plan and solved any loopholes that may have occurred in that plan. Ron just agreed with everything. He quickly came to dislike Malfoy as much as the others for the fact that Malfoy was always rubbing his wealth in his face. It wasn't too much later that Malfoy was found stuck to the ceiling of the entrance hall by his F.E.E.T. and covered in a dozen different colors along with his two cronies. Naturally, it was only the students that could see the three that were stuck there. That was until Professor Snape walked under them break the spell and causing them to fall on top of him, thus knocking him to the ground. Harry ate dinner calmly and watched the head table. He only had to wait until Quirrell disappeared. Once he had gone, Harry followed about 10 minutes after him alone. Of course, he prearranged for Hedwig to deliver a message to Professor Dumbledore as soon as he returned from the Ministry of Magic explaining where he could find Harry. Harry entered the third-floor corridor and found Fluffy sleeping soundly. He levitated the paw off the trap door and then jumped in himself. After quickly burning away all of the devil's snare that was in his path to the next room, he proceeded. In the key room, Harry cheated a bit and just used a very advanced unlocking charm to open the door. Harry was completely seeking the patience to deal with the chessboard and instead transfigured the pieces into small mice and walked past it without giving it a second thought. Harry already knew which potion to take on High's way and so just took the potion and walked through the flame into the final antechamber. Evening. Professor Quirrell greeted Harry as he entered the room to see the man standing before the mirror. "Potter," he said snidely. "Yep, that's me," said Harry. "So, found the stone yet?" "No, wait, let me guess, you haven't." Harry was grinning and almost laughing. "What do you know about this mirror?" demanded Quirrell. "The mirror of her eyes?" asked Harry. "You mean you master doesn't know already?" "Silence, boy. What would you know of the greatness of my master?" screamed Quirrell. "Oh yeah, so great," said Harry sarcastically. "If he's really so great, then how is it he was destroyed by a small baby boy?" "He was not defeated," screamed Quirrell. "He is still the greatest wizard the world has ever known." "Keep telling yourself that," said Harry. "I hope you do realize that as soon as you've given him exactly what he wants, he's going to kill you." "You're a fool, Potter. He rewards his faithful," said Quirrell. "So you mean to tell me that he has never once caused you pain when you angered him or failed in a task he gave you?" "Don't kid yourself. You're already dead," said Harry confidently. "He only punished me as I deserved," said Quirrell. "Let me speak with the boy," said a dark, raspy voice. "But master, you are not strong enough." "Silence. I have strength enough for this," said Voldemort. Quirrell removed his turban, revealing the face of Harry's greatest enemy. "So nice to see you again," said Harry jovially. "It's been ages. I must say though that you've really let yourself slip, ducked to nothing more than a pathetic parasite." Harry could feel the anger welling up inside of Voldemort as the connection flare up but was successfully repressed by Harry. "Insolent boy," yelled Voldemort. "I have you to thank for this reached existence. I will give you this one chance. Join me or die." Let me think for a moment," said Harry sarcastically. "Join you and become what I detest most in the world, or die and leave the world at your mercy?" "I think I'm going to choose option C and just destroy you once and for all." "Bold words for just a tiny little whelp," said Voldemort. "Surely you can do better than that." "I thought you were supposed to be smart," said Harry. "I once read that Tom Riddle was supposed to be cunning and witty, but right now I'd say you rank about the same as a Hufflepuff." "Never speak that foul name to me," roared Voldemort angrily. Harry could see that Voldemort's anger was starting to really hurt Quirrell. "Master, please," begged the man. "So tell me, Tom, have you told your young servant there that you are half Muggle?" asked Harry. "What is this you speak of?" demanded Quirrell. "My master is the descendant of the noble Salazar Slytherin." "True, he is, but he's only Slytherin's descendant by a mere fraction. Let me tell you a little story I came across not too long ago. After Slytherin was driven from the castle, he had a son. But woe to Slytherin, his only son was a squib. Slytherin cast aside the boy and died alone. The son though continued to procreate and hate magic for what it had done to him. Over time and many generations of squibs, the family became entirely Muggle. Eventually there was a Muggle by the name of Tom Riddle. He was a very proper Muggle who through his sordid ways got a young and foolish witch knocked up. I show. Old mentioned that this witch was also one of those hateful mudbloods you so hate. Anyway, the product of their indiscretion resulted in the birth of one Tom Marvolo Riddle, your master." Harry could feel the rage coming off of Voldemort. There were so many times in the future that Harry had so wished to taunt and tease Voldemort like this, but unfortunately that time was usually spent fighting for his life while Voldemort did the taunting. Harry also knew that this would be the very last time he would ever bother to taunt him, because the next time they met would result in one of their deaths. "Tell me, Potter," demanded Voldemort while causing intense pain to fill Quirrell's body, "how is it that you know this? I was unaware that anyone knew. When someone kills your parents and then attempts to kill you, you'd be surprised how much you wish to learn about your enemy," said Harry acidly. "As soon as I knew that you killed them, it became my mission to know and understand you. Many of the greatest Muggle philosophers believed that before you could defeat an enemy that you would need to know your enemy. Very smart men, if I do say so myself, but then you wouldn't know, as you consider Muggles to be beneath you." Voldemort seemed to be studying Harry. "I suppose it matter not, because you will die here. Kill him, Quirrell." Harry smirked as Quirrell charged forward to grab Harry. "Harry cow." GHT the man's hands in his own and smiled happily as the man's hands burned and turned to ash. "What magic is this?" asked Quirrell as he backed away. Harry, though, wasn't finished. He rushed forward, grabbed Quirrell's head. It was moments later that blackness greeted him, as it should have done. Harry awoke a few days later in the hospital wing. He was angry when he checked the calendar only to see had he missed the last Quidditch match of the season by a day. Dumbledore came shortly after Harry woke up. "Hello, Harry," said Dumbledore. "Good to see you're awake." "Glad to be awake, though I'm a bit angry that I woke up a day late," said Harry. "I had hoped I would have awoken sooner, but it would seem that fate is against me." Dumbledore chuckled. "So, I take that the events that transpired were intended to transpire." "Indeed," said Harry. "I hope that you've destroyed that damn stone now for good." "I have," said Dumbledore with a nod. "Nicholas and I agree that it is for the best." "I knew you'd say that," said Harry. He then had an idea. "Sir, why don't you have a bean?" he said, motioning to the box of Bertie Bott's every flavor beans. Dumbledore spoke. "I had the great misfortune in my youth to get a vomit-flavored one. I dare say that I've lost my taste for them since." "Why don't you try again?" suggested Harry. Dumbledore shrugged and pulled one out. He was about to put it in his mouth when Harry stopped him. "Not that one, trust me," said Harry with a wink. Dumbledore smiled and set that bean aside and took another and put it in his mouth. Harry was shocked when Dumbledore turned green. "Sir, are you all right?" Quote, Dumbledore forced himself to swallow before he spoke. "I don't think these beans like me very much." "What flavor was it?" "Wet dog, I think. Maybe cat," said Dumbledore. "Tell. What would the other have been?" "Earwax," said Harry. "Sorry, I was trying to help, honestly I was." "Fear not, I'll survive, though I do think I will stick to lemon drops in the future," said Dumbledore. "Good idea," said Harry. "So, can I please get out of here now?" "Of course," said Dumbledore. "I do hope you have an enjoyable summer." "Thanks, you too," said Harry. Once again, Harry wandered out of the infirmary as he'd been accustomed to in the future. He was able to find his friends quickly enough. They all greeted him with a lot of yelling and shouting and then a lot more questions. The leaving feast passed with Gryffindor winning the House Cup and Slytherin glaring intensely. Harry and Hermione returned home, where Harry spent the first 2 weeks of summer grounded or putting himself into so much danger and nearly getting killed. Their parents weren't that happy to hear of Harry's adventures that year. Chamber of Secrets. Despite the fact that Harry spent the same 2 weeks of summer grounded for his irresponsible behavior at the end of the last term, he rather enjoyed it. He used his time wisely to plot and plan his second year at Hogwarts. He constantly ked himself if he should enter the chamber early and destroy the beast and then destroy the diary as soon as it is slipped into Ginny's cauldron. That was even assuming that Malfoy attempted the same thing. He also questioned as to whether or not that was important in Ginny's development. Ginny would tell Harry years later that the events in the Chamber of Secrets really changed her feeling for RRY from that of a love-struck little girl to being really and truly in love with him. Harry didn't think Ginny saw him that way anymore, but it never hurt to make certain of that. Harry also was curious as to whether or not Dobby would be making his appearance. All of these questions Harry tried to plot and plan for each and every possibility. Unfortunately, there were still several unpredictable SSUES that would need to be addressed at the appropriate time. Okay, you've done your time, said Jane from the doorway. Why don't you help your sister outside with some yard work and then we can all go get a sundae? Harry grinned brightly at his mum before he bolted off the bed and ran down the stairs, out the back door to the waiting Hermione. Finally, she replied happily, I never thought they'd be letting you out of that room again. Yes, well, I suppose it was bound to happen sooner or later, said Harry sarcastically, but hey, Mum said we could go for ice cream if we finish. Then what are you waiting for? Said Hermione as she started trimming the minute hedges. Harry meanwhile dropped onto all fours and began to weed the flower beds. So what did you do while you were grounded? Asked Hermione. They had seen each other during meal times but for the most part they hadn't talked much. Just did a lot of thinking, said Harry as he tugged on a particularly tough weed. What about the future? Said Harry. Just thinking about the future. Anything specific? Asked Hermione. Harry had gotten used to her inquisitive nature so he didn't think much of the repeated questions. What will happen this year at school mostly? Oh, any guesses? Asked Hermione. Well, if the tour then I would say that we can expect a bumpy road ahead, said Harry. Let's hope that isn't the case, said Hermione. One can only hope, said Harry, we'll just have to wait and see. That sentence was true in more than one way. The next few weeks passed quickly. Harry and Hermione resumed their regular lives while at home. Reading and their extra classes was the order of the day. They would visit with the Weasleys regularly though they had been kept busy as well at home doing their own studying, even Ron. One not-so-special evening Harry was returning to his room when a short creature with big eyes greeted him. Hello, said Harry. Harry Potter, sir. So good it is to meet you, greeted the house elf. Nice to meet you as well, said Harry. What can I do for you? I is Dobby, sir. Dobby the house elf. I have come. It is difficult, said the elf. Take your time, said Harry. I have one order that you must obey while you're in my home and that is simply that you are not under any circumstances allowed to punish yourself. Is that clear? Dobby nodded, causing his oversized ears to flap about. Now, what can I do to help you? I have come to warn you, said Dobby. Harry Potter must not return to Hogwarts. Okay, said Harry. He honestly felt that if the elf believed him then he would leave without any trouble. The elf smiled broadly. Oh, thank you, Harry Potter. Would you please shake on it? Harry now eyed the elf suspiciously. Dobby wanted Harry to form a magical contract. Sorry Dobby, no can do, said Harry. I know that you're trying to protect me but the things that are to come must come. Then you is leaving Dobby no choice, said the elf. Dobby, if you do anything foolish I will be forced to report you to the ministry. Your master Mr. Malfoy will not like that at all now will he? The elf looked panicked and nervous now. Trust me Dobby, everything will be fine at Hogwarts, said Harry reassuringly to the elf. But sir, the elf tried to protest. No Dobby, now please leave and never reveal a word of what we've discussed here today to anyone, is that clear? Ordered Harry calmly. Dobby nodded nervously before he popped out of the room. Well, that answers that part of the riddle now doesn't it, said Harry. Harry of course kept this conversa on to himself for the simple fact that he didn't need to complicate things any further than they already were. Finally at long last Harry and Hermione were set to meet the Weasleys in Diagon Alley to get their school supplies. As fate would have it, they once again ended up meeting on the day of Gilderoy Lockhart's big book signing. Harry shivered when he saw the sign outside the shop. Once again, he was dragged to the front of the store to stand and be photographed with Lockhart. The difference being that this time he elbowed Lockhart in the family jewels just before the flash went off. Definitely a worthwhile experience this time around. Bet you loved that, didn't you, Potter? Called the familiar drawl. Harry sighed and rolled his eyes. Leave him alone, Malfoy, said Ginny stepping up next to Harry. Venom coated her words, sending a shiver down Harry's spine. So little Weaslet, still licking Potter's boots are we? Now Draco, let's not be rude, said the icy voice of Malfoy Sr. Lucius, said Mr. Weasley from behind Harry. Lucius grabbed a book from the cauldron that was dangling in front of Ginny and inspected it. Ministry keeping you up later with all these raids I keep hearing about, and this is still the best you can do. He redeposited the book into Ginny's cauldron. However, the Additional diary did not slip from Harry's notice. He was half tempted then to kill Malfoy for it, but decided against it as it would disrupt his plans. After that a small scuffle ensued between Mr. Weasley, Henry, and Mr. Malfoy. Harry didn't even notice his adoptive father's presence until the first punch was thrown. Of course Fred and George used the distraction to get in a couple cheap shots on Malfoy Jr. A little while later found the entire group sitting at tea in Grimmauld Place. Henry had a piece of dragon steak over one eye that he'd gotten hit. Of course the women weren't happy about it, but Sirius and Remus were overjoyed as they listened to the retelling of the tale. Sirius pulled Harry aside at one point to talk things over with his godson. Harry and Sirius entered the empty study where Sirius immediately put up several privacy charms. "So Harry, all set for this year?" he inquired. "As ready as I'll ever be," said Harry. "It's going to be a very bad year." "Really? Is there anything I can do to make it better?" Sirius asked calmly. Harry was half tempted to ask him for some antidote to basilisk venom, but decided against it as he knew he would have to wait on Fawkes once again. "Not this time. How has your training been going?" asked Sirius. "Not bad. It certainly seems as though my magic has no limit to how far it can expand. Although I will admit it has finally begun to slow its growth." "That's normal, Harry. I'm just surprised that your magic expanded this far," said Sirius. "Well, I just hope that it will expand enough for the things that are to come," said Harry. "Don't worry, Harry. Even if it doesn't, you'll have people there to help you through it," said Sirius. "Anyway, was there anything else you wanted to talk about?" asked Harry, trying to get off the subject of what the future would bring. "No, that was all. Well, that and I just wanted to talk with my godson a bit," said Sirius. "You know I don't get to see you as often as I would like to." "I know," said Harry. "Me neither, but things must take their course in due time." "Well, we'd better rejoin the others before they get suspicious," said Sirius. From then until the start of school things passed by amicably. Nothing special occurred within the group. School started on time on the 1st of September. Harry and Ron had no trouble getting on the train after Harry's warning to Dobby, hence no flying car was necessary. Classes began the next day and the children were once again bored. Harry and Hermione had been a good influence on Ron and Ginny's study habits, and as a result the pair of them were at least a year or two ahead in their studies. Even Fred and George were kept up with their lessons. It was now only a few days before the first incident was to occur, and Harry was debating with himself about his chosen course of action. Finally he'd come to a decision. Ari slipped on his invisibility cloak and made his way down the corridor into Moaning Myrtle's bathroom. From there he opened the chamber entrance and jumped in. "Does it really have to be so messy in here?" asked Harry to himself as he climbed over the animal bones and the basilisk's dead skin. Eventually Harry reached the inner chamber and stood before the giant face of Salazar Slytherin. "Harry," hissed the invocation to open the chamber of the basilisk. "Hello in there," Harry hissed. "Who disturbs my slumber? My name is Harry Potter. I'm sorry for waking you, but I wanted to have a word with you." "What is it, young speaker? Would you mind coming out? But please keep your eyes closed, I really don't want to die." Harry heard what sounded like a laugh being hissed from inside of Salazar's mouth. "Fear not, young speaker. As a speaker you are immune to the dangers of my eyes." "Really? I had no idea." The massive serpent crept out of the mouth slowly. It stared at Harry, trying to appraise him. "I sense none of the evil in you that corrupted my last masters. This pleases me greatly." "How so?" "I am not evil, but I must obey the commands of the speaker or it will hurt me greatly, as must all serpents." "Interesting. I never knew that before. Most people in the world today consider being a speaker as a kind of dark art. It is a dark art to control another living thing. However, just because something is a dark art does not make it evil, you know." "I know. That's a lesson I learned years ago. I sense that we have met before, though not under good circumstances." "We have, sort of. I'm a time mage." "I see. Then you must have been Delaveredo, have come so far back." "How did you know?" "I am very old. I have met a few time mages in my lifetime. Some good, some not so much. Now I'm regretting having been forced to kill you the first time around." "You killed me. May I ask why?" "Ah well, that's a bit of a story. You see, someone will be coming into the chamber in a few days' time." It's a girl who happens to mean everything to me. Unfortunately, she is being controlled through a diary by your last master. Anyway, to make a long story short, I came here to rescue H. And your former master ordered you to kill me. It was self-defense, honestly. I see, then have you come here once again to kill me? No, nothing of the sort. I came here to talk to you. To see if we could come to some kind of an arrangement to prevent that from happening. You are a good wizard, this pleases me. I would suggest then that you give me an order before this new person does. Good idea. I order you not to kill anyone if instructed to do so by anyone other than me. So you would still use me as a weapon. Sadly, a war may be coming soon. I may need your help. I would rather you helped me as a friend would. But if I must order you to in order to win the war, one won't hesitate. I hope you can forgive me. I understand, young one. I will help you as a friend so that you will not need to order me to do so. Thanks, I really do appreciate it. Now, my second very important order, you must do whatever this new person instructs you do without killing anyone until I give you a different order. Is that okay? I understand. Time must flow closely to the original or you will lose control of events. Exactly. Please be careful too. I don't want you to get hurt either. Yes, young master. Do you have a name? Estrella. It means star. It's nice. Well, I really must be going now. Take care, Estrella. You too, Master Harry. Harry smiled once more before he turned and left Estrella. Harry was feeling much more at ease now that he resolved that particular issue. Now he just had to wait and see how the year played out. After the first incident with Mr. Filch's cat being paralyzed, Ginny became much more withdrawn. She hardly talked to anyone anymore, not even Harry. Harry felt bad for not trying harder with her, but he knew that some things were meant to happen. Instead, Harry focused on humiliating Professor Lockhart as often as he was able to. Between Lockhart, Snape, and Malfoy, Harry never ran out of someone to target for a prank or joke or abject humiliation. Harry's best moment with Professor Lockhart arrived about a month before the end of term. Harry knew that Lockhart would only get in the way of anything that he had planned for the end-of-year events. As a result, Harry had made a special occasion to invite one Rita Skeeter to the school for an impromptu interview of the phony. Rita didn't know it at the time, but she was about to get the scoop of a lifetime. That morning during breakfast, Harry had to keep his mouth clenched shut tight in grim anticipation of what he needed to do to prepare this particular prank. With only 10 minutes until Rita was due to arrive, Harry stood and approached the teacher's table. "Excuse me, Professor Lockhart," said Harry. He was holding a copy of Lockhart's autobiography. "Yes, Harry, is there something I can do for you?" he inquired with the usual fake, cheesy smile he always wore. Harry was tempted then to knock a few of his teeth out just to settle the problem once and for all. "Sir, I was hoping you could sign this copy of your autobiography for my own. She really admires you and she's been too nervous to ask before. And now that she's been petrified, I thought that this would be a good gift for her when she finally wakes up," said Harry timidly. He noticed out the corner of his eye that Dumbledore's eyes were twinkling away with mirth. "Of course, Harry, let me have it," said Lockhart, reaching for the book, already holding his peacock feather quill. Harry handed the book over to him. "Remember, that's for Hermione Granger," said Harry, trying to keep Lockhart concentrated on the book and no on what Harry was doing while the man was distracted. "Here you are then," said Lockhart, handing the book back to Harry, grinning stupidly. "Thank you very much, sir. I'm sure it will mean the world to Hermione when she finally wakes up then." Harry was grinning madly with mirth and happiness that Lockhart was completely stupid. He grinned even wider when he took a long pull from his tea. Right on time, Rita Skeeter entered the Great Hall. Dumbledore was about to stand but deterred after a knowing look from Harry. "Ah, Mr. Lockhart," said Rita happily, "so nice of you to invite me for an interview. Merlin knows I've been trying for months to get some sit-down time with you, but your publicist has been rather dodgy lately." "Professor Lockhart always has time for the press," Harry volunteered, forcing Lockhart into this particular situation. "Just as young Harry remarked, I always have time for the press," said Lockhart. It was only seconds later that his eyes glossed over, signaling that He Veritaserum was now working correctly. Rita must have noticed this look too, because a very greedy look passed through her eyes that Harry knew only too well from his select encounters with the parasite. Harry stepped back and feigned interest in the interview. No one seemed to be interfering with his presence there either. As a matter of fact, even Snape was grinning behind his hands. Harry Figu read that Snape saw him spiking Lockhart's tea. So tell me, Gilderoy, how exactly is it that you really defeated the Band and Banshee? It was easy really. I didn't, said Lockhart. You didn't? Asked Rita excitedly. Could you tell me what really happened then? Well, it was some witch or wizard. I don't really remember the person's name, not like it matters anyway. They told me all about how they did it. I of course wrote it all down and took credit for it, of course. Then why hasn't anyone ever come forward to say that you're a fraud? Why would they? I mean, it's not like they can remember doing it. Why wouldn't someone remember something like that? I may not be much of a wizard, but the one thing that I do really well is my memory charms. They don't come forward because I've erased their memories of it ever happening, said Gilderoy happily. Rita though looked as though Christmas came early. Oddly, it was a look that was mimicked perfectly by Snape. Dumbledore, however, looked extremely angry. Rita pressed on though, asked him about everything else that he'd claimed to do, and every time he confessed to being fraudulent. Just one more question, have you ever done anything else that you shouldn't have done? Lots of things, said Lockhart. Like what? I've used numerous love potions and then erased the memories of the girls the next day. I've made several passes at the female students here, where again I erased their memory of it. Harry was certain that Lockhart would have continued if the Veritaserum hadn't worn off. He was suddenly looking really panicked. The entire Great Hall had heard his confession, and he knew there was no way he'd be able to erase everyone's memory. Mr. Lockhart, said a very angry and unhappy Dumbledore, I think it is safe to say that you are under arrest as soon as the Aurors arrive. But, I was joking, said Lockhart noncommittally. It was clear no one believed him. Harry meanwhile was trying not to kill the man himself. He knew about the lying about his past part, but he had no clue about the love potions and such. He was suddenly very fearful that he'd made a pass at Ginny or Hermione. With that thought going through his brain, Harry reacted instead of acting in a sane and logical manner. In a single flash of magic, Lockhart was pinned to the wall of the Great Hall, unable to move anything but his mouth. Harry had his wand pressing hard into the man's throat. Did you ever touch my sister? He demanded. Lockhart was very scared, but not as scared as some of the teachers were as seeing the magic radiating off of Harry in his rage and anger. Lockhart didn't a minor pain curse through the man before he inquired again. Let me ask you again, and this time you'd better tell me or it will get much, much worse, you son of a bitch. Did you touch my sister? She came to me. But he never finished as Harry sent a much worse pain curse through the man. Harry knew the law to the letter. He knew how far he could go with these curses before it became a crime. How many times? Asked Harry, seething mad. Once, answered the man, but Harry knew he was lying and gave him another dose of pain. Okay, a few times. It was Aneth. Lie, and the man paid for it with even more pain. Every damn week before she was petrified, he finally screamed out. Harry was ready to kill the man for his transgression against his sister. Did you ever touch Ginny? Harry asked next. No, I could never get near her, he answered honestly. He was too scared not to. How many of these girls did you abuse exactly? I don't know, I didn't count, said the man in fear of more pain. It was only then that Harry noticed Dumbledore and several other professors trying to get close to Harry but being repelled by a magical shield he enacted by reflex. He also noted Rita Skeeter was writing furiously on her notepad. After noting that, he saw that the Great Hall was completely empty except for the staff. Harry finally released the shield and E-Man dropped to the floor, where he curled into a fetal position, still in a lot of pain. Harry ignored the teachers and approached Rita directly. Mr. Potter, care to comment? She asked. Actually, I was hoping for a moment of your time, Rita, said Harry with a smile. Indeed, Harry? Asked Rita curiously. Off the record, said Harry. Rita considered it for a moment but nodded. I'll give you the EXCL USIVE on anything I come across, provided this particular incident never gets mentioned. Deal? Rita was arguing with herself about this. She couldn't find a downside to the arrangement except for losing this one story. Let me promise you, if don't do this for me, then I can guarantee you will never again work for any newspaper ever. You may not know it, but I have the money to ensure this happening. Harry also had knowledge of Rita being an illegal animagus, but decided to save that information for a later date and time. That seemed to convince her very quickly. You have yourself a deal, Harry. Thanks, Rita, said Harry. He was now feeling as though he'd made a deal with the devil himself, but he couldn't really complain if the incident could be completely glossed over. Well, Harry, I'm glad to see that you've settled that, but what shall we do about Mr. Lockhart here? He is bound to cause trouble, said Dumbledore. If I recall correctly from his early statements, he seems to have an affinity for memory charms, said Harry calmly. Dumbledore seemed to understand what Harry was saying. I'll arrange everything then, said Dumbledore calmly. Severus, it would seem that Mr. Lockhart has had a terrible accident. While trying to erase the memory of the staff, Mr. Potter, and Ms. Skeeter, his wand backfired, causing his own memory to erase. Terrible accident indeed, said Snape. He was such fine up-and-coming wizard too. If it weren't for an incident like this, he may well have become Minister of Magic one day, added Rita. Even McGonagall added in, I wouldn't go that far, Rita, but he did show potential, didn't he? Quote, he was an excellent charms student once, said little Professor Flitwick. Harry couldn't help but grin and add, he was such a knowledgeable dark arts professor too. Dumbledore then gave a wave of his wand. Obliviate. Lockhart seemed to forget everything. Well done, Professor, said Harry. I don't know what you're talking about, Harry, replied Dumbledore. I think it's time you join your schoolmates. Why don't you come see me in my office after your lessons are done for the day? Harry rejoined his friends and told them what happened. It was a complete lie, but it served its purpose. It spread through school like wildfire, as gossip naturally does. Harry knew that soon enough it would pass and students would forget it ever happened. As promised, Harry met with Dumbledore when his lessons ended. Afternoon, Harry, said Dumbledore politely. Afternoon, Albus, said Harry, who didn't take note of either Snape or McGonagall's presence until it was too later. Mr. Potter, show some respect, said Minerva. Just like your father, said Snape. That's true and it isn't, said Harry to Snape. Consider this. I've never known my father, I can only go off of what others have told me about him. By that reasoning then yes, I am just like my father. But, if you're talking about my adoptive father, then no, he's a bit stiff and uptight and he really doesn't care for pranks that much. Why, you insolent little, began Snape, but he was cut off by a look from Dumbledore that warned him very clearly against it. Harry, there are some new issues we must address now, said Dumbledore, changing the subject. Like how you did that, said Minerva. And where you learned those spells, added Severus. Dumbledore remained silent, then giving Harry a moment to think it over. Eventually he did speak though. Harry, I think that it might be a good idea to let Minerva and Severus in on your little secret now. After what they've just seen, it would help to clear up a lot of problems and provide you with a little extra protection while at school if you ever do slip up. Harry contemplated it for a moment before he reluctantly nodded. I suppose there is no way around it now, is there, Albus? I'm afraid not, said Dumbledore grimly. You brought this on yourself though. I know, it's just when I thought of him doing something to Hermione or Ginny, I just kind of lost it, said Harry. I'm just glad I was able to get Rita under my thumb before she could run with a story about the Mad Harry Potter, or some such thing. Indeed, but be careful, she is slippery. You can't keep her under your thumb forever, said Dumbledore. I haven't even played my trump card yet, said Harry with a devious grin. Dumbledore's eye twinkled to match the devious thought that Harry was projecting to the man. Meanwhile, Severus and Minerva were greatly confused by how comfortably Harry and Dumbledore were interacting. It was almost as if they were old friends. Just what the hell is going on here? Asked Severus, finally having heard enough. Merlin, Severus, said Harry, cleaning his ear out, I've forgotten how loud you can yell when you're angry about something. Just do me a favor and don't yell like that in my ear ever again. Snape was simply fuming at Harry's lack of respect. Harry, you might want to stick to Professor Snape for now, said Dumbledore. Damn it, I forgot how sensitive he used to be about that kind of thing, said Harry. We all have our quirks, Harry, Much like your overreaction this afternoon, said Dumbledore. I would actually categorize that as an underreaction, Albus, said Harry. If I didn't have to worry about the damn ministry laws, I would have done much worse. Those mild pain curses are just the tip of the iceberg compared to what I want to do to him. Dumbledore shuddered at the thought of it. He'd only had some inkling of Harry's powers, and he honestly didn't want to know how much worse Harry could be. Stop talking like we're not even in the room, demanded Snape, and start explaining exactly what you're talking about. To think that someday I will actually look to him as a mentor, said Harry, shaking his head. Hard to believe, isn't it, Albus? Now Harry was just starting to toy with Snape. Really now? Asked Dumbledore. Who do you think taught me the dark arts? Asked Harry. I don't know about you, I don't know too many light wizards that regularly dabble in the dark arts, do you? Point taken, said Dumbledore. Before you start to worry. No, I'm not evil, said Harry, successfully sating Dumbledore's fears. I just learned them because of the war. As you've told me several times, when it came to the first Dark War you were part of, you had to learn quite a bit about the dark arts here correctly. You said in those days you didn't give it a second thought. Of course later you always added that it was in your misguided youth. Consider this my misguided youth, and once I've finally Lieutenant with Voldemort, we can say that my misguided youth has come to an end. Dumbledore chuckled, seeing the confusion on Minerva and Snape's faces. Harry, though, was doing his best to not laugh. How long do you think it will take them to figure it out if we keep talking like this? Asked Harry with a small laugh. I don't know if Severus will stay calm that long, said Dumbledore. You may as well just tell them. All right, fine. But you owe me for ruining my fun, Albus, said Harry. Put it on my tab, said Dumbledore. Are we counting you tab from the last time around as well, or just this time? Well, seeing as I haven't incurred said tab as yet, you can forget it was ever there. I already have, said Dumbledore with a chuckle. Figures, always trying to skip out on the bill, said Harry laughingly. I'm old, I forget these things, said Dumbledore. Convenient, said Harry. Just do me a favor and don't forget to put a towel or something on your bathroom floor when climbing out of the shower. It'd be an awfully embarrassing way to go. Why would I ever forget such a simple thing as that? Asked Dumbledore. Because you did, and you did, said Harry. Dumbledore laughed. Embarrassing is indeed the word I would use. Albus, I've sat here long enough listening to this confusing conversation. I'm beginning to think that your brother Aberforth has started to rub off on you. So unless you explain yourself this instant, you owe me 6 chocolate frogs. I told you Minnie would crack first, said Harry, putting his hand out. Thanks a lot, Minerva, said Dumbledore as he reluctantly pulled 6 chocolate frogs out of his desk and handed them to Harry. Harry tucked them into his bag. Now, onto the secret, said Harry. I am what you would call a time mage. The pair gasped in shock, and then Harry continued. I have come back through time using a ceremony that only a time mage could use. I have done this to put right a certain number of mistakes that cost us the war. In fact, if I do it right this time around, we might be able to completely avoid the war, and I can destroy Voldemort right at the beginning. Albus, surely you don't believe this boy, said Snape. He is Why attempting to gain more attention just like his father? No, Severus, he is not, said Dumbledore calmly. I assure he is most definitely a time mage. But Albus, there hasn't been a time mage in several millennia, said Minerva. I am the first in a very long time, and probably the last for a very long time, said Harry. He then took Dumbledore's pocket watch in hand and slowed the world around him. He jumped out of his chair and ran to the other side of the room. He took his time about it before he let time resume. Minerva and Severus were both shocked to see him standing on the other side of the room in a flash. More than that, the pocket watch showed that 30 seconds had ticked by, and yet it was only a second for them. That is how I got to Lockhart so quickly, said Harry. I can create a bubble in which time around me slows down, but I do not. That is only one of my powers. How did this happen? Asked Minerva in disbelief. More importantly, why did this happen? How much does she know about that damn prophecy? Asked Harry. Not much, said Dumbledore. She knows it exists, that's it. I'll assume that Severus knows as much then. So it's like this. Me and Voldemort will have to fight to the death. I have a power that Voldemort doesn't. That's the gist of it. Well then, Potter, maybe you can answer this question for me, said Severus. Harry knew Severus fairly well in future. Being tutored in the dark arts by the man for 3 years can do that. Because of that, Harry knew that Severus would want to test him. You say that in the future I teach you the dark arts, why? Because I found a way. Well, Hermione and I found out a way to remove the dark mark from you after Voldemort found out you were a spy, answered Harry, that and Dumbledore ordered you to. Quote, then you can tell me which dark art spell you learned first, said Snape. Well, when you first started to teach me the dark arts you gave me this big long lecture about respecting the power and the dark arts not being evil and few other major points. The first dark art you taught me was a simple cutting hex. Why did I teach that to you first? You said that I had to learn that first because I was too much of a dunderhead to learn anything more complicated. Oh, and you said that the wand movement was the starting point for almost all dark arts spells, explained Harry. Snape then became quiet. Harry knew that he was satisfied with the answer. So, now that Severus is done testing me, back to Minerva's questions. Voldemort is going to come back in the not-too-distant future. As a result, a second war will begin. To say we lost would be an understatement. We were decimated. At the end of it, Ron, Hermione, Ginny and I were fight a guerrilla war out of Potter Place. We honestly had no hope of winning. We were fighting for the hope of one day getting lucky and offing Voldemort. Ron and Hermione died first along with their little girl. Ginny died a few weeks before I came back. The plan was initially just go back to my 11th birthday. Like most things with me, it didn't go according to plan. I ended up at my 6th birthday. Anyway, we don't need to go into any of that, said Harry. It was hard to keep the remorse out of his voice though. And now Mr. Potter is using his rights as a time mage to set things right, finished Albus, so it is very important that we don't interfere in anything he is attempting to set into play. And the number one way for you to screw up my plans is to stop treating me like a student, added Harry. Certain things have to play out for the next few years without too much change to the timeline if I'm going to turn this thing on its head. Do either of you have any problem with this? Asked Dumbledore. I haven't, but at least now I know. Why you always seem bored in my classes, said Minerva. Sorry Minnie, but it really is just repeating things for me, said Harry. Don't worry about it though. I spend most of your class just trying to improve my abilities. And what is your excuse for your behavior in my class? Demanded Snape. You're just an awful potions professor, said Harry. Don't get me wrong. You're a brilliant NS master, but you can't teach worth crap. Oh, and how would propose I fix that, said Snape. Have you paid any attention to how I constantly ask you question about preparing ingredients and what would happen if certain ingredients were to mix and what would be needed for certain ingredients to be mixed safely? If you would just explain that stuff beforehand or even during the lessons, you'd be a much better teacher. It wouldn't hurt if you took a bit of time to occasionally help a student to prepare an ingredient. Poor Neville is so scared all the time that he's constantly making mistakes. He's going to be a brilliant healer someday despite the fact that he couldn't get into NEWT level potions. He even saved your life a few times. If I can prevent this war from happening, none of that will matter because he won't be accepted to St. Mungo's without potions. Longbottom, a healer, saves my life more than once? Asked Snape in shock. Yes sir, said Harry. Unfortunately though, he always had to have others brew the potions for him. He knew how to use them though, let me tell you. I suppose then it would be a good idea to help him in potions a bit more, said Snape. Wouldn't hurt, said Harry. Well, I suppose we should, but Dumbledore never finished his statement as Mr. Filch burst into his office. Sir, something terrible has happened, said Filch. A girl has been taken into the chamber itself. Do we know who? Asked Dumbledore. No sir, I came straight here, said Filch. Thank you. Please ring the bell to return all students now, said Filch. As soon as Filch left, all eyes were on Harry. Harry though was a bit contemplative. He's early, he mumbled. Who's early? Asked Dumbledore. Tom, he took Ginny down earlier than last time, said Harry. Ginny Weasley? Asked Minerva. Yes ma'am, said Harry. Don't worry, she'll be fine. The basilisk won't hurt her or kill anyone. Basilisk, shouted Snape and McGonagall together. She's actually quite friendly. She just doesn't have much of a choice but to obey when any Parselmouth gives her an order. Luckily, I've already seen to her, it'll all be fine. How would you know? Asked Snape. I'm a Parselmouth, you dunderhead, shouted Harry to the man. He had to admit it felt good to call Snape a dunderhead for once. Anyway, I need to see to this matter, said Harry, who turned not to the door but to the shelf with the sorting hat. He pulled the hat down off the shelf and pulled it on his head. The professors were all looking at him strangely as they tried to figure out what he was up to. There was a muffle clang a few minutes later that resulted in Harry taking off the hat and rubbing his head. Why does that hurt so much? The professors were confused again as they didn't see anything. Then, Harry put his hand just inside the hat and then pulled it back. He was now holding a very nice sword. Harry, may I ask what that is? Asked Dumbledore. The sword of Gryffindor, said Harry. He put here for safekeeping until one of his descendants needed it. It just happens that I probably won't need it now, but better to have it than not. I thought you said the basilisk was harmless, said Snape snidely. She is, but the one controlling her isn't, explained Harry. I really must be going now. Harry then exited by the stairs and walked straight towards the entrance. Soon enough he was on CE again, commenting on how filthy it was down there. Harry entered and saw that the mouth of Slytherin was already open. Well, this is a bit different. So, Harry Potter has come at last, said the voice of a man that Harry recognized. Tom Riddle, so nice to see you again, said Harry. I must say, you're looking a bit younger this time though, a lot less snake-like too. Tom snorted. So, figured it out have you? Well then you're in for a bit of a surprise. He then hissed a few command words and the basilisk slithered out of one of the side tunnels. Hello Estrella, how are you today? Asked Harry cordially with a smile. Hello Master Harry, I am very well. So, I take it that today is that last day of my service to this man. Indeed, hissed Harry, still grinning at the look of shock on Tom's face. What's the matter, Tom? Are you surprised? Asked Harry. I can't imagine why. What have you done to my basilisk? The boy demanded. She was never yours. She only obeyed because she had to obey a speaker. Lucky for me, I got to her before you did this year, said Harry, grinning. So be it. It does not matter anyways, for young Ginny will be dead soon anyway and I will cease to be a memory, laughed Tom maniacally. Harry simply shook his head at how ridiculous the teenager was behaving. About that, Accio diary, shouted Harry, flicking his wand towards Ginny. The diary zipped out of her grasp and into Harry's. What are you doing? Demanded Tom. Harry smiled and brandished the sword. He then skewered the diary on the sword, effectively destroying Tom's memory and freeing Ginny from the curse. Ginny sat up with a start of surprise and shock, and she saw Harry holding sword that was piercing the diary, and behind him she saw a giant snake. To say she panicked would have been an understatement. Harry, look out behind you, she shouted. Harry quickly turned around and was looking for whatever it was that was about to attack, but he only saw Estrella. He looked from Sid aside before he scratched his head in confusion. He turned back to Ginny. What's behind me? That giant snake thing, said Ginny with worry that only she could see it. Huh, oh you mean Estrella, she's harmless, said Harry, who then realized that Ginny was neither paralyzed nor dead after looking at the basilisk. Ginny, have you looked the snake in the eyes? Of course, it is kind of hard not to, said Ginny. But you're still alive, said Harry. That's a basilisk. Looking it in the eye is deadly to any but a Parselmouth. But you looked it in the eye, said Ginny, who was now walking over to Harry. But I'm also a Parselmouth, said Harry. He then decided to ask Estrella directly, why can she look you in the eye? She is also a speaker because of that diary, she absorbed some of the powers. Oh, so she can understand us right now. Yes I can, but I don't understand how exactly myself, said Ginny in perfect Parseltongue. Tom passed it to you through the diary. You know, you really should know better than to write into something that thinks, said Harry. I know, but he listened to me and my problems, said Ginny. If you are having problems with me and your brothers you should tell me, said Harry. Ginny, you can always talk to me about anything. I'm sorry Harry, but I couldn't talk about this problem, said Ginny. Harry sighed before he walked up close to her and gave her a small kiss on the lips. Yes, you can talk to me about anything. Ginny had a slightly dazed look from the kiss, but she managed a goofy grin after she realized exactly what happened. I do notice you, Ginny. You are so important to me. I'm sorry I didn't try to talk to you sooner. Just promise me that next time something is bothering you you'll come to me, said Harry as he gave her a hug. Naturally she reciprocated the hug and then began to cry as she started thinking about all the horrible things that Diary had made her do. Not too much later Harry sealed the chamber, promising Trella that he and Ginny would visit from now on. Shortly after that they were both in the headmaster's office explaining what happened to him and to her parents, who had since been notified. Unfortunately they informed Harry's parents too. They were already concerned about Hermione, and now Harry had run off on another adventure. You're going to start your summer just like last year, said Jane, grounded in your room. How could you do something so reckless again? First your sister gets petrified, then you run off to try and rescue Ginny, and now we hear this story about a giant snake that kills with a look. What goes through that brain of yours? Sometimes I have to wonder. You're a smart boy, but why do you always go looking for trouble? I don't go looking for trouble. It usually finds me, said Harry in an attempt at a pathetic defense. All the same, I hope you enjoy being grounded, said Jane, ending the conversation. Yes, Mum, said Harry in defeat, and then he mumbled under his breath, next time I'll just let Ginny die. Quote, I heard that, said Jane in a dangerous voice that caused Harry to blanch. Meanwhile Ginny was getting a similar lecture from her mum. The end of the year passed. All those who were petrified had been cured. Harry and Ginny had both been subdued after the events of the chamber. Well, not so much the chamber as their mum's wrath. Of course Hermione had given Harry and Ginny both a lecture, or at least tried to, until Ron got her into a row. Harry and Ginny both saw Ron wink at them, letting them both know they owed him a big favor for that. Hagrid was returned from Azkaban and reinstated as gamekeeper. Harry also knew that Hagrid would soon be offered the position of care of magical creatures post, but he didn't want to ruin the surprise. The train returned them all home at last, and so ended Harry's second year at Hogwarts. The rat revealed. Once more Harry found himself locked in his room. He was grounded once again at the start of summer or his reckless behavior at the end of the previous year, again. Harry knew that there was no way around it and that he would have to do whatever it took to resolve the issues at hand. Harry used this time once again to reflect on his decision and what he could come to expect in the future. This coming year he had actual or peaceful. There was only one minor little event that he needed to see to. He could look forward to a mostly relaxed year as long as he made sure Peter escaped at the end of the year. If he did it right, then he wouldn't even get into trouble for it. Harry also took time to see consider his attitude toward the different events that he'd already repeated and or changed to better serve his goal. Mostly he believed he did what was right. He felt a little guilty for not including his friends in the most dangerous parts of it, but if they had been involved they could have quite easily ruined his plans. He also had to consider that if everything didn't go his way then he would need to prepare them for war once more. It was best if they didn't have any preconceived notions of what that meant. He remembered how foolish they were the first time around. Sure, they had been on several of Harry's adventures when they were in Hogwarts, but they had truly been lucky the first time around to have survived any of that. Harry couldn't afford for them to think they were more than they really were, or it would be likely to cost them their lives. Harry could still remember the first time he and his friends truly engaged in a battle with Death Eaters. At the time they believed themselves invincible. The truth was that they were lucky to survive. As it was Sirius died that day, it was a big eye-opener for him especially. After that they truly learned how to fight a war. Harry also realized that he couldn't leave them entirely out of it. He needed to build trust between them and turn them into a real team capable of war if necessary. That was the biggest reason he pushed them all so hard in training their magical capacity. He knew that if he could increase their power now, then it would be easier to teach them the more difficult things later. Harry's other thought, while being grounded, circled around Ginny. After so long of not being able to touch her or be with her, he was finally able to share a small, chaste kiss with her at the end of the last year. He was also pleased with how the events within the Chamber of Secrets turned out for her. Whatever it was that the diary did to her magic was decidedly a good thing. The barrier that she had reached in, developing her magic seemed to have broken wide open, and her magic was once more growing again. Well, growing faster than it was, but not as fast as when she first began. Either way, he was happy with it. Harry was also waiting for magical puberty to hit with the group. He already knew that his would probably come early with all of the extra work and training he'd forced on himself, but that didn't change the fact that he'd have to wait until the others were in 4th or 5th year, if he was lucky, that is, but it was more likely to happen in 6th year sometime. Hopefully it would never come to that. Once more he was released by his mum to join Hermione for summer yard work. Naturally you'd get paroled early just to help with the yard work, said Hermione as Harry entered the garden. Quit complaining. At least this way you don't have to do it alone, replied Harry as he joined his sister in weeding. Once again, upon finishing the yard work, Jane took them both out for ice cream. After ice cream, Harry and Hermione were brought to Grimmauld Place to visit with Sirius. Hello there, Pride and Genius, said Sirius to the pair as they entered. You sure you don't mind watching them for the afternoon then? Asked Jane. Not at all. I've got a bit of shopping to do in Diagon Alley, so I can just bring them both along for the ride, said Sirius. Thanks, said Jane, you're a lifesaver. Sirius just grinned. Have fun at the spa with your lady friends then. Jane nodded before leaving the pair behind. As soon as the door closed, Sirius turned to the pair. Did you remember your wands? Hermione and Harry grinned before showing their wands to Sirius. Right then. Today's rules: disarming only, no teaming up. 1 minute to prepare before we begin, said Sirius as he pulled his own wand. Sirius had long ago added additional wards to prevent the detection of underage magic on the house so that he and the kids could enjoy themselves anytime. With the rules set, Harry and Hermione MB led through the house to find somewhere to attack from. Harry settled for somewhere that had decent cover if he needed it, but at the same time had plenty of open space to fight from. The living room served this purpose perfectly. Harry settled with his back to a wall without a door or window and behind Sirius' favorite recliner. The recliner actually served two purposes for Harry's plan. First, it provided excellent cover. Second, Sirius would be hesitant to fire any curses anywhere near his favorite chair. A bell rang through the house signaling the start of the game. Sirius charged into the living room but quickly ducked behind the couch as Harry fired a few disarming charms at the man. Harry cautiously watched as Sirius popped his head out from behind the couch. Harry tried not to laugh at the miffed look on his face. Using my favorite chair for cover, are we? Whatever it takes to win, yeah. Not if that included injuring my favorite chair, said Sirius. I'll have you know that your father helped me pick that out. No, he didn't, said Harry with a smile. Henry helped you pick it out. You didn't want to go shopping in a wizarding store and asked Henry to help you. Like I said, your dad helped me pick it out, said Sirius. Sneaky old man, said Harry, who suddenly had an idea as he saw Sirius exposed back in the mirror that hung on the wall behind the couch. Harry I read off 6 quick stunners at the mirror, all of which had successfully reflected off the mirror, causing Sirius to scramble out from behind the couch and into the open, where Harry nailed him and claimed his wand. Gotcha. Yeah, you got me, kid, said Sirius. Now let's see you get your sister. Harry smiled cheekily. Hermione, while probably the smartest witch for her mental age, was not the best tactician in the world. Every time they played this game she would do the same thing, and as a result was usually the first one out of the game. She would always hide out in the first bedroom to the left of the case. Knowing this, Harry climbed the stairs quietly so as to not warn Hermione he was coming. He crept up on the door and then prepared himself to begin cursing the second the door swung open. Harry swung the door open fast but was shocked to see not only Hermione sitting on the bed but also Ron. His confusion only lasted a second as he noticed that neither had their wands any longer. Harry dropped to the ground and rolled to the side several times, trying to avoid the string of disarming spells being fired at him rapidly. So rapidly, in fact, that he didn't have the opportunity to return fire or even put up a shield to defend himself. Finally, in desperation, he grabbed Ron's wrist and pulled him in front of him as a human shield. Which Ron really didn't appreciate at all, and Harry knew he would be lectured on later. With Ron taking 6 of the disarming charms for him, he was finally able to start returning fire only to find his target was no longer there and the door was hanging wide open. "Sorry about that, Ron," said Harry as he crept up on the door once again. "I can't believe you just did that to me," protested Ron. "It's against the rules, you know." "Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but nowhere in the rules does it say that we can't use others as a human shield," said Harry pointedly. Hermione nodded in agreement. "It was rather good thinking, Harry. Good thinking. What if those had been stunning spells or something? I could have been killed," protested Ron. "If ever there was an invitation for an argument, that was it." Harry immediately tuned out the row that was just beginning. He was more concerned with catching the one who ambushed him. Harry popped his head into the hull only to pull back quickly as a dozen spells zipped past him. Thinking quickly, Harry dropped to his stomach and then crawled up close to the door. He popped his head time it was preceded by his wand. Harry saw the surprised look on his assailant's face as Harry let loose a half-dozen disarming spells that were right on target. The wand quickly zoomed to his hand, which he happily caught, and then smiled at his most recent opponent. "You always win," protested the sweetest voice Harry had ever heard. "Not always," said Harry humbly. "Okay, so maybe I do always win, but you almost had me that time." "I'll get you one of these days, Mr. Potter," said Ginny. "You wish, Mrs. Potter," slipped Harry. He didn't even realize what he said until he saw Ginny go bright red and heard the gasp from Ron and Hermione behind him. "Harry mate, you don't like my sister, do you?" he inquired in shock. Harry was stuck. He didn't know what to do now. He should never have said that, but it was so natural for him to say it, and in all honesty it felt really good to say it once again. "Ron, he was just teasing," said Hermione, coming to his defense, though she herself wasn't sure. Hermione's comment both helped and hurt his case. On the one hand, it got Ron off of his back, but on the other, well. "Oh, Harry Potter, I hate you and never want to see you again," yelled Ginny before she stormed off with tears in her eyes. "Way to go, Harry, you hurt her feelings," said Ron. "You'd better go apologize." However, Harry was no longer there to hear Ron speak, as he was already chasing after Ginny. This was one of the few occasions that Harry truly regretted teaching her to do wandless magic, as his attempt to chase after her was marred by several hexes and jinxes that she continually sent after him. "Ginny, just wait a minute," said Harry as he ducked below Ginny's infamous Bat Bogey hex. He'd been on the receiving end of that curse enough times in the future to know that he should avoid it at all costs. "Just stay away, Harry," yelled Ginny as she finally entered a room and sealed the door. Harry reached the door and tried to open it, only to have the door handle give him a nice little shock. "Ginny, open the door. Let me talk to you." "Go away. I never want to see you again," she sobbed through the door. Harry looked at that as a positive. She didn't put any silencing charms on the door, which meant he at least had a chance of getting her to talk to him. "Ginny, please let me talk to you." "I don't want to talk to you," she protested strongly, though Harry could hear the sobs behind it. "Ginny, I'm sorry, I wasn't teasing, I swear it," he said a little bit softer, hoping that she'd be willing to listen. "Really?" she asked as she sniffled a few times. "Really, I wasn't teasing you," said Harry. He knew that it would be a bit difficult to explain, if not impossible, but he was going to attempt to pull of a miracle. He heard her coming to the door and finally opened it. She was red-faced and teary-eyed. Her cheeks were tear-stained. It really broke Harry's heart to see her like that. "I'm sorry, Ginny," said Harry, giving her a big hug, which she happily returned. "Why did you say that, Harry?" she asked finally. Harry was once more stuck with trying to come up with a logical yet false answer to her question. Well, you see, it's, so yeah," he said sheepishly while blushing profusely, on purpose hoping that Ginny would take the hint and not press it further. "What?" she asked, confused. "Well, I sort of had a dream and I just..." Once again Harry blushed deeply. This time Ginny blushed deeply too. Harry couldn't help but feel relief that she bought his story. It was true too. He did have dreams about Ginny being his wife in the future. In fact, he'd been having the dreams almost every night since the end of the previous term, or more specifically since he'd shared that simple little kiss with Ginny. Neither of them could meet each other's eyes for a few minutes, despite the fact that both desperately wanted to meet each other's eyes directly. "Here you two are," said Sirius from the door, causing the pair to blush even deeper. "So who won?" Harry did, of course, said Ginny. He always wins. That's just because I don't try very hard, said Sirius. Liar, said Harry. The truth was that Sirius didn't try that hard to win, but then neither did Harry. Though he had to admit it was becoming harder and harder to win each time they all played. So, you two ready to go to Diagon Alley? Asked Sirius, changing the subject. Yes, shouted Harry and Ginny together. Shortly thereafter the four youths and Sirius were walking around Diagon Alley doing a bit of light shopping. Occasionally they would say hello to another student from Hogwarts if they knew them. Of course, no stop to Diagon Alley would be complete with a proper look around quality Quidditch supplies. Harry, Ron, and Ginny were drooling over the firebolt that was on display. Sirius, called Harry, not taking his eyes from the broom. What's up, sport? Asked Sirius as he approached. Without turning away from the firebolt, Harry raised one hand, pointed at it. It's been 2 years. Sirius was lost to what Harry remarked, as he was also entranced by the thing of beauty that was hovering before him inside the glass case. Harry tapped his arm, drawing his attention back to him. 2 years. Sirius seemed confused for a minute before he remembered. Right you are, Harry, it has been 2 years and I do owe you a new broom. Not just a new broom, but the top of the line, best of the best broom, corrected Harry. Naturally, young man, said Sirius. I know your mum and dad wouldn't mind if I buy you your present early. As long as you don't give me another present on my birthday, I can't see them saying anything, said Harry with a grin. Sirius quickly rushed to the counter. Harry wah, tched, and then laughed when the sales clerk fainted. When the clerk finally recovered, Sirius began to fill out some paperwork, probably to have the galleons transferred from his bank account to the shop. Harry was a bit surprised to see Sirius return with not one long, narrow box but two. At the confused look, Sirius replied, I haven't bought a new broom for myself in years. I figured this was the way to go. Harry smiled. We're all going to have to make a trip to the burrow to test it out then. Ron turned to Harry. Harry, do you think that since you got a new broom that I could have your old one? You'll have to ask Hermione, said Harry. She gets first dibs, you know. Right then, said Ron, turning to Hermione. Do you want Harry's old broom? I don't much like flying, said Hermione. You can have it. I'm perfectly happy using my learning broom and staying close to the ground. Ron then did something that surprised everyone. He hugged Hermione and gave her a small peck on the cheek before doing a victory dance in celebration. Hermione, of course, turned bright red in embarrassment at the situation. Harry could tell though that she was happy about the small kiss. Well, I think that since Hermione is giving up her broom, then we should get you something else. What you think? Asked Harry. The entire group nodded in agreement. Right then, I say we get her something unique then. How about a cat or something? Hermione brightened. I would love a cat, but do you think Mum would approve? Harry grinned deviously. If she doesn't when we bring the cat home, she will when I let a mouse loose in the kitchen while she's cooking. Hermione, Ginny, Ron, and Sirius all grinned to match Harry. Marauders to the end, said Harry as he left the shop behind. Hermione found Crookshanks perfectly well. She was given a bit of information about the cat too. More specifically the fact that it wasn't a cat but Neasels, as Hermione learned from the book she purchased to go along with the cat, explained, were extremely protective of their owners. They also had a keen sense that enabled them to help you know who or what was trustworthy to you and what wasn't. On rare occasions, when a Neasel became enraged or was forced to protect their owner's life, they could change into a larger cat that was very magic resistant and very powerful. All in all, Hermione was very pleased with Crookshanks. With their shopping finished at Florian's ice cream parlor to enjoy a late afternoon sundae. After that it was back home for the friends until Harry's birthday party. Harry's party was to be held at the Burrow this year so that they could play Quidditch and so that some of the other children from school could join them, specifically the Quidditch team, the other third-year Gryffindors and Luna Lovegood. One of Ginny's only friends after the chamber incident became public knowledge. Harry knew that every time he'd go to the Burrow that Scabbers aka Peter Pettigrew would go and hide in the attic. Especially if Sirius ever went along. This time seemed to be a little bit different though. For whatever reason Harry briefly spotted the rat hiding behind the dustbin. You kids go outside and play now. I want to talk to your parents for a few minutes, said Sirius. Harry joined the others outside, but that didn't stop the entire group from doing their best to eavesdrop on the adult conversation. So Sirius, what's this big news you've got for us? Asked Molly. Well, actually, we've got big news, said Remus, but we want it to be a surprise for the kids this year. What's that? Asked Jane. Well, Dumbledore came to see us a few days ago and asked us if we'd be willing to teach defense against the dark arts this year, and we happily agreed, said Sirius excitedly. But what about your condition, Remus? Asked Jane. We've got that covered. While I'm out, Sirius will take over. Mostly he's just going to be running the dueling club though, explained Remus. Well, I say congratulations are in order then, said Henry. Indeed, added Arthur. I can't wait to see those kids' faces when you show up on the platform to school. With that the kids ran off to play, already plotting a prank for the platform and for the train to Hogwarts. Sirius and Remus were going to learn a very important lesson about keeping secrets from the marauders. Harry barely noticed SC. Abbers dart out of the door and run under the house. Harry couldn't help but smile happily that Peter was already becoming so nervous and the year hadn't even begun yet. Everything was going according to plan. Now he just had to wait and see how it all played out in the end. Harry and the other arrived together to the platform going to Hogwarts. Ginny had managed to sneak Arthur's wand out of his pocket without him noticing it. She passed it to Harry. Harry immediately saw Sirius and Remus, but they hadn't seen him yet. After a few quick spells under his breath on the parents, Sirius and Remus came over. As planned, the kids pretended not to see Sirius or Remus even when they came over, and thanks to Harry's few spells on the adults, neither did they. Hello kids, greeted Sirius, but they ignored him. Surprised to see us, aren't you? Asked Remus, but the kids continued walking as though Remus and Sirius weren't even there. This perplexed them both slightly. Hey, are the kids mad at us? Said Sirius to the adults, who also continued walking as though not seeing them. Hey, say something to us, would you? Asked Sirius nervously, but he was still ignored. I don't think they can see us, said Remus. Why wouldn't they be able to? Oh wait, said Sirius, suddenly figuring it out. Indeed, said Remus. Harry suddenly knew that if he didn't abort this particular prank, then there would be dire circumstances. Dire, in that it would probably embarrass Harry to no end. I say we pants them all, said Remus. Harry waved Arthur's wand, releasing the spell and then quietly slipping the wand back into his pocket. Sirius, Remus, when did you two get here? Asked Harry in mock surprise. You know darn well that we've been here, said Sirius. How did you find out? Asked Remus. That's for us to know, said Fred. And you not to find out, finished George. Did you try to pull a prank? Asked Jane dangerously. Harry and Hermione were both a bit nervous. Yes, Mum, I did, said Harry, taking one for the team. Mr. Weasley wasn't watching his wand too closely, so I nicked it and worked a few, notice me not, spells on Sirius and Remus. He at least had the decency not to look her in the eyes. I left it so that we could see them, but no one else could. That's a difficult bit of magic, Harry, said Arthur proudly, but then was quickly scolded by Mrs. Weasley. What am I going to do with you? Asked Jane in defeat. Harry could tell that Harry was covering for the group, but she couldn't help but admire his willingness to defend the others. I say give him a raise in his allowance for the attempt and the skill, said Sirius, but he was quickly scolded by Molly and Jane together. Harry was effectively relieved of responsibility by this, and then there was the fact that the train whistle was blaring the last call for boarding. On the train, Harry, Ron, Hermione, Ginny, Sirius, and Remus all sat in the same compartment. Harry enjoyed watching Ron's pocket quiver in fear. Little Peter was hiding inside of it. They all talked amicably as the train moved quickly toward Hogwarts. Not many serious or important things were discussed. They talked about Quidditch, but the bulk of conversation was used up in discussion of new classes. I'm looking forward to Care of Magical Creatures, said Harry. I've heard it can be really interesting. Well, interesting depending on the creature. I mean, if we're just looking at flobberworms, I'll be rather disappointed. I'd rather study things like griffins and dragons. Harry, chided Hermione, I thought that you would have had enough of dragons after what happened in first year. Nah, Norbert wasn't so bad, said Harry. Hungarian horntails or Chinese fireballs are much worse if you ask me. Charlie has said as much several times, said Ron. I do hope it is interesting though. Are all of you taking magical creatures this year? Asked Sirius. Yep, said Harry. I had to coax Hermione into it but she eventually relented. Any of you taking divination? Asked Remus. I am, said Ron. I've heard it's a bit of a joke that class is. Just predict your death every week and you get a perfect score every time, said Sirius. Remus nodded in agreement. It's not much of a class but it is rather easy if you just want to raise your school average, said Remus. James and Sirius took that. I took ancient runes and arithmancy myself. I'm taking both of those, said Hermione. And magical creatures, I wanted to take more but I guess there wasn't much point in taking Muggle studies. I'm sticking with runes myself, said Harry with a smile. Me too, said Ginny happily but she wasn't able to completely hide her blush. Good choices all around then, said Sirius, but remember, do try to have some fun this year. Do you realize that Dumbledore is not only letting in 6 of the new generation marauders but also 2 of the first generation marauders in as well? Asked Harry. Just what exactly was he thinking? That reminds me, Harry, Sirius and I need to talk to you after the welcoming feast, said Remus. Sure, said Harry. Can we all come or just me? Just you, said Sirius. This is kind of a surprise. Right then, said Harry. From their conversation returned to lighter subjects of food and games and most importantly pranks. As promised, Harry met Sirius and Remus in their shared office. What did you want to see me about? Well, the thing is, began Remus nervously. What is it? Asked Harry. Well, Peter was spotted, said Sirius. Really? Asked Harry. Yeah, the ministry got an anonymous tip say that Chair Pettigrew had come out of hiding and was coming to Hogwarts to get you, said Remus as calmly as possible. Harry though tried to hide his grin as he listened to them seriously. Well, that's not exactly bad news then, is it? What do you mean not bad news? Of course it's bad news, said Sirius who failed still to see Harry's grin. What do you know, Harry? Asked Remus who seemed to have caught on. Perhaps, maybe, I'm the one that sent in that tip, said Harry grinning full on now. Say what? Demanded Remus and Sirius together. You heard me, said Harry. Don't worry, he's supposed to be here anyway to have to explain this to me a bit better, said Remus. Peter is already here, said Harry. He's been here for the last 2 years. Where? Asked Remus. Well, if you recall, Peter has a rather unique animagus form. Yes. They both nodded. Who do we all know that has a pet rat at Hogwarts? The light seemed to shine down on the pair and then it darkened as Sirius looked ready to kill. Don't do it, Sirius, said Harry. He needs to stay where he is for now. Going after him now could have serious repercussions that could cost us everything. But Harry, he's responsible for, began Sirius but Harry cut him off. I know damn well what that little piece of shit is responsible for and I don't need you to remind me. I was the one that watched that little bastard kill my pregnant wife before a port key whisked me away to safety, leaving her behind. You don't need to remind me of what he's cost me. I guarantee you that I'm going to kill him, but not yet. He has to escape this year and run back to Voldemort or we will be lost, ranted Harry angrily. He was so angry in fact that his magic was flaring up all around him and filling the room with energy. Harry realized as he saw the fear in their eyes that he needed to calm down. Having done so, he spoke again. I'm sorry about that. I had no right to yell at you like that. You have your own vendettas against Peter just as I do. No, Harry, you're right, said Sirius. Sometimes I forget how much you already know about what is to come and what we can expect in this war if you don't change things. I still see Harry the boy instead of Harry the man. Harry hugged his godfather and let them comfort each other as it was a very touchy subject for both of them. Well, don't worry, when the time comes you'll be there to saw. Why, whatever it is that you need to say to him, said Harry, I promise you that. Harry, you'd best inform Dumbledore of what this year will bring, said Remus Sirius as he broke the mood slightly. I don't know what difference that will make, said Harry. He might be able to help better orchestrate Peter's escape so that Peter feels confident about it afterward and has no clue about your true nature, explained Remus. Harry sighed and rubbed his face and eyes as he settled back into the chair he was seated in. This may not have been as easy a year as he had originally hoped for. And as much as he hated to admit it, Dumbledore's help with this specific situation may indeed be helpful to him. All right, I'll talk to him, but I want it on record now that I don't like this in the slightest bit. Remus and Sirius chuckled a bit but relented and nodded. Harry did indeed speak with Dumbledore the next day to begin planning this grand escape scene for Peter. Somehow Dumbledore got Minerva, Severus, Sirius, and Remus all involved in it. By the time it was all laid out, Harry was more nervous than he was when he'd planned it out over a month ago. There was still so much that could go wrong. Harry tried to put that behind him as he went about his regular class schedule. As it was his first time taking ancient runes, he was rather excited to learn something new. He was just lucky that it turned out that he really enjoyed the class and the material. Harry didn't have care of magical creatures until the third day of classes, and he was greatly looking forward to it. The four friends met owned by Hagrid's cabin as they were supposed to for the class. "I got a real treat for ye today," said Hagrid happily. "Come on, follow me round the back, Hagrid lead them round the back of his hut and out to a paddock where there were several hippogriffs tied up. "Hippogriffs," said Harry excitedly for Hagrid's benefit. "Right you are, Harry. That'll be 5 points to Gryffindor," said Hagrid beaming with pride. "Now, who here can tell me anything about hippogriffs?" asked Hagrid. "Yes, Hermione. The hippogriff is a half-eagle, half-horse magical creature. They are known for a very strong sense of pride and very sharp talons." Quote, "Excellent, Hermione," said Hagrid. "That'll be 5 more points to Gryffindor. Now, is anyone here brave enough to try and pet one of 'em?" Harry stepped up. "I'd like to try." "Right then, Harry," said Hagrid, leading him over to the biggest of them. Harry recognized the hippogriff instantly as Buckbeak, the leader of their pack. "This is Buckbeak." "Hello, Buckbeak," said Harry with dazzle behind his eyes. It had been so long since he'd seen the hippogriff alive. "Now, Harry, the first thing you have to do is bow to him," said Hagrid. Harry bowed out to Buckbeak as he'd done hundreds of times in the past future. "Now, if Buckbeak bows to you, then it's okay to pet him a bit," said Hagrid, but before he even finished speaking, Buckbeak bowed to Harry. Harry straightened and approached the magnificent beast. He was only too happy to rub his beak and pat down his side. Harry remembered vividly how much Buckbeak loved to get his wing joint scratched. Harry didn't think twice about doing so again. Buckbeak happily extended both wings to allow Harry better access. "You like that, don't you, Beaky?" said Harry with a grin. Buckbeak seemed to agree as he nudged Harry's ear with his beak. "What, you want to go for a spin, is that it?" Harry didn't wait a second longer before he jumped onto Buckbeak's back, and with little spurring from his heels, Buckbeak ran a little before lifting into the air, happily flying all around the area. Flying around the castle and over the lake, past the Quidditch field, and then finally landing happily back in the same paddock. He hopped off of Buckbeak and rubbed him down as he'd become accustomed to doing anytime he went flying with Buckbeak. "A right natural, Harry," said Hagrid, who was beaming. "Just have to trust him," said Harry. "If you don't trust him, he definitely won't trust you." "Right you are, Harry," said Hagrid happily that he'd had so much success. "All right, now you all saw how Harry did it, no? Why don't you all give it a try with different hippogriffs?" The students all separated. Ginny, Ron, and Hermione all came towards Harry. He saw them trying to run right up to him, but Buckbeak didn't care for that, so Harry quickly motioned for them to stay back. Once he'd calmed Buckbeak again, he motioned them one at a time to come forward and bow. It seemed easier for them with Harry there calming him down. "Harry, that was bloody brilliant," said Ron. "Where'd you learn to do that?" "I don't know," said Harry. "It just felt natural as all. I just have a way with animals." "Ha, that's rich coming from you, Scarhead," said Draco as he approached undaunted. "Stop there," warned Harry. "You'll upset him. He's just some dumb animal." Draco began to retort but stopped as Buckbeak became enraged and rushed at him. Harry rolled his eyes but moved fast enough to knock Draco back into the ground. Harry had honestly expected Buckbeak to stop, but no such luck. Instead of Malfoy getting a minor cut on his forearm, Harry got a major cut running from his shoulder to his third rib. Son of a, but Harry chose not to finish as he quickly moved his mind to block out the pain. "Damn you, Malfoy, you don't listen for Shit, you could have been killed and now you've caused me to get hurt. You stupid horse's ass, this is entirely your fault. Are you really so stupid that you think you can ignore what the teacher tells you? Damn it, Harry cursed again. He wasn't having much luck blocking out the pain and now he was beginning to feel dizzy from the quickly increasing blood loss. Harry was fast losing consciousness. He hardly registered Hagrid rushing over to him before he was engulfed in blackness. Harry woke a while later in the hospital wing. He knew the area well enough as he'd woken up there so many times in the past future. Freaking idiot, cursed Harry as he could feel the skin, tendons, and muscles being pulled back together by one of Madame Pomfrey's awful tasting potions. The only reason Harry knew that it was awful tasting was for the simply fact that it had left an aftertaste in his mouth. Mr. Potter, if you please, that sort of language is un aging matron. Sorry ma'am, but I'm a little upset with Mr. Malfoy. Complete and utter stupidity that has once again landed me in this hospital wing, said Harry calmly but with a bit of an angry edge to it. He may be he world's largest ponce, but that doesn't mean you should degrade yourself by speaking so foully. Yes ma'am, sorry ma'am, said Harry softly as his shoulder gave a rather nasty twinge of pain. Don't worry about it, said Pomfrey. Just between you and me, I happen to agree with your earlier description of the ponce, but you didn't hear that from me. Harry smiled and nodded to her. So, when can I blow this joint? If I saw tomorrow, will you stay until tomorrow? If you say tomorrow, that means I'll be healed up but a little stiff in a few hours' time, translated Harry. So, let's make a deal. You promise to let me go when I'm healed and a little stiff, and I won't disappear any sooner than that. Pomfrey actually laughed. You have yourself a deal, so long as you stomp that little ponce into the ground in Quidditch. Deal, said Harry as he laid back to rest and let the potion finish its work in healing him. Harry made good use of his time. Mainly he spent the day plotting in PLANNING his revenge on Malfoy for being such an idiot and nearly getting him killed. About an hour before he was to be released, he had a surprise visitor. Surprise in that she snuck in using his invisibility cloak. Harry, you're alive, she shouted with joy as she hugged him fiercely. Ginny, shoulder injury, pain, he managed to gasp out. Ginny instantly released the hug. Sorry Harry, but I was just so worried, and Madame Pomfrey would let anyone in to come visit you. I was just so worried about you. It's all right Ginny, said Harry smiling affectionately at her. I'm fine, but when I get out of here that bastard Malfoy won't be. He's been given 2 months detention with Mr. Filch for endangering the life of student through gross negligence. Dumbledore wanted to expel him but his father showed up and bailed him out of trouble as usual, explained Ginny. The marauders are already in the planning process. He nearly killed you and now he's going to wish he was dead for ever touching my Harry. Suddenly she realized what she just said and turned bright red. You're Harry, am I now? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to say, but Harry cut her off. It's all right, he said calmly, I am your Harry if you want me. Ginny smiled brightly and blushed. You mean it? Have I ever not? No, I guess not. Then I guess I'm your Ginny, she replied as hope burned in her eyes. I would certainly hope so, said Harry. I expect equal shares here. Ginny laughed at Harry before she impulsively kissed him. It was only a small peck on the lips, but it meant the world to both of them. Thanks, said Harry with a stupid grin. I think I can conquer the world now. Ginny laughed that Harry had taken it so well. Well, in keeping with the equal shared thing, I figured since you kissed me last time it was time I repaid the favor. Harry laughed. You can do that anytime you want. I don't mind building up a bit of debt if I can pay in kisses. This caused Ginny to blush fiercely. She'd never talked so openly to a boy as she was talking to Harry now, especially about kissing and such. Is Buckbeak okay? Asked Harry. He's fine, said Ginny. When he saw that he hurt you and not Malfoy, he almost looked ashamed of himself. He calmed down right away and allowed Hagrid to tie him up again. I'll have to go see Beaky then later, said Harry. Do you want to come with me? Maybe he could take us both flying or something. Ginny blushed again but nodded her accent to the idea. That'd be great. Wonderful, said Harry. I hear Poppy coming, so you'd best put that cloak on and get out of here. Ginny gave Harry another quick peck. Now you owe me one, then put the cloak on and vanished. Harry couldn't wipe the great gleaming grin off his face. Sure, she was still only 12, nearly 13. But he was only 13 for that matter. As far as he was concerned, it was a perfectly acceptable position to be in. The hospital matron entered and checked him over. Well, as promised, you'll be stiff for a while, so be careful. Other than that, you're perfectly fine. Not off with you. Harry smiled at the woman before departing the hospital wing happily. After all, he had revenge to plot. Sadly, though, his revenge would have to wait a bit, as he saw another issue come to light as he was leaving. At the same time he was leaving, so was a certain Lucius Malfoy and a rather pathetic-looking house elf. "Mr. Malfoy," said Harry scathingly, "so nice to see that you're willing to buy your son's way back into Hogwarts despite that fact that he's a menace to society." "Potter," said Malfoy darkly, "you don't know what you speak of." "Don't I? Then why don't we talk about that diary you slipped into Ginny's Weasley's cauldron 2 summers ago while we were in Flourish and Blots? Or how about we talk about how that diary held the memory of a 17-year-old Tom Riddle, also known as Voldemort? Or better yet, why don't we talk about the fact that the diary told me that it had ordered you to plant the diary on someone close to me? So the last one was a lie, but Malfoy didn't know that." The man narrowed his eyes at Harry. "I haven't a clue what you're talking about." Harry thought quickly and pulled his wand on the man. If he did this right, then everything should resolve itself nicely. "Your son injured me. I believe it is my right to repay that injury upon the head of the family." Malfoy pulled his own wand from the top of his cane. "You're in over your head, Potter." Harry smirked, and faster than Malfoy could see, Harry shed his outer robe, leaving him only in pants and a t-shirt. A quick flick of his wrist had thrown the black robe at the man. Malfoy was unprepared for this maneuver and swatted the robe aside, but by then it was too late, as an overpowered disarming charm hit him dead center, casting him through the air, where he landed heavily with a thump and the satisfying crack of several ribs and possibly an arm or wrist. "There, I believe I'm satisfied now," said Harry, looking on his handiwork. Lucius was very slow to stand after that. He was now unarmed and injured fairly badly. Harry could now see that his arm was broken and the shoulder of the same arm was dislocated. "Master has given Dobby clothes, sir," said the house elf. "What?" demanded Malfoy as he staggered to his feet, obviously in a lot of pain. "Master has given me robes, sir," said Dobby happily. "Harry Potter's robes. I is free, he. "You've cost me my servant," seethed Malfoy. "Like I said, I am now satisfied, and you injury to me and my family name forgiven," said Harry with a smirk, owing full well that any noble family such as the Malfoys would abide by the old laws. "Very well, Potter," said Malfoy, "but remember this, one day you will meet the same end your parents did." "Maybe, but that day is not today," said Harry coldly as he snapped Lucius' wand and tossed it to him. Broken wand in hand, Lucius stormed out of the castle angrily. It was obvious to Harry that the man was badly injured, but he was not about to show the boy any weakness. "How can I ever be thanking you, Master Harry, sir?" "Well, Dobby, I have a question for you. As I understand it, now that you no longer have a family to serve, your magic will fade and eventually you will disappear. Is that correct?" "Yes, Master Harry, sir, it is correct, but I is not caring so much as I am now free from," but the elf hesitated still to mention the Malfoys. "I understand that," said Harry, "but how would you like to serve my family?" Harry Potter would ask Dobby to be working for his family. "Well, there are conditions to this though," said Harry. "First, you may never, under any circumstances, punish yourself. Second, you must dress nicely at all times. This means that you must have a different suit for every day of the week. This means I'm going to have to buy you clothes. If it will make you feel better, you can consider it as a uniform. Third, such you will be given a monthly allowance of 2 galleons. If you agree to my terms, then we'd be happy to have you." Dobby seemed to be considering it and arguing with himself over the idea before finally agreeing. "I is being happy to be Harry Potter's house elf." "Excellent," said Harry. "For the rest of this school year you are to help out at Hogwarts. The first Hogsmeade weekend you are to come with me so that I can purchase your uniform. Is that clear?" "Yes, Master Harry," said a very happy Dobby. "I is meeting you as you is asking me to." "Good, then I'll see you later," said Harry as he continued on with his revenge planning. "Just Beck," Oz he'd taken care of the Malfoy family didn't mean he was through with Draco Malfoy. For whatever reason the previous year Harry did not have the opportunity to free Dobby as several things did not go exactly according to plan. Nonetheless he was able to resolve the issue hastily. The only problem he had now was simply that he had to deal with Hermione and his parents' reaction to his acquisition of a house elf. It was not likely to go well at all. Harry found the new marauders and old inside of Professor Lupin's office plotting out a rather severe revenge. "Harry!" shouted Hermione as soon as he entered the room. The shout was immediately followed by a fierce hug and then yelling for being so reckless once again. "Nice to see you too," said Harry, finally able to speak. "Mum isn't happy with you," said Hermione. Harry grabbed his head and screamed in frustration. Does she honestly think that I plan for this kind of thing? Truthfully, he did plan for most of these things, but he wasn't about to tell her as much. "It surely does seem that way sometimes," said Hermione. "I saw you roll your eyes when Malfoy approached. You looked like you knew what was coming." Harry had to hide the panic on his face. But he managed to cover. "It's Malfoy. Anytime he's around, bad things tend to happen. I was enjoying myself, so it was only natural that Malfoy would do something to mess that up." Hermione sighed in exasperation. Apparently she could find no fault in his explanation of what was happening. That didn't, however, relieve the suspicion that had been building up for the last year or two. "I just don't understand why you'd save that ass," said Ron, breaking the tension. "I couldn't let Buckbeak dirty himself with Malfoy blood. Poor Beaky would be scarred for life," explained Harry. "Not to mention what Malfoy's father would have done to Beaky as a result. You should go see Hagrid. He's really worried about you," added Hermione after that. "I will, and Beaky," said Harry. He nagged to give Ginny a slight look as if asking her to go with him. "So, ready to hear what we've been cooking up?" asked Sirius, joining the conversation. "I'm always ready," said Harry. "I already got a bit of revenge on my way here too." "What did you do?" asked Sirius excitedly. "I ran into Malfoy Sr. I had a little discussion with him. Tricked him into freeing his house elf. Broke a few of his ribs, his wrist, and dislocated his shoulder too." Harry ticked off on his fingers. "Harry James Potter," screeched Hermione. "How could you do that to him?" "How could I not?" asked Harry. "You know, the books on politics we've been reading and about the older families expect certain rights and rules to be observed. My family was angered by the Malfoy family, and now that injury has been forgiven for the moment. Besides, I still owed him for something that happened to someone I care a great deal about." "What are you talking about, Harry?" asked Ron. "He's not going to talk about it here," said Ginny angrily. "It's none of your business, so just stay out of it." Harry knew then that Ginny had heard Harry's conversation with Malfoy. "Ginny, what do you care if Harry tells me? Because it is so. Nothing that is very private and not for me to talk about," said Harry coolly. "Fine, be that way," said Ron angrily. "See if I care that you're keeping secrets from your best mate." "Ron, these aren't my secrets to tell," said Harry calmly, yet there was an edge of anger to his voice. Ron decided not to respond and just stormed out of the room. Harry sighed heavily. He really needs to work on his people skills. "Well, what did you expect, Harry? You're so secretive all the time. I swear, it's as though sometimes I don't even know my own brother," raged Hermione before she stormed out of the room behind Ron. "Anyone else want to take a few shots at me?" offered Harry. "We would," said Fred. "But we really don't," continued George. "Have anything against you," finished Fred. "Well, at least that's two," said Harry as he turned to Remus. "That was a bit irresponsible, but I can't say as you didn't handle the situation well overall," said Remus calmly as though he was critiquing a paper. "I'll take that a vote of confidence then. What about you, Sirius? I would have loved to see the look on Malfoy's face after you did that," said Sirius. "I trust that you did the right thing." "I always trust you to do what's best." "Thanks, Sirius," said Harry. Then he finally turned to Ginny. "Well, what's the verdict?" Ginny seemed to be considering it for a moment, but in the end just gave him a quick little kiss. "I'll take that as a positive," said Harry. "That's two you owe me now," said Ginny. "Oi, what are you?" began Fred. "Doing kissing are," continued George. "Little sister," finished Fred. "I think we've just," started George again. "Changed our vote," finished Fred. The twins then stormed out of the room angrily. It was just a little kiss, said Harry as he watched their retreating backsides. It's not like I was snogging her senseless. Sirius and Remus couldn't hold it any longer as they both fell to the floor laughing. Shut up you two, said Harry before he took Ginny's hand and stormed out of the room. Harry and Ginny decided to go and visit Buckbeak to see how he was doing. When Buckbeak saw Harry he ran forward excitedly and nuzzled his neck and shoulder. I'm fine Beaky, don't worry about it, said Harry as he scratched Buckbeak's neck. Ginny was slightly startled when Buckbeak nuzzled her shoulder as well. I think he likes you, said Harry with a little laugh. It would seem so, said Ginny as she giggled from the feathers that tickled her neck. Ginny, are you really okay? I mean, I'm guessing you were listening when Malfoy and I talked, said Harry finally breaking the light mood. I guess I was a bit surprised, said Ginny, but mostly I was angry at Malfoy. I wanted to kill him for doing that to me. I'm sorry I didn't tell you about that, said Harry. I didn't want to worry you about it, especially since there is no way to prove that it was Malfoy who did it because I had to destroy the diary. It's all right Harry, I understand that you were trying to protect me. But I don't always need protection, said Ginny. I know that, said Harry, but I can't help myself. I always want you to be safe and out of danger. That's really sweet Harry, said Ginny as she gave him a hug. Harry, is that you? Called the familiar booming voice of Hagrid, effectively ending his and Ginny's private moment. Yeah Hagrid, it's me and Ginny, Harry answered. Blimey Harry, I didn't think you'd ever want to come to one of me classes again, said Hagrid. Why wouldn't I? It wasn't Beaky's fault that Malfoy is such a git and didn't listen to directions, said Harry. Thank you Harry for saying that, said Hagrid calmly. So did you like the lesson then? I loved the lesson and so did most of the students, said Harry, but, if I can make a small recommendation. I love the interesting creatures as much as you do, but you still have to teach us about the creatures that we can expect to see on the OWLs. Right you are Harry, said Hagrid, I hadn't thought of that before. It's only me first year so I'm still learning about teaching. I know that Hagrid, said Harry, personally, I love the interesting things. Me too, said Hagrid. Me too, added Ginny with a grin. Well, you two had best be returning to the castle. It's starting to get dark out herring them along. Harry and Ginny returned to the castle. Hermione and Ron were avoiding Harry like the plague and continued to do so for nearly a month. Fred and George came around about a week later with regards to him and Ginny. Harry, Ron, and Hermione became friends again though none of them even attempted to resolve the other issues. As a result they were all walking on eggshells around each other for the majority of the year. The end of the year came on quickly and Harry was running out of time. He had one issue that needed to be resolved before the year ended. One afternoon Harry saw that Ron forgot his divination text. Deciding to be nice about it, Harry decided to bring it up to him. Harry walked slowly through the castle to the North Tower and the divination room. He didn't realize it, but divination was nearly over. Harry knocked on the door only to have it open and watch all the students filing out. Ron, Harry called through the throng of students. Harry, called Ron back in surprise, what are you doing here? I saw you left your divination text, said Harry as he passed the book. Thanks mate. It was all right though. I was able to borrow Neville's book, explained Ron. Harry then spotted a crystal ball setting just outside the door and picked it up. Looks like this got out of the room somehow. Yeah, well, I'm not taking it back. You take it back, said Ron. Harry nodded and went into the room. Trelawney was sitting in one of the armchairs wheezing heavily. It was a sign that Harry knew well enough. As soon as she saw Harry she began to recite the same prophecy she did the first time around. Hello, who are you? She asked as soon as she came out of it. Harry Potter. I found this in the hallway, thought you'd like to have it back, said Harry. Thank you young man, allow me to read your future for you as thanks, she offered. No thanks, I already know what in my future, said Harry before he turned and left her behind. Harry made few excuses to Ron about needed to do something and then he vanished in a rush towards Dumbledore's office. Once inside, it's happening tonight. Trelawney just made the prophecy not moments ago. Dumbledore sprang into action and began setting everything up. The only thing that they needed to finalize their plans was the Marauders map which was currently in his trunk. After a short trip to the dorms and into his trunk to retrieve the map, which turned into a long trip as Harry had to listen to Ron and Hermione yelling at each other because Scabbers was missing and Crookshanks had come to hate that rat with a passion. After finally managing to escape, Harry returned to the headmaster's office and the plan was set into motion. Peter was hiding in Hagrid's cabin. The only thing that Harry needed to do now was to collect Ron, Hermione, and Ginny and go down there. Sirius and Remus would join him shortly thereafter once Scabbers had been discovered, and then the rest would hopefully follow like clockwork. "Hey, let's go down and see Hagrid," said Harry to his 3 friends. "Good idea," said Ginny. "I'm not going anywhere with her," said Ron angrily at Hermione. "Like I'd go anywhere with you," said Hermione equally angry. "Come on, let's go see him," pleaded Harry. If they didn't come along then things would go quite wrong. "Maybe Harry has something special planned," said Ginny helpfully. "Fine, but I'm not talking to Hermione," said Ron. "And I'm not talking to Ron," said Hermione. "Great, let's go," said Harry. A few minutes later they were all down in Hagrid's cabin enjoying a very bitter cup of tea and some very hard rock cakes. "Oh Ron, before I forget," began Hagrid, "I found this little feller inside of me pantry. Thought you may like to have him back. He's been in a right state since I found him." Hagrid then handed Ron a small cage with Scabbers inside of it. "Scabbers!" shouted Ron with joy. "You weren't eaten. You owe me an apology," said Hermione hotly. Ron though ignored it. Hermione was about to begin yelling at him but was stopped by a knock at the door. Sirius and Remus came in. "Here you guys are," said Sirius. "I've been looking everywhere for you lot. I've almost got everything ready for that prank on Malfoy." "That's great, Sirius," said Harry. "First Ron finds his pet rat and now Malfoy is going to get it." "I didn't know Ron had a pet rat," said Sirius. "Let me see him." Ron happily passed the cage to Sirius. The rat inside was shivering with fright. He was terrified. "You," said Sirius angrily as he glanced at the rat. "Remus, it's him, it's Peter." "What?" asked Remus quickly looking at the rat. "It is him. I'd know that rat anywhere." "What are you guys talking about?" asked Ron trying to take back his cage and rat. "This isn't a rat, Ron, it's Peter Pettigrew. He's a rat animagus," said Sirius explaining. "Watch, we can prove it," said Remus as he pointed his wand inside the cage and uttered a spell. The rat inside quickly grew in size and then changed into a man as it broke out of the cage. Harry had his wand on the rat in an instant. "Well, I'll be," said Hagrid. "I never knew. There was no way for you to know Hagrid," said Sirius, "and now, I'm going to kill him." "Sirius, wait, no," said Harry stepping between them. "But Harry, you know what he did to your parents." "I know, but I don't think my mum and dad would have wanted you to become a killer for them." "We'll send him to Azkaban," said Harry. "Good boy," said Peter, "gentle kind boy. Thank you for sparing me." Peter was groveling at the hem of Harry's robes. Harry got a lot of satisfaction out of kicking the lump as hard as he was able to. "Ron, want to take a shot?" asked Harry as he glanced to his best mate. "You slept in my bed," said Ron as disbelief as he let a kick fly. "I gave you the food scraps off my plate," said Ron as he let another kick fly. "I treated you like family," he said as he let yet another kick fly. "You could have killed me and my family any time," said Ron, but this time he let loose several kicks in a row, one for each Weasley. "You used me to get close to Harry," said Ron, finally letting loose a really hard kick that caught the fat man between the legs. "That's enough, Ron," said Hermione. "I want to kick him for trying to frame Crookshanks." Harry was shocked as he watched his sister let loose a series of kicks to the man's groin. "Enough of this," said Remus. "Let's just call the Aurors." Sirius bound Peter in ropes and dragged him along behind then as they started back towards the castle. Then the full moon came in sight. "Run," said Remus as he saw the full moon rising. "Remus," shouted Sirius, "did you remember to take your formula? Did you take the potion?" Remus was not answering as his body began to change. "Hermione, change and hurry on to Dumbledore's office to warn him," Harry instructed her. "Ginny, Ron," Sirius said, "change into your animagus forms. Remus won't be able to hurt you then." "What's wrong with him?" asked Ron. "He's a werewolf," said Sirius. "He's changing. Hurry, before you get hurt. But what about Peter? Asked Ron. Forget Peter, Harry shouted, your life is more important than that rat. We can always catch him again later. Ron didn't like it, but he changed into his animagus form, as did Harry, Ginny, and Sirius. Remus had taken his potion, but the other didn't know that. It wasn't hard for him to act the part though, as he attacked Sirius. Harry and Ginny tried to BDUE him while Ron teased him and tried to draw him into the dark forest. Harry wasn't too happy about having to let Peter escape, but some things were more important. Unfortunately, the Remus was a werewolf did not go unnoticed by Filch. Once Remus was inside the dark forest, the 4 animagus left him there to his own devices. Upon exiting, Hermione and Dumbledore were waiting along with Professors Snape and McGonagall. Are you children all right? Asked Minerva with great concern. Fine, answered Harry as he sat down heavily breathing. Ginny and Ron also sat down next to him breathing heavily. What were the 4 of you thinking? Go after a fully grown werewolf, chitting letters home to your parents. Harry wanted to slap himself as he knew what the result would be in the end. You're all very lucky that none of you were turned, said Snape. Werewolves don't affect animagus, said Harry calmly, we were perfectly safe. You're all animagus? Asked Minerva. Yes, but I would ask that you keep it a secret, said Harry. It really is for a good reason. Minerva was arguing with herself. Fine, but I expect you all to come to my office tomorrow so that we may discuss this a little more. Yes ma'am, said the 4 children and Sirius. And what of Pettigrew? Asked Dumbledore. Bastard got away, said Ron angrily. We had him and he got away. Remus and came down to see the kids. He was going to take his potion when we got back, but then we found Peter and more time passed than we intended. By the time we were making our way back to the castle, the moon had already risen, explained Sirius. Most of this explaining was for Hermione, Ron, and Ginny's sakes. Very well, said Albus, I'll have to report all of this to the ministry. I'm sorry to say that I will most likely have to release Professor Lupin's services due to his carelessness. Albus mocked sadness, but he was doing all of this according to Harry's plan, which was working out perfectly in his opinion. That's not fair, shouted Hermione and Ron together. I'm sorry children, but once the school governors hear of this it will not go well. It is better to do this now before that happens. This why will give Professor Lupin a modicum of protection from the law, said Albus. I understand, Professor, said Harry, but what about Sirius? Alas, he too will have to be released, as I am not permitted to fully employ ex-convicts. Said Albus, that is the only reason I did not hire him on full time. But he was innocent, protested Harry. That is not the way the school governors will see it, Harry. I'm sorry, I truly am. This is a sad day on many accounts, said Albus, shaking his head slightly. The remainder of the school term was rather somber for the children. The summer was quickly approaching, and Harry had already been promised his first 2 weeks home would be spent once more in his room for his recklessness. Hermione managed to avoid that punishment as she was smart enough to go for help. Harry wasn't all too happy about that, but he didn't really have much choice in the matter. The summer before year was about to begin, and all of Harry's plans would have to come to fruition soon. The goblet, freed just in time for yard duty again, asked Hermione as Harry joined her in the backyard to help with the yard work. What is it with you and your greetings to me lately? Nothing in particular, replied Hermione. Just keeping you on your toes. So, how has your 2 weeks of freedom been spent without me? Asked Harry as he started on his share of the yard work. Boring, said Hermione. Mum has been getting a bit flustered with Dobby popping up every time she starts to do some housework. I can't exactly make him stay at Hogwarts for the summer, said Harry. I can't just let him die either by not taking him on. Yeah, well, I think that the rules of magic that govern house elves is barbaric, Hermione nearly shouted. I agree with you, said Harry. In all honestly, the problem lies more in the way most wizards treat house elves than anything. I just might start a society, said Hermione severely. Harry knew she was serious but wasn't going to help her in that regard. So what do Mum and Dad think about it? Well, they aren't exactly happy about it, but Dad has already started warming up to Dobby. Mum will take a bit of persuasion, I think. Harry couldn't help grinning at that as he focused more on the yard work than on talking. He was just happy to be outside again. The next few days passed quietly at the Granger house. Ron and Ginny were still grounded for their involvement in the events of the last year. Nothing that Harry remarked made the slightest bit of difference to Mrs. Weasley. It really quite annoyed him, especially since the first time around he only had to ask Mrs. Weasley for something and she'd bend over backwards for him, but this time around she treated him more like one her flesh and blood children than a boy they wished was theirs. It was a bit disturbing too. Ron and Ginny finally got paroled by Mrs. Weasley about a week before Harry's birthday. "Hey mate," said Ron as he entered the kitchen at the Grangers. "Ron, you're free," said Harry with a laugh. "I never thought they'd let you out of there." "Yeah, well it sure took long enough. I tell you, you were just as involved as the rest of us and yet you were only grounded for 2 weeks." "We got 4, how's that fair?" asked Ron indignantly. "It's not mate, but I guess she's just making up for lost time." "You've gone home every summer but this one without being in any kind of trouble," said Harry. "I take offense to that," piped in Ginny. "I spent the first 2 weeks of last summer grounded for my involvement in that whole chamber mess." "Sorry Ginny, aid Harry quickly trying to appease the fiery redhead. "You'd better be," said Ginny threateningly as she walked up on Harry. "I missed you," he said hoping to calm her a bit. "You're not getting away that easily," she replied pointing a finger at him. Harry did the only thing he could think of and gave Ginny a quick kiss. The shocked look on her face told Harry that he'd been forgiven. "Ugh," complained Ron. "I'm never going to get used to seeing my sister and my best mate kissing." "Me neither," said Harry pointedly at Ron. Ron instantly blushed deep crimson. "I don't know what you're talking about mate," said Ron unconvincingly. "Oh please Ron," said Ginny, "you've talked about nothing since we were released yesterday than going to see Hermione." "Oh, sod it Ginny," said Ron angrily. Quote, "As long as you remember that's my sister you want to snog I'll try to remember that this is your sister," said Harry innocently. Ron held a hand out to Harry. "Deal. Deal," said Harry as he shook Ron's hand. "Boys, you're all so simple," said Ginny. "Or not," protested Ron and Harry together. "So where is your dear sister anyway?" asked Ginny. "She and Mum went shopping." "They should be back soon," said Harry. "You too hungry?" "Starved," said Ron. "You just ate before we left," said Ginny in disbelief. "Flow travel really works up an appetite," defended Ron. Harry laughed. "Dobby." The small elf appeared with a small pop. "Yes Master Harry sir. Can you get us something to eat?" "Sandwiches maybe." "Happy to Master Harry," said Dobby as he started moving through the kitchen. "Where'd the house elf come from?" asked Ron in surprise. "I thought I told you about Dobby," said Harry. "This is house elf I tricked Malfoy into freeing." "No way," said Ron. "That's amazing, but why do you do something like that? You know how bad that is for elves to be freed." "I know, but Malfoy was a bad master to Dobby," said Harry. "It was only right that I set Dobby free. Of course I had him bound to me right after to protect his life." "Oh, still, why'd you do that?" asked Ron. "You can ask Ginny. If she wants to tell you she will," said Harry. "Ginny? What's this got to do with Ginny?" "Malfoy I's the one that gave me that horrid diary," said Ginny. "The whole chamber thing was his fault." Ron's ears turned red in anger but then he started laughing heavily. "It's not funny," yelled Ginny angrily. "Not that. What Harry did to Malfoy last year is what I'm laughing at." "That was bloody brilliant now that I know why you did it," said Ron. "So glad you finally approve," said Harry sarcastically. "Listen Harry, I'm sorry that I'm such a git sometimes." "You mean a jealous git," said Harry. "All right, I'm sorry I'm such a jealous git sometimes," said Ron. "I just don't understand why everything always happens to you. I mean, well, you get all the attention you know." "Ron, think of it this way," said Harry. "I'm more likely to be killed by a dark wizard than you are." Ron swallowed. "You know, I never thought of it that way." "Ron, you must know get worse before it gets better," said Harry. "Voldemort is still out there and until he's completely gone he's going to keep coming for me. Now that the rat has gone back to him it's only a matter of time before he gets a new body. Do you think that he'll try something again this year?" "I'd bet you 100 galleons he does," said Harry. Here you is, interrupted Dobby as he set a monstrous plate of sandwiches on the table for them to eat. Thanks Dobby, said Harry, hoping the depressing conversation would end. Ron was already eating the sandwiches as Harry remarked that so it was a good sign that Ron would drop the subject. Ginny, squealed a happy voice from the door into the kitchen. Hermione, Ginny squealed in return as E2 ran to each other and hugged fiercely. Ron choked on his sandwich before finally swallowing the little bit he had left in his mouth. Hi Hermione. Hello Ron, said Hermione coolly. Her outward appearance was very collected to Harry, but the thoughts screaming from her were filled with excitement from seeing Ron. Hello Mum, Hermione, said Harry politely. Hello Harry, said Jane, I see Ron and Ginny have arrived, early. Ron was impatient, he just couldn't wait to see, Ginny began but was cut off by Ron's hand. Couldn't wait to see you Mrs. Granger, said Ron trying to cover himself. Why you little sweet talker you. How about I trade you for Harry? Offered Jane with a laugh. All right, said Ginny and Hermione at the same time, and then both blushed profusely afterward. Jane though just grinned happily. Oh, I see then. Mum, yelled Hermione. She was now feeling very embarrassed. Why don't I leave you kids to whatever it is that you've planned? Asked Jane rhetorically before she left them in the kitchen to an awkward silence. Mistress Hermione, greeted Dobby excitedly as he popped into the kitchen. Can your Dobby get you anything? No thank you Dobby, said Hermione in a bit of a huff. If you be needing anything, you is just asking your Dobby and he is getting it, said Dobby before he popped out again. A bit eager to please ain't he? Asked Ron. Just a bit, said Hermione with a grimace. Oh, Harry, said Ginny excitedly, I almost forgot. Dad got tickets to the World Cup match. He wants to take all of us to it. Said it'd be a nice birthday present for you. Excellent, said Harry. It's Ireland versus Bulgaria, right? Yeah, you read much about it yet? Asked Ron. A bit, so what do you think about Krum playing? Krum is an amazing seeker, said Ron excitedly. No doubt he'll get the snitch. Yeah, but Ireland has got better chasers, beaters and keeper than Bulgaria. If their chasers get a chance to run up the score, it won't much matter if Krum gets the snitch, said Harry. So what, do you think Ireland will win but Krum will get the snitch? Asked Ron. Yeah, I think that sounds about right, said Harry. Fred and George reckon the same I think, said Ron. Boys, complained Hermione and Ginny before they stalked off to do whatever. What's with those two? Asked Ron. I don't think Hermione much likes Quidditch and Ginny doesn't want Hermione to feel left out. Said Harry. Harry, hypothetically speaking, if a bloke were to like your sister, would you have any suggestion on where a bloke could take her? Hypothetically speaking, asked Harry trying not to laugh at Ron. Of course, said Ron seriously. Well, I imagine that if a bloke wanted to take her out sometime. I think that Hermione would like to go on a Hogsmeade weekend. Do a bit of shopping. Most importantly go to a bookstore or two. Maybe Zonko's for some prank material. Take her to a cafe for some hot chocolate after shopping. I think that a bloke would do just fine with that, said Harry trying not to laugh still. Good idea, said Ron. Do you think there's a bloke she wants to go with? I can think of at least one bloke, aid Harry trying his hardest not to fall on the ground laughing. Really? Asked Ron pathetically. Then I suppose what? Asked Harry after Ron stopped abruptly. Nothing, it's nothing, said Ron trying to hide it from Harry. Ron, just ask her for goodness sake, said Harry, she'll say yes. Ron looked shocked. I don't know what you're talking about. Ron, we already talked about this when you first got here, remember? Said Harry in disbelief at how thick Ron could be sometimes. Oh, yeah, said Ron, but do you really think she'd want to go with me? Ron, trust me, ask her, said Harry. But what if she says no? It would ruin our friendship, said Ron. But what if she says yes? It would make our friendship even better, said Harry. Do you think? Asked Ron. Yes, now stop being a stupid git and ask her, said Harry. But, Ron, if you don't go ask her right now, I'm going to put you under the Imperious curse and force you to ask her, threatened Harry. Harry would never do that of course, but the threat seemed to be enough. Ron swallowed nervously before standing and walking into the living room. It was possible to see Ginny and Hermione sitting on the couch chatting through the open kitchen door. Harry did a quick listening spell wandlessly so he could hear what Ron said. Hermione, do you think that I could talk to you, in private, said Ron. The last part was hinted towards Ginny. Ginny smirked. Finally, I never thought you'd leave Harry alone. Ginny quickly went into the kitchen to listen in with Harry. What did you want to talk to me about, Ron? Asked Hermione innocently. Well, I was just, well the thing is, so do you want, maybe, that is if you want, and not busy, go with me, to, Hogsmeade. You don't have to but. Sounds fun, said Hermione calmly. Huh? Asked Ron in surprised shock. I said it sounds fun, said Hermione with a small smile. Does that mean yes? Yes, said Hermione smiling fully now. Yes, shouted Ron. She said, yes. Harry and Ginny were both laughing from in the kitchen. About time, said Ginny. I wasn't that bad, was I? Asked Harry. You haven't even asked me to Hogsmeade yet, said Ginny. I don't know how you could be that bad if you never bother to ask me. How could I make such a grievous oversight? Asked Harry sarcastically. Ginny, light of my life, ruler of my heart. Would you honor me by accompanying me on the first Hogsmeade weekend? I don't know if I should, said Ginny. You tend to have trouble follow you everywhere. I can't help that, said Harry defensively before he realized Ginny was having him on. You tease, said Harry before he started to tickle her. All right, yes I'll go, laughed out Ginny, just stop with the tickling. That's what I thought, said Harry as he stopped. You're the devil, Harry Potter, said Ginny laughing. Yeah, but you still adore me, said Harry smugly. Shut up, said Ginny still laughing lightly. The foe spent the rest of their afternoon together just relaxing and enjoying each other's company. Harry's birthday came on quickly and as such so did the Quidditch World Cup. Harry and Hermione went to T.H.E. Weasley's house a day before they had to go to the tournament. Mrs. Weasley gave each of the children a long lecture about staying out of trouble and obeying Mr. Weasley, Bill and Charlie while they were there. The next morning the children all stalked out of the burrow tiredly as they went to their Portkey location. Morning Amos, said Arthur as he climbed the hill. Morning Arthur, said Amos' friend Lily. Hello Cedric, greeted Harry nicely. Hello Harry, said Cedric with a smile. How can you be smiling this early in the morning? Asked Ron as he yawned again. Last year our team had a RLY morning practice so I guess it just stuck, said Cedric. Lot of good it did you too, said Ron haughtily earning him an elbow from both Hermione and Ginny. Sorry about him, said Ginny apologetically. His brain doesn't work so well this early in the morning. Sadly he's right, said Cedric. You and your firebolt were more than a match for me. Nah, you gave money on your cleansweep and that is even more impressive. I bet if you had a firebolt as well, you'd have beaten me, said Harry humbly. Not all of us can afford them, said Cedric. I can't either but my godfather decided to treat me to it, said Harry. Care to share him? Asked Cedric jokingly. All right kids, time to go, interrupted Arthur before Harry could answer. They all took hold of the portkey a moment later. Harry felt the all too familiar tug behind his navel. Harry and the other settled into their campsite easily enough. Harry managed to convince the twins not to make a bet with Bagman after he informed them Bagman was in a lot of trouble with the goblins. Instead they placed a bet with the goblin bookies directly, got better odds as a result too. For some reason Ron and Ginny also placed the same bet and most surprisingly so did Hermione. Hermione, questioned Harry. What? I want to have a bit of extra spending money for school this year and if you're right I'll have more than I need for the next 3 years, explained Hermione. This was definitely not an appropriate use of Harry's future knowledge but he couldn't exactly tell them no as he would then have to explain why they shouldn't. Harry, Ron, Ginny, and Hermione had a good afternoon exploring the area and talking with some of their friends from school. Much to Harry's surprise Gred and Forge were now being bookies for the people their age. How they convinced the goblins to let them take bets Harry didn't want to know. Harry couldn't help but be thankful that Mrs. Weasley wasn't there. Harry and the others happily went to their box seats which happened to be shared with the Malfoys. Tense would have been an understatement of the situation. Much to the amusement of the children, Draco was still bald after their end-of-year prank. He looked ridiculous now because he was wearing a winter hat when it was actually quite warm out. Harry hated having to leave his wand so exposed so that Crouch Jr. could steal it, but he really didn't have any alternative in the matter. All the same, he was dreading it. As predicted, known by Harry, Crumb did indeed get hold of the snitch, but Ireland won the match. This resulted in some very happy children as they began to calculate their payouts on the match. "I say we go collect our winnings," said Hermione excitedly. "Definitely," said Gred and Forge together. With that, the 6 youths happily went in search of the goblins to collect their winnings. Fred and George won a total of 342 galleons, 6 sickles, and 3 nuts. To say that they were happy was a major understatement. Hermione won 73 galleons and 2 nuts. Ginny took home 123 galleons, 7 sickles, and 4 nuts, which she won for the fact that she'd saved up her money from babysitting the last 3 summers. Ron only won 37 galleons as he had spent some of his money earlier to buy souvenirs. Naturally, Hermione lectured him about how he could have won more if he'd just been a bit more patient. "So what are you going to buy with your winnings, Ginny?" asked Harry as he tuned out the row that was just beginning between Ron and Hermione. "I've been wanting my own owl for ages now," said Ginny. "Errol is great and all, but he's getting old, you know." Harry remembered the old barn owl vividly. Old was an understatement when describing that particular owl. Ancient would have been a better description. "What else? Owls aren't that expensive, you know." "Usually they aren't," said Ginny, "but I've been looking for a boyfriend for Hedwig." "Snowy owls aren't cheap, you know." Harry smiled. "That's really sweet of you." Ginny blushed. "I just though," but she chose not to finish her thought. Harry decided to give her a quick kiss to say thank you. He also now had a plan for her birthday present, seeing as how he couldn't buy her an owl now. "Do you think Hedwig would approve?" asked Ginny. "Definitely," said Harry, giving her another quick kiss while they had a few moments alone. The group spent the remainder of the day just relaxing and enjoying themselves. Ron played chess with anyone who would take him on. Hermione read as she always did. Ginny napped on Harry's shoulder while Harry rested his head on top of Ginny's head. That night the entire group was awakened by screaming and panicked cries coming from outside the tent. "Hurry and get dressed," instructed Mr. Weasley urgently. "What's happening?" asked a sleepy Ron. "There are Death Eaters attacking the site," said Mr. Weasley. That woke Ron up instantly. "What do we do?" "All of you need to get into the forest and to the stadium. You'll be safe there," said Mr. Weasley. Harry knew that wasn't exactly true. If this were a real attack, then nowhere would be safe. Harry wasn't going to complain though. Harry followed the other into the forest and just like clockwork someone sent up the dark mark. Several wizards appeared all around them and stunners were fired without regard. Harry had to quickly defend himself when his wand was discovered. It was then that Winky was found and Mr. Crouch freed her and Harry was cleared of the charges. Harry was half tempted then to just kill both of the Crouches and avoid the situation altogether, but his logic restrained him. "Come on, children, let's get packed and back home," said Mr. Weasley, ushering them away and back to the campsite. They returned to the burrow that morning to a few concerned parents. Mrs. Weasley was fawning over all of the children right alongside of Mrs. Granger. Harry was bracing himself to be grounded again despite the fact that this time he did absolutely nothing. Much to his relief, nothing came, this time. The remainder of the summer passed in a blur. Harry redoubled his efforts in training for what he hoped would be the final confrontation between Voldemort and himself. And now that his body was developing due to puberty, he was able to start physically training his body more than he could previously. Harry's fencing lessons intensified and he rejoined the karate class to improve on his training. Every morning Harry would go to Sirius' place for the most intense dueling training he could get out of the old man. Eventually it became Harry versus Sirius and Remus together. Harry of course told his mum and dad that he and Sirius were only going running, they didn't need to worry. He didn't spend as much time with his friends as he would have liked to, but there were more important things at the moment. Ginny had to order her male snowy owl, but the owl wouldn't arrive until sometime in October. Ron and Hermione continued with their usual arguments. Gred and Forge were inventing like crazy now that they had some funds after winning that bet. September the 1st arrived much too soon for Harry's liking. He was more powerful than he'd ever been, even in the future. But he still was nervous about having to face off with Voldemort at the end of the year. He just had to remind himself that he'd have the entire year to prepare himself even further. "Are we there yet?" asked Ron as Hermione shook him awake. "Yeah, let's go," said Hermione as she headed out of the train compartment. The four youths claimed a carriage to the castle for themselves. Inside the Great Hall there was an excited buzz amongst the student population. The sorting and feast passed as always, with a lot of people catching up on their summers. "Welcome back to another year at Hogwarts," said Dumbledore, calling attention to the students. "This year I am most pleased to announce the reintroduction of an old tradition to Hogwarts this year. The Tri-Wizard Tournament will once again be held. It is our pleasure to be hosting the event this year. As such, we will be hosting a group of students from Durmstrang and Beauxbatons throughout the year. I expect all of you to treat our GUs with respect, and I hope that you can all learn something from them." Now on to the normal announcement. Students are reminded. After that, Harry just tuned the headmaster out and joined in the excited talk about the upcoming tournament. "What do you think, Harry? You going to try?" asked Dean Thomas excitedly. "If I can," said Harry. "Dumbledore would let younger student participate, but then again you never can tell what he's thinking." "Oh please," said Hermione, "knowing you'll find a way into it, or someone working for Voldemort will find a way to make sure you're in it just so they can try and kill you." Harry had to laugh nervously at Hermione. Damn, she was a sharp one. "I'd bet on you know who before him trying to find a way in," said Ron with a mouthful of food. "Ron, honestly, chew and swallow before you speak," said Hermione, starting up another row between the pair. "No matter what happens, just promise me you'll be safe," said Ginny, squeezing Harry's hand. "Of course, Ginny dearest," said Harry, giving her a small peck on the cheek, causing her to blush. Now that they were 14, or nearly so in Ginny's case, Harry figured it was safe to start moving their relationship along. The first few weeks of school passed quickly in the excitement and anticipation of the beginning of the tournament. There was still one issue that Harry needed to work out before then. Enter CALLED, the headmaster's voice from inside his office. "Hello, sir," said Harry as he entered the office. He was always formal until he was certain that no one was eavesdropping or present to interfere with their conversation. "Good evening, Harry," said Dumbledore. "What can I do for you?" Harry checked to make sure everything was secure before adding a few privacy charms. "It's about this tournament. I could use your advice. And I have a few questions about the age line you're going to use for the goblet." "Well, then," said Albus as he took a lemon drop from his cheering charm-enhanced pile. Apparently he was preparing for the worst. "How does the age line work?" "I know it's not by physical age. It goes by mental age. It measures your age based on how many years of knowledge you possess in your mind," explained Dumbledore. "Then I can get around it," said Harry thoughtfully. "You could, but why would you want to?" asked the headmaster. "Well, I'm going to be entered by a Death Eater using a different school name anyway, so I thought that maybe I'd be direct about it and put my own name in. Plus it would protect an innocent in the process," explained Harry. "But then it is possible your name would come out twice and you'd be bound to do every task twice over," explained Albus. "You'd be better off just letting the Death Eater put your name in, and then you can try to protect the innocent during the tournament." "I see," said Harry. "Well, that's all I needed to know then. Thanks." With that, Harry stood and left a slightly confused but mostly worried headmaster behind. The day at the other schools were to arrive came fast. Soon enough Harry was waiting outside with the other students to greet the visitors. Durmstrang arrived with Karkaroff in the lead. Harry was half tempted once again to simply kill the man for his stupidity, but reason held out. Beauxbatons arrived with Madame Maxime in the lead. She of course towered over everyone save Hagrid. Harry could see the light in Hagrid's eyes when he first saw her. Harry knew that Hagrid fell in love at that exact moment. Once back inside, all of the students assembled at the extended house tables. The students from Beauxbatons all sat at the Ravenclaw table, and the students from Durmstrang all sat with the Slytherins, leaving the Gryffindors and Hufflepuffs alone. Soon enough Dumbledore was explaining the Goblet of Fire and how it worked, as well as the rules that surrounded it. Harry knew that he was being watched by the fake Mad-Eye Moody, but there really wasn't much he could do about it, yet. Harry was only to to leave the Great Hall that night, but an event he'd forgotten about happened, much to his displeasure. "Out of my way, boy," said rough voice. Harry turned to look at the source of the voice. It was Karkaroff, Death Eater, said Harry scathingly to the man before he stormed out ahead of the shocked man. "Man, that felt good," said Harry to Ron, who was right behind him in shock. "Why'd you call him that?" asked Ron. "Because he is," said Harry. "He's got the dark mark. The only reason he's not in Azkaban is because he sold out a few other Death Eaters, including Snape." "Snape? You mean he's a Death Eater?" asked Hermione in surprise. "I don't know," said Harry. "Dumbledore spoke on his behalf and got the charges dropped." "No wonder he's such a slimy git," said Ron. "What's Dumbledore thinking?" "I trust Dumbledore," said Harry. "There must be something we don't know." He knew perfectly well what the situation was, but he wasn't about to tell them, yet. Too soon. It was Halloween and the Great Hall was packed with students excited to see who'd become school champions. They all waited in anticipation. On the last chime of the bell ringing the awaited hour, the goblet's fire changed color. Dumbledore approached to wait. The first name came out of the fire. "Our first champion is Cedric Diggory of Hufflepuff House," said Dumbledore, causing the houses to erupt in cheers, save Slytherin, of course. "Looks like I'm clear this year," said Harry to his friends, letting out a sigh of relief. Again, the goblet spit out another slip of paper. "The second champion from Beauxbatons is Ms. Fleur Delacour," said Dumbledore, causing the entire male populace to erupt in cheering. And again, the goblet spit out another slip of paper. "Our third and final champion from Durmstrang is Mr. Victor Crumb," said Dumbledore, once again cause a lot of cheering, except this time the majority of it was the female population. "If our champions would please wait in the anteroom," said Dumbledore. The champions entered the side room to wait. Dumbledore was about to start speaking again when the goblet spit out yet one more name, causing a gasp to run through the Great Hall. "What is the meaning of this, Dumbledore?" asked Karkaroff angrily. "I'm not certain, Igor. This has never happened before," said Dumbledore as he picked up the last piece of paper. As Dumbledore picked it up, the flame on the goblet extinguished itself. Dumbledore read the little piece of paper, which had only a name and no school listed. Harry Potter. The entire school was silent and whispering. "So much for the no Death Eater thing this year," said Ron, holding his hand out to Fred and George, who each dropped a galleon into his hand. "You were betting on this?" asked Harry incredulously. "The odds were in my favor," said Ron with a grin. Harry meanwhile stood incensed that his best friend was gambling on his well-being. Harry stalked into the anteroom to see what would happen. "Harry mate, Dumbledore send you to get us?" asked Cedric. Harry frowned. "Of course not. Is it just me, or do I have about the worst luck of anyone you've ever met?" "Don't tell me you a champion," said Cedric in slight disbelief. Harry smiled in a sarcastic manner. "Of course I am. I'm bloody Harry Potter, and I can never just have a normal uneventful year. Why can't I just have one year where there isn't some damn plot to try and get me killed?" "Last year wasn't so bad from what I hear," said Cedric, patting Harry's shoulder. "If you don't count the man that betrayed my parents spying on me, and then just when we thought we had him he escaped," said Harry. "Z's is impossible," said the French girl Fleur. Harry snorted. "Don't you know that I'm the king of impossible shit happening?" "He is," said Cedric with a slight grimace. "Just what are you playing at, Dumbledore?" demanded an angry voice as the teachers entered the anteroom. "Igor, I had nothing to do with this," said Albus calmly. "Why don't you ask your old Death Eater friends?" asked Moody as he stomped in behind them. "How can we allow these to happen?" asked Madame Maxime. "We can't," said Karkaroff. "I'm afraid that we have no choice," said Dumbledore. "By putting your name into the goblet, you are signing a legal contract to participate. What I want to know is how Harry got beyond the age line." "Wouldn't we all?" asked McGonagall rather severely. "Always trying for a bit more fame, Potter," sneered Snape. "What is this? Pick on Harry Potter Day. I had nothing goblet." "Like Moody said, why don't you ask your Death Eater friends?" asked Harry as he glared at the two men, causing them both to recoil. "Or do you understand the situation?" asked Albus. "It's not that hard to figure out. I have to compete and just hope that whatever Death Eater set this UP doesn't manage to get me killed in the process," said Harry sarcastically. He wasn't happy at the moment. Then I suggest you all try to get some sleep. The first task isn't for a few more weeks, said Dumbledore, ending the discussion. Come Victor, we're returning to the ship, said Karkaroff. Madame Maxime raised her nose and left with Fleur following right behind her. See you later Harry, said Cedric as he too left. Alistair, said Dumbledore, I would appreciate it if you would check the goblet for tampering. See if you can't find out how Mr. Potter was entered. Moody nodded and then left. So who did it, Harry? Asked Snape. Dumbledore just sent him to check the cup, said Harry as he sat with a huff. I really hate all this attention shit, you know. A Potter hating attention, that'll be the day, sneered Snape. Harry, will you be able to compete successfully in the tournament? Asked a concerned McGonagall. Piece of cake, said Harry, but Professor Snape, could you possibly spare some gillyweed for me? I suppose, said Snape. Thanks, said Harry, I'm going to need it for the second task and I don't think you want some to just go missing without you knowing where it went. I suppose you stole it the first time around then. No, but Dobby did, said Harry. Who's Dobby? He's a house elf. The first time around he worked at Hogwarts but this time he works for me, explained Harry. But that's not important. Anyway, thanks. Well then Harry, if there is anything I can do for you just be sure to let me know, said Dumbledore. I need dueling partners, said Harry. The best you can find that aren't going to be asking too many questions about my skill. I'll help, said Snape to the surprise of everyone. Great, I was hoping you'd say that. I need to practice with someone who knows how Voldemort duels. I will also assist you, said Dumbledore. If you wouldn't mind, I'd like to bring Phileas in on your little secret. He is an amazing duelist. NK that'd be all right, but you have to make sure that Crouch never catches wind of this, said Harry. Crouch? Asked Dumbledore. Sorry, Moody is Barty Crouch Jr. That is sure to be an interesting street. Ori, but it can wait until he is properly revealed, said Dumbledore. The less we know the better. Thanks, said Harry. Well, I imagine I have a number of anxious Gryffindors that want to find out how I did it. Good luck with that Harry, said Albus. Thanks Albus, said Harry. Let me know when you've worked out a training schedule for me. With that Harry left to try and inform his friends of everything that he could. The King and Queen. Bloody dragon, complained Harry as he surveyed the end of his smoking broom. He was in perfect shape but the tail of his broom got singed a bit. Mr. Potter, would you please sit still so I can finish checking you over, yelled the anxious hospital matron. The dragon never touched me, just singed my broom is all, said Harry. Harry, you need to come and hear your scores. Madame Pomfrey can see you in a few minutes, said Professor McGonagall, ushering Harry back out to hear his score. Harry received full marks from Dumbledore, Bagman, and Madame M. Axome, but for whatever reason Karkaroff gave him a 1, saying that his broom was damaged and therefore he didn't deserve full points. Harry wanted to hex him for it. After Harry got through with the Medi-Witch and his friends, Rita was waiting for him. Harry was starting to regret ever having made that deal with her, but if it kept his friends out of the papers then so be it. Harry darling, that was simply spectacular, said Rita with her common twisted grin. Thanks you Rita, said Harry nicely. I don't think that Death Eater agreed though. Not fair judging then. Not at all when you consider he gave Crumb full marks and he got his nose broken along the way, said Harry. He was on the simple mission to destroy Karkaroff. Crumb just happened to be a casualty of war. What do you think your chances are of winning it all? Better than average I'd say, but then the competition is tough. Cedric Diggory is an outstanding student and more than capable of winning this. The same can be said for Fleur Delacour and Victor Crumb. I just happened to get lucky this time, said Harry, trying to revert to being humble. So, do you have a date yet for the Yule Ball or are going stag? Harry grinned. I've got a date but I'd like to keep some things private if you don't mind Rita. Understandable Harry. So did your adoptive parents come today? Yeah, I imagine they are fighting their way out of the stands now. Mum is probably going to give me an earful about doing such dangerous stunts, said Harry laughing. In his many years of dealing with Rita he knew what to say and how to say it so that she understand and say exactly what he intended to say, especially since he had material with which to blackmail her if need be. Well Harry, On behalf of the Daily Prophet, I'd just like to say good luck with your future tasks," said Rita before she scurried away to interview the other champions. Just as Harry had said, his mum and dad were rushing over to him. "Harry James Potter," yelled Ed Jane as she wrapped him in a fierce hug. "I'm all right, Mum," said Harry, though it was strained because the hug was cutting off air and circulation. "How do you always get yourself into these messes?" asked Jane as she began to look him over and check his condition. "Just lucky, I guess," said Harry. "So what did you think, Dad?" Harry knew that Henry wanted to congratulate Harry on splendid job and excellent flying, but if he did, then Jane would be all over him for it. "Congratulations on scoring so well," he said, settling for something a bit less. Luckily Sirius was not one to be restrained by Jane or Molly. "Harry, that was bloody brilliant flying, mate," said Sirius excitedly, but earning a severe glare from Jane. "Thanks. I'm sorry to say though that my broom got singed a bit," said Harry, showing Sirius his broom tail. "It was still smoking a bit." "Don't worry, we'll get put in a museum or something and get you a new broom," said Sirius, looking it over. "Museum?" asked Harry. "Are you kidding me? This broom is going to be famous someday," said Sirius excitedly. "It isn't every day you see a wizard beat a dragon using only his broom." "I didn't beat the dragon, I just fooled it," said Harry humbly. Sirius waved him off. "Don't you worry about little details like that." Harry had to laugh at that. Harry's laugh was interrupted when someone with flaming red hair tackled him to the ground, kissing him. "Ginevra Weasley," yelled Jane, "what do you think you're doing?" Ginny got off Harry, blushing shamefully for her outburst. Harry, though, was still on the ground in a daze. "One more, please." It earned him a few more laughs and at least one glare. Harry stood. "Hello, Ginny. Don't you ever scare me like that again," ordered Ginny, facing down a dragon. What in the name of Merlin was Dumbledore thinking? Jane nodded in agreement, forgetting the earlier indiscretion. Harry just listened as Ginny, Jane, and Hermione all began to complain about how dangerous that was, no matter how old the wizard. That night Harry and his friends relaxed, trying to figure out the clue to the next task. "Sounds familiar," said Harry. "I know I've heard that before, but where?" "It's an awful sound," said Ron. "I've never heard anything like it before." "It sounds like when Mum is yelling at Fred and George," said Ginny. "Water," said Harry. "I've heard that near the lake before." "Mersong," said Hermione. "There are mermaids in the lake." Harry quickly conjured a basin full of water and submerged the egg. Once underwater, he opened the egg. "I still don't hear anything," said Harry intentionally. "Put your head underwater," said Hermione, pushing his head in before his head went in the water, and he listened to the message a few times before he wrote it down. "Way to go, Hermione," said Harry. "We've got the clue. Something precious to me is going to be taken to the bottom of the lake and I have to get it back." "Too bad you're not a shark, animagus said Ron. "Don't need to be," said Neville from the back of the room. "You know something, Neville?" asked Harry. "Yeah, Gillyweed will let you breathe underwater for about an hour to an hour and a half," said Neville. "How did you know that?" asked a surprised Hermione. "Neville is a herbology master, Hermione. He knows his plants," said Harry, giving his quiet friend a compliment. Neville smiled broadly at that, happy to help. "Well, now that that is all sorted out, Ginny, do you want to go for a walk with me?" asked Harry, checking his watch. Ginny smiled and nodded. Harry led her down the hall toward the secret passage going to Hogsmeade. "Do you trust me?" asked Harry as he pulled out a blindfold. Ginny quirked an eyebrow upon seeing the blindfold. "Should I?" "Of course," said Harry with a grin as he fixed the blindfold on her. From there he led her into the secret passage going to Hogsmeade. Once in Hogsmeade, he used the invisibility cloak to sneak them through the streets to Gladrag's apparel. "All set, Joan?" asked Harry to the store owner who had been waiting for him. "All set, Harry," she replied. "You can take off her blindfold now." Harry smiled and removed the blindfold. Ginny opened her eyes to Finn D herself standing on a dressing stool facing several full-length mirrors. "Joan, take care of her, I'll be out, look at material and whatnot," said Harry as he left Ginny behind. "What is going on?" asked Ginny in confusion. "Relax now, Ginny, I'll take care of everything," said Joan as her magical tape measure came to life, measuring every inch of her body. Harry meanwhile was in the main store low looking at the different dress robe styles, trying to find something that Ginny would absolutely love, or rather just a color and material that she would love. Harry went straight to the most expensive material the store carried. Harry had already gotten his dress robes early in the week. He'd gotten Gryffindor colors with a black and gold phoenix printed on the back. He wanted to find something that would coordinate with his robes. He found a black material that he thought would look nice alongside of him, and then he chose red and gold material to use for highlights on her robes. Harry brought the material selections back to the room. "Harry, she has the most exquisite figure," boasted Joan. "I can't wait to make robes for her. Have you found material that you think would do nicely?" Harry handed her the 3 pieces of fabric. "I thought the black one would do nicely for the majority, and then the red and gold highlights to match with my own robes." "Harry, you are brilliant," said Joan. "You have such an excellent sense of fashion." "I love it. I learned everything from her," said Harry, nodding to where Ginny's shadow could be seen. "Well, if you'll excuse me, I have some more work to do." "Why don't you go relax in the lobby?" suggested Joan. Harry smiled and nodded as he went back to the lobby to wait. And wait he did, for nearly 2 hours. Finally Ginny emerged from the back holding a garment bag over her shoulder. "All set then?" asked Harry to the smiling Ginny. "I can't believe you're buying me robes," said Ginny. "And shoes," said Harry, motioned to the large shoe rack to her right side. Ginny was in heaven. Another 20 minutes later Ginny had selected a pair of shoes. "Joan, can you have all of this sent up to the castle? I have a bit more to do with Ginny before we go back," said Harry. "Certainly, Harry," said Joan. "I'll bill it to your family account as usual." "Thanks, Joan. You've been great," said Harry as he once more pulled out the blindfold. "Harry, why so much?" asked Ginny. "If I remember correctly, it is someone very special's birthday next week," said Harry. "Harry Potter," said Ginny before she kissed him. It was a longer kiss than any they'd had before in this timeline, and it was much more emotional as well. After the kiss broke, Harry smiled and put the blindfold back on. Once more under the invisibility cloak, Harry and Ginny moved through the small village. Their next stop had light music playing and smelled rather delicious. When Harry removed the blindfold, he and Ginny were in a private room in what looked like a very nice Italian restaurant. "Ready to eat?" asked Harry. Ginny and Harry ate happily from a large assortment of Italian foods for nearly 2 hours before Harry and Ginny returned to the castle by way of secret passage. "Nothing will ever top this birthday present," said Ginny. "Maybe not, but I can sure try," said Harry, happily holding Ginny's hand as they walked back to Gryffindor Tower. The weeks leading up to the Yule Ball passed by quickly. Harry was pleased that Ron had managed to work up the courage to ask Hermione to the ball early. And having figured out the clue for the second task so quickly, let him and his friends relax. Not that Harry didn't already know the answer. Ginny was extremely excited to be sharing the first dance with Harry. Because Harry wanted to make the dance special, he'd managed to convince Professor McGonagall give him and Ginny dancing lessons a few days a week. Finally the day of the Yule Ball arrived. Harry had plotted and planned for this day extremely well. Horatio, Ginny's snowy owl, was set to deliver Ginny's Christmas gift at about 10 a.m. That was the same time as Hermione and Ginny planned to start getting ready for the ball. What would take 7 hours, Harry didn't know, nor did Ron, but they weren't going to say anything about it for fear of making the girls angry on such a good day. Hedwig was set to deliver lunch to the girls at 12 p.m. so they didn't have to worry about that either. Dobby fixed up a large spread of food for the girls so there wouldn't be an issue. At about 3 p.m. Ron went to the dorms to get ready while Harry went to find Lavender Brown to give him a haircut. Usually he kept his hair longer and obscuring his scar, but today he was in the mood to show off and look his best. As such, he had Lavender cut his hair short and spiky to how off the scar, but at the same time it didn't lose the messiness that his hair was known for. After that he went up to the dorm to finish getting ready. He took a quick shower, being careful not to get his hair wet for fear of ruining his new hairdo. After that it was the standard preparation procedure: brushing his teeth, putting on deodorant and a splash of expensive cologne. There were definitely some advantages to being rich. At 4:45 he was waiting in the common room for his date right alongside of Ron. "What's taking them so long?" complained Ron as he checked his watch for the 7th time in the last 2 minutes. "Relax, they'll come," said Harry with a light laugh. Easy for you to say, said Ron. No one in their right mind would stand you up, but me, I'm just, well, just Ron. I happen think that being, just Ron, is not a bad thing, said Harry. So does Hermione. Ron seemed to relax a bit at that, but he was still on edge until Hermione finally came down the stairs. Harry knew this only for the fact that Ron's pacing ceased and his breath hitched in awe. Harry turned to see his sister make her graceful entrance wearing a beautiful set of royal blue robes. That went extremely well with the earrings of redding that she was still wearing. Wow, said Ron. Harry laughed and went to greet his sister properly. You look wonderful, sis. Why thank you, Harry, said Hermione. I can't believe how good you look though. I know that those are not the robes that Mum bought you this summer. Harry grinned sheepishly. I decided to splurge since I had such an important role in representing Gryffindor in Hogwarts tonight. Hermione felt the material. Splurge, Harry, these robes must have cost a fortune. They weren't as much as guineas, said Harry bashfully. Harry, chided Hermione. You should know frivolously. Hermione, I don't really care about money, you know that, said Harry. Now stop lecturing me and go see to Ron before his jaw falls off. Hermione blushed when she finally saw Ron was staring at her in awe. Harry left those two to do what they would while he continued to wait on Ginny. He was starting to get worried as he was supposed to be among the first to enter the Great Hall, and he definitely wasn't going to enter without Ginny. Luckily it was only another minute before Ginny finally descended the stairs to meet him. It was another 3 minutes before he snapped out of his daze upon seeing her. Her robes were black and low-cut in the front and back. The collar was layered in gold and red, as was the hem and slit on the bottom end. Around her neck she wore a beautiful golden phoenix pendant with rubies encrusting the feather tips and the eyes. Marvelous, Harry finally said. You look simply marvelous. Thank you, Harry, said Ginny softly and sincerely. Harry offered her his arm and he led her out of the common room towards the Great Hall. Along the way he was stopped by Professor Dumbledore. Harry, my boy, said Dumbledore, you both look simply splendid. Thank you, Professor, said Ginny with a light blush. Thank you, sir, said Harry with a smile. Now Harry, as the representative of Gryffindor House, I thought you might like this, he said as he handed Harry the familiar sword of Godric Gryffindor in an ornate jewel-encrusted silver and gold scabbard. Thank you, sir, said Harry as he took hold of the sword and secured it around his waist with the sword hanging behind him as it was customary to do. Now my boy, you look perfect, said Dumbledore. Would you expect anything less from the heir to the Gryffindor line? Asked Harry, surprising Ginny slightly, but then she relaxed as though it made perfect sense to her. You two had best be off or you'll be late, said Dumbledore, ushering them along. He followed them down. You never told me you were the heir of Gryffindor, said Ginny. I wasn't keeping it from you, it just never came up, said Harry. Honestly, it is a secret though. If Voldemort were to ever find out, it could cause a lot of problems. Ginny nodded in understanding. Thank you for telling me. Ginny, I trust you more than I trust anyone else in the entire world, said Harry, looking into her eyes. Ginny smiled teary-eyed but from happiness. She stopped herself though so she didn't ruin her makeup. Harry and Ginny entered the hall leading to the Great Hall. There were several students assembled, and the moment they saw Harry and Ginny a hush fell over all of them. The King and Queen of Hogwarts had arrived. Harry and Ginny approached the entrance to the Great Hall to wait their turn to enter. They were the last of the champion couple to be announced as they entered. Lee Jordan seemed to forget what he was supposed to do when they entered. It wasn't until McGonagall nudged him with her elbow that he properly announced them both. Introducing Lord and Lady Gryffindor, said Lee into his microphone without thinking. No one bothered to correct him either. Harry and Ginny took their places at the champions' table. They ate their meal with grace and poise that befitted a champion of Hogwarts and represented them to all the foreign delegates that were present for the ball. We will now hold the opening dance, said Dumbledore. The students, if the champions would please step onto the dance floor as your names are called. Harry Potter of Gryffindor House, accompanied this evening by Ginevra Weasley, called Professor Dumbledore. Harry guided Ginny onto the dance floor holding only one of her hands as Professor McGonagall had taught them. Once the couple was center, on the dance floor, a waltz began to play. As though it were second nature to the couple, they began to dance a waltz that captivated everyone present. So much so in fact that Professor Dumbledore forgot to introduce the next couples until the song was nearly half over. Harry and Ginny didn't notice it themselves as their eyes never left each other for an instant. Colin's flash bulbs never broke their focus. When the other couples came onto the dance floor, they didn't notice and just danced around them. When the dance ended, it took Harry and Ginny a moment to realize and were quite embarrassed. Following that dance, the weird sisters began to play, not that Harry really cared to dance to that kind of music. He made an attempt for Ginny, but she didn't seem to care much about dancing as just spending time with Harry. "You two were simply stunning," said McGonagall. "Harry, I truly wish that your mother and father were alive to see you today. They would be so proud of you." Harry smiled. "Thank you, Professor." "Harry, you and Ginny looked simply marvelous out there," said Hermione, simply gushing with excitement. "I never thought I'd ever say this, but you look wonderful tonight, Ginny," said Ron sheepishly. "Where you learn to dance like that?" "Professor McGonagall taught us at Harry's request," said Ginny happily. "You really do have this entire castle wrapped around your finger, don't you, Scarhead?" said Malfoy from behind him. "Excuse me a moment," said Harry to his friends and to Ginny. He then turned to Malfoy. "Draco, walk with me for a moment," he said politely, which made his friends very nervous. The only time Harry ever sounded like that to someone he considered an enemy was when he was at his most dangerous. Malfoy sneered but followed Harry. "Draco, I know that why. Oh, you don't like and believe me when I say the feeling is mutual, but for tonight, let us just have peace between us. This is a very special evening for the young women we came here with, so let's not end that by being jerks and getting into an unnecessary fight. What do you say?" Malfoy looked shocked by what Harry was suggesting. "On the other hand, if you are not interested, let me tell you this. Had I did to your father last year will look like child's play by the time I'm through with you." "Clear enough." Draco seemed a bit nervous. "Fine, Potter, no fighting tonight." "Thank you, Draco," said Harry as he walked back to his friends. "What did you do to him?" asked Ron. "Imperius, Confundus, Obliviate." "Nothing. I just had a friendly conversation with him in which we agreed to no fighting tonight," said Harry calmly. "It wouldn't do well to fight on a night that is so special to the women we are with this evening." Ron nodded. "Right you are, Harry." Hermione was stunned that Ron agreed. Harry happily escorted Ginny outside to the gardens to get some fresh air. "Harry, thank you for not fighting tonight," said Ginny. "I know that Malfoy probably deserves it, but tonight wouldn't be as special if you'd gotten into a fight." "I know, Ginny," said Harry. "I want to tell you something important." "What is it, Harry?" "Ginny, I know we're young, but I want you to know how I feel about you," said Harry. "The truth is I'm in love with you. I have been since I saw you that first day in Diagon Alley. That bond that formed is one that can only form when true love exists between two people. It was a soul bond that meant we would be together forever." Ginny was stunned by Harry professing his love for her, but the truth was she felt it too. "I feel the same way, Harry. I have felt it too. Oh, since that day you first took my hand in yours. I'm in love with you just as you are with me." Harry didn't need any further words before he kissed Ginny passionately, letting his emotions flow through the kiss and allowing the bond that started to reform that day in Diagon Alley to completely reform. The magic being released from the pair sent the fairies into a frenzy of light and dancing and feelings of love all around them. Harry knew that the magic being released was being felt for 100 miles in every direction, but he didn't care at the moment. He had his Ginny back and in his arms, and that was all that mattered to him. Consequences be damned. Harry neither cared nor noticed several teachers and students staring in awe of the magic surrounding the young couple as they kissed deeply and loving thriving on the completed bond. It was as if a whole new reserve of magical energy had been set free within him. If Voldemort could feel the magic in him at that moment, then Voldemort would run in fear and hide for the rest of his bitter existence in the hope of never meeting Harry Potter again. "Wow," said Harry after the kiss finally broke. However, when Harry looked Ginny in the eyes, there was something else there, recognition. "Harry, I remember," she replied before she fainted forward into his arms. "Ginny," said Harry urgently, trying to wake her. "Ginny love, wake up." She came to, slightly surprised. "Harry, My Harry, I never thought, I never believed we would, how did this happen? Harry suddenly became very aware of the audience surrounding them. Ginny, this is not the place to talk about this. Ginny too then realized where she was and what was happening around them. What? You've never seen two kids kissing before. That was the Ginny that Harry knew from the future, strong, bold, and very direct with a bit of sarcasm. Certainly, said McGonagall, but we've never seen anything like that before. Harry, wipe their memories, said Ginny using the hand speak they developed in the future. Harry waved one hand wiping the event from everyone's mind, especially Mad-Eye Moody's. It wouldn't serve for Voldemort to find out about this. Harry, asked Dumbledore, why are we out here? For the fireworks Fred and George arranged, remember? Asked Ginny as turned towards the sky in the distance and used her own wandless magic to conjure up a fireworks display. Hogwarts was not likely to ever forget and would forever inspire Fred and George's imaginations. How could I have forgotten? Asked Dumbledore as he watched with delight. Well done, Messrs. Weasley. Thank you, oh grand poobah, said Fred and George together. Harry was desperate to run with Ginny to the room of requirement to find out exactly what happened, but he knew that if he were to exit now it would be a bit too suspicious. The fireworks eventually ended and Harry and Ginny were able to make a graceful exit with only one place in mind. A few minutes later Harry and Ginny were inside the room of requirement. Before either of them could speak, Ginny was kissing Harry intensely as though she hadn't kissed him years. Ginny, moaned Harry, I missed you so much. You were here but I couldn't get too close to yet or it might have scared you off. Oh Harry, said Ginny, I remember everything from both timelines. I'm so happy you survived. How did this happen though? Asked Harry. I don't know. I can remember being with you in that garden and what felt like only moments before seeing the killing curse coming towards me, said Ginny. How did you get back here for that matter? I found the power, said Harry. I'm a time mage, Ginny. I found a ritual that allowed me to come back and try to fix things. That must have been it then. Your powers over time combined with the bond between us were able to pull me back in that instant, said Ginny, still not relinquishing the closeness with Harry. She never wanted to let him go again. I'm so sorry, Ginny, said Harry as tears began to fall. Why, there is nothing to be sorry for, said Ginny. I couldn't protect you or the baby, said Harry through his tears. Harry love, it will be all right, said Ginny, we can have another child. The same child in the future to come. We never lost the one in the future, it will be there waiting for us when we're ready again. Those words seemed to relieve Harry greatly. He had a lot of time to deal with all of the issues, but for Ginny it must have seemed so new and fresh to her, but her outlook on the situation was so strong and so positive. Thank you, Ginny, said Harry before he capped her lips once more, never wanting to stop. Ginny responded with equal fervor and embraced him in his passion. Hours later they were lying still, clothed on top of several blankets the room provided, simply enjoying each other's presence. I missed calling you Mrs. Potter, said Harry, reminiscing. You called me that once and I almost had a panic attack. I thought you were teasing me, said Ginny. I didn't know at the time, of course. Quote, I'll only be able to call you Mrs. Potter when we're in private, you know. At least for a few more years anyway, until we can make it official again, said Harry happily. You'll have to wait a few more years before we can risk being completely intimate again as well, said Ginny. We can't afford for Madame Pomfrey to report anything to my mother, or yours for that matter. Tell me about, said Harry. You know all of that was unplanned. I expected to wake up on my 11th birthday with Hagrid waiting to take me to Diagon Alley. To wake up on my 6th birthday was not what I planned for. But it worked out for the best now, didn't it? Said Ginny. You finally got the childhood you deserved from the start. I couldn't be happier for you. It was wonderful except for one very big thing, said Harry. I could never be as close to you as I wanted to be. It was pure torture to have to be so patient. The no sex thing wasn't so much of a problem. I missed it, but not as much as just being able to hold you in my arms or give you a kiss that reminded you how much I truly do love you. Ginny pulled in tighter to Harry, just breathing in his scent. I'm not used to you being so clean and smelling so wonderful. Hey, I was clean in the future, I just never had the need to wear cologne or keep a perfect appearance. It was dangerous then to do, Annette. King of the sort with the Death Eaters everywhere. I don't have to worry about that this time, so I can afford to look and smell my best, same as you do," said Harry. Ginny just grinned at him. "You're just teasing me, aren't you?" said Harry. "I forgot how easy it is for you to rile me up. You didn't quite have the hang of it yet in this timeline, but you were getting closure. Now I'm always going to have to be on guard around you lest you catch me off guard." Ginny simply smiled and kissed him. "These robes are magnificent. I'm glad you were paying attention when I explained these things to you." "I listen to everything you say," said Harry with a Cheshire grin. "You brat," said Ginny, swatting him playfully on the chest. "I don't want to end this, but if we don't get back to the dorms, our friends are going to get suspicious." "Hermione is already far too suspicious for her own good as it is," said Harry as he stood and pulled Ginny up with him. "What did you expect? You're the one that agreed to become her brother," chided Ginny as they walked loudly through the halls towards the dorm. "Mr. Potter," said a sneering voice from behind him that he knew only too well. "Sevy, you're alive," said Ginny as she turned, grinning at her favorite demented spy. "Excuse me," said Snape angrily. "He still hasn't mellowed out yet, has he?" she asked, turning to Harry. "Not quite," said Harry. "This is still pre-war times, you know. He hasn't been discovered yet as a spy, nor has he had the dark mark removed yet." "Oh, that's so sad," said Ginny, jutting her lip forward. "Fix him, Harry. I want my old Uncle Sevy back." Harry laughed as Snape turned a nice puce color. "Ginny, I can't do that yet," said Harry. "If I can finish it, then sure, no problem. But if I fail, then we'll need him as a spy." Otter, what the hell are you two talking about?" demanded Snape. "Calm down, Uncle Sevy," said Ginny. "Yelling won't do anything but draw attention to us." "If you call me Sevy one more time," said Snape, leaving the threat hanging. "Professor, why don't we go see if the headmaster is still awake?" suggested Harry before the man freaked out. Snape whirled about and stalked down the corridor with the pair in tow behind him. They arrived to the headmaster's office quickly enough and soon were settled in the nice cozy armchairs with a cup of hot chocolate. Ginny, of course, sat happily in Harry's lap. "Goodness, I've missed this place," said Ginny as she took another sip of her hot chocolate. "I've missed this too." "Hey, Potter Place had decent hot chocolate," protested. "Had to make that ourselves," said Ginny. "There is nothing quite as good as a cup of Hogwarts hot chocolate made by genuine Hogwarts house elves." "Harry, while I find this banter refreshing and somewhat amusing, I must admit that I am somewhat confused," said the aging headmaster from his seat across from them. "Professor Dumbledore, I'm pleased to reintroduce you to Mrs. Ginny Potter," said Harry as he removed the small memory block from both him and Snape. "That surge of energy," said Dumbledore. "You called her back to you then?" Harry nodded and smiled. "I had no idea it would happen once the bond was completely reformed." "I'm happy it did, though." Ginny kissed him lightly in thanks for the compliment. Dumbledore was smiling brightly. "I am very happy for you both. Harry, just remember that you must both be caughty. Else now not to let your secret slip to anyone." "Naturally," said Ginny with a confident smile. "She really is different," said Severus. "You should be too as far as I'm concerned, Uncle Sevy," said Ginny. "Tell me, Potter, in the future did I ever allow her to call me that?" "No, sir," said Harry, "but then you never really could get her to stop. Usually you'd threaten her with hexes and poison to get her to stop. For about a day, but I always saw a slight smile at the corner of your mouth afterward. I think it was kind of a game for the two of you." "Shut up, Harry," said Ginny playfully. "He doesn't need to know that." "Tell me, why would I allow such a thing exactly?" asked Snape curiously. "Well, you trained her to become a potions mistress. You were our last on the light side and it was decided that one more was needed. Ginny was it. Poppy trained her too, so Ginny was usually our guardian angel in those days. I know she saved my life more than once because of the training you and Poppy gave her," boasted Harry proudly of his Ginny. "Harry, you're embarrassing me," said Ginny as she blushed crimson from the compliment. "You, a potions mistress?" asked Snape in disbelief. "You're damn right," said Ginny proudly. "I was trained by the best too, though I doubt that even then you'd admit that I was a good student." "I couldn't believe it either at the time," said Harry, who would have thought that Severus Snape would see both Neville Longbottom and Ginny Weasley become the greatest potions master of the Second Dark War against Voldemort. Snape sat back heavily, trying not to hyperventilate at the prospect of it all. Dumbledore in the meantime was trying his damnedest not to laugh uncontrollably at the situation. When me and Neville worked together, we were able to create some of the most potent potions any potions master in history could dream of. Sadly though, our trio didn't last that long. Our training was barely finished when we lost you. Not long after that we lost Neville too, said Ginny, ending sadly, but that's not going to happen this time. Harry is going to kill that son of a bitch before he even has the chance to cause problems again. I hope, said Harry. No, you can do it this time, said Ginny. You are more powerful now than you ever were the first time, and you know. He'll be weak when he's first resurrected too. You can and will finish him this time. Harry, said a solemn voice that belonged to Snape, I've felt Voldemort's power at his peak. At his very strongest, and I can tell you now that the power you let loose tonight overshadow him by a lot more than I ever thought possible. See, Uncle Sevy even agrees, and he would know better than anyone save Dumbledore, said Ginny, finally looking to the old man for confirmation. It is true, Harry, said Dumbledore. What I felt from you this evening was insurmountable when compared to Voldemort at his strongest. Then I guess we'll just have to wait and see what happens, said Harry. You are the only one with the power, Harry, never forget that, said Dumbledore. After that they all said their goodnights and went to their respective homes to sleep. Many things were about to come to pass, and each needed to be ready to play his or her part. Rage against time. Harry stood on the docks to the lake waiting for the start of the second task. Inside his head he was running through a checklist of what he needed. 1. Gillyweed. Check 2. Waterproof watch. Check 3. Swim trunks. Check 4. Wand. Check. Harry had everything he needed now. He just needed to get into the water and rescue Ginny in fastest time possible. Finally a shot-like noise rang through the air, signaling the start. Harry waited only a moment to shove the wad of gillyweed into his mouth and start chewing it down. After that he dove in head first and just started swimming through the murky waters to his waiting wife. He'd forgotten just how deep that lake really was, as after nearly 20 minutes he was still enveloped in darkness. It was another 10 minutes before he finally heard the Mersong calling to him. After that the time passed quickly enough before he was once again using a rock to free the bonds that held Ginny in place. Not long after he was swimming as fast as his legs would carry him back towards the surface. Unfortunately for Harry, Ginny woke up about 20 feet from the surface. Ian in her panic accidentally kicked Harry in a very sensitive spot. After that it was Ginny that had to drag Harry up to the surface, as he couldn't concentrate on the task at hand due to the excess pain. Naturally Karkaroff capitalized on this and gave Harry 0 points upon seeing the person he was supposed to rescue having to drag him up to the surface. The other judges gave him full marks of course after the Mer-Chieftain explained to Dumbledore exactly why Ginny had to drag him up the last 20 feet. All of this was of course at Harry's expense and embarrassment. Was it necessary to kick so hard? Asked Harry, sitting on a hospital cot with a large bag of ice resting between his legs. Sorry love, it was reflex, explained Ginny. Reflex? Asked Harry incredulously. That was not reflex, that was vindictiveness. Ginny couldn't help but laugh a bit. I would kiss it and make it better, but I don't think Madame Pomfrey would appreciate that particular act in her hospital wing. Har. Rye instantly turned bright red in genuine embarrassment. Good to see I haven't lost my touch, said Ginny with a smirk. I'm starting to miss the shy, quiet Ginny I've spent the last several years getting to know, said Harry, earning himself a playful hit on the arm from Ginny. Well, playful for her but quite painful for him. Mr. Potter, you're going to pay for a comment like that, said Ginny, slightly red in the ears. How much do I owe you? Asked Harry with a playful smile on his face. More than you can bloody well afford, said Ginny, trying not to smile but losing that fight in the end. All right Mr. Potter, said the hospital matron, you can leave now. Thank you, said Harry, only too happy to ditch the hospital wing and join the celebration in Gryffindor Tower. The cheering that greeted Harry upon entering put a large grin on his face. Thank you, shouted Harry to the crowd, thank you very much. I love you all. Harry decided to be a cocky bastard in celebrating his victory. Did you have to bring her back with you? Asked Ron jokingly as he glanced at Ginny. Look what happened because I brought her back with me. Could you imagine what she would have done to me if I didn't?" Harry remarked that with a shiver. After that he had to duck a vicious swing from Ginny. "Harry James Potter," said Ginny angrily, "you'd better run. It is times like these I'm happy to be dating a much more gentle woman," said Ron as he wrapped an arm around Hermione's shoulder, causing her to blush deep crimson. Even Ron said the right thing occasionally. That didn't however help Harry as he ducked another swing from Ginny. "Ginny, I was only joking," he tried to defend. "I'll show you only joking," said Ginny with a grin that told Harry she was only teasing him. Seeing that grin on her face, Harry decided to resolve the issue once and for all. Harry stepped up to her and took both wrists, and before she could break loose caused her knees to weaken and for her to slacken against Harry. "Oi! That's our sister," shouted Ron, Fred, and George together. Neither Harry nor Ginny paid them any mind as they had become quite used to that call in the future, at least for a little while. RRY and Ginny enjoyed the celebration along with all of the other Gryffindors well into the early morning hours. Thankfully Ron kept Hermione preoccupied so she had less of a chance to snoop. The next few weeks passed quickly enough. Harry and Ginny were still trying to work out exactly what should be done with Barty Crouch Sr. as he was scheduled to make his appearance at Hogwarts soon. Unfortunately, and much to Harry's displeasure, he was once again forced to consult the headmaster on the issue. "To what do I owe the pleasure?" asked Dumbledore as Harry and Ginny entered the office. "I need your help with something," said Harry. "Again?" asked Dumbledore as he put not one of his enhanced lemon drops in his mouth but four. "It's like this. Barty Crouch Sr. is going to show up here at Hogwarts in a few days' time. Now originally Junior killed him. We can't let that happen this time, but we can't afford for Junior to get arrested yet, hence the problem," explained Harry. "Do you know where he will show up?" asked Dumbledore. "Near Hagrid's cabin. I think he traveled through the forest, but I can't be certain of that," explained Harry. "Would you be able to make the map available to us?" asked Dumbledore. "That wouldn't be a problem, but I would need for him to disappear until after the tourney. He'll need medical attention to help him deal with completely breaking the Imperius Curse," Harry explained further. "I'll take care of it then, Harry," said Dumbledore. "Thank you, sir," said Harry. "Thanks, Albus," said Ginny. "Oh, and tip for the future. Always put a towel down before you step out of the bathtub. Oh, and those little flower pads for in the tub wouldn't hurt either." Dumbledore was clearly confused but nodded nonetheless. With that Harry and Ginny departed to find a bit of private time. The next time Harry and Ginny spoke with Dumbledore was after Crouch Sr. had been taken into custody. With that issue resolved, Harry only had to finish preparations for what he hoped would be the final showdown against Voldemort. "Come on, boy, is this all you've got?" asked Snape in a voice to mimic Voldemort as he and Harry exchanged curses at a rapid pace. Snape had been training hard. Why to ignore the barbs from Voldemort while they duel, as Voldemort wouldn't hesitate to use them? "Do you really want me to answer that question, Tom?" asked Harry as he sent a few spells rapidly from his wand and free hand, pressing Snape back to the wall. "Enough," said a tired Snape as he barely dodged the most recent volley. "You all right?" asked Harry, concerned for the man who would be his trainer and almost mentor. "Fine, Potter, but why are you holding back so much from me?" asked Snape. "The same reason that you are holding back from me," said Harry placidly. "We've little more than a month before you face the Dark Lord and you're still holding back?" asked Snape incredulously, trying to get Harry riled up and acting stupidly. Harry though didn't rise to the bait. "Maybe if you were a day-sent challenge I wouldn't have to go easy on you." This time it was Snape that rose to the bait and just began sending curses, most of which couldn't be considered light spells, including a few Cruciatus curses. Snape used Cruciatus only because Harry insisted he use it, as he would need to try and build some resistance to the spell if he were to ever be caught. "Be it much better. You do know how to fight after all," taunted Harry as he effortlessly dodged or countered everything Snape sent at him. Harry wasn't even using his abilities over the flow of time. After another minute of steady dodging and blocking, Harry started to fight back again. Harry wasn't too picky about how dark a spell was considered either when he fought against Snape, as he knew the man would not judge him for it. Harry generally stayed away from the pain curses as they were little more than a distraction to the enemy and couldn't kill them. Not that he was saving a few for a select group of Death Eaters. Harry and SN. Ape duel back and forth for the next hour with Harry dominating the entire time. Finally it ended with Snape sitting on the floor breathing heavily. Harry however was standing and watching, calming with hardly a trace of sweat on him. "Damn it, Potter," complained Snape, "are you the least bit tired?" "Not really," said Harry. "I want you prepare yourself because in 2 weeks we're going to have a mock battle of what I can expect." "How many of us do you need?" asked Snape. "As many as we can trust, but to start I'll need you and Dumbledore," said Harry as he carefully considered what he could expect. "We'll be there," said Snape. "Just do me a favor and make sure that all of this wasn't for naught." "I'll make you no promises save this," said Harry. "I'll make him regret his decision to fight me." "I've no doubt he already regrets that," said Snape. "Not in the way that he will when this is all said and done," said Harry. Snape involuntarily shuddered at the tone of Harry's voice. 2 weeks passed quickly with Harry spending the majority of the time dueling Dumbledore when he was able to avoid Ron and Hermione. Lucky for him, Ginny provided some excellent cover for him to get the extra training he needed. The way in which Harry dueled with Dumbledore left little energy in either of them. Harry had only ever seen Dumbledore duel with Voldemort twice in his life. The first time was in the Department of Mysteries in his 5th year. The second time was shortly after the fall of Hogwarts and before his death. This was a very deadly duel between the pair of them. Harry knew from watching Dumbledore previously that the old man loved to use transfiguration in his duels and he was very effective doing so. But, for their purposes, Dumbledore changed his fighting style into one that readily matched Voldemort's style, which consisted of using a lot of attacking spells. Spells that burned you, cut you, electrocuted you or simply killed you. Harry wasn't enjoying it very much as the only spells that Dumbledore held out on were the spells that would kill him. As far as defense went, Voldemort didn't do it very often. He used one shielding spell only that wasted a lot of energy but was extremely powerful. Harry settled for a style of dueling that was somewhere between Dumbledore, Snape, and Voldemort combined with a little bit of himself thrown in for good measure. The little bit of himself thrown in was the bit involving hand-to-hand combat and a touch of sword play. Dumbledore hated that part in particular as Harry would often knock him senseless before launching a barrage of Orses and hexes that he had a much more difficult time avoiding because he was still slightly dazed from the pain impact. Luckily that didn't happen often as Dumbledore made it very difficult for Harry to get in close enough to attack in that manner. Finally the night of Harry's final planning session arrived. "Good evening, Harry," said Dumbledore as Harry met him in the hall leading to the room of requirement. "Evening, sir," said Harry as he paced the hall picturing exactly what he needed. The door appeared and Harry entered followed by Dumbledore. Snape and McGonagall arrived a bit later, followed closely by Sirius and Remus, and finally Flitwick and Ginny arrived. "Harry, this decor is a bit drab, don't you think?" asked Dumbledore as he glanced around the mock graveyard. "Yes, well, this is where it will happen," said Harry with a slightly haunted look in his eyes. The tombstones were all in place as was the oversized cauldron. Harry was soon explaining the events that were to take place and timing of how things were to happen. Soon enough all the members were heavily involved in a planning session that would be a rough design for the final battle, hopefully. "Well, Harry, I think this plan is our best bet," said Dumbledore as they brought the session to a close. "Are you certain Thofhay Cup before Cedric and the others?" asked McGonagall nervously. "That's not an issue, I think. The most difficult thing to get around will be Wormtail," said Harry. "He's a bit too cocky for his own good if I remember correctly," said Sirius with Remus nodding behind him. "We can always have a team of hit wizards and Aurors on standby ready to portkey in at a moment's notice," offered Dumbledore. "You don't have to fight this battle alone, Harry." "If we did that then someone might tip Voldemort off," said Harry. "He still has a rather expansive network of spies in place even this long after his fall. Not to mention that Malfoy pays Fudge well to be informed of things like this." "Very well. Then in 1 week's time we'll find out for certain," said Dumbledore as he stood to leave. "Severus, just one thing," said Harry. "No matter what happens the night of the last task, don't let Karkaroff leave." Snape nodded before he too took his leave. All the teachers and adults departed, leaving only Harry and Ginny behind. The room around them changed from the graveyard scene into that of a bedroom. More specifically the bedroom that Harry and Ginny shared at Potter Place. "I didn't think of this," proclaimed Harry nervously. "I know," said Ginny as she closed the distance between them. "But what about your mum and Madame Pomfrey's snooping?" asked Harry as he backed up nervously. He wasn't so much nervous about the woman but more the fact that it had been a number of years since he'd last done this. "If there is a chance you won't come back next week, I don't want to chance that you and I would never be together again," said Ginny seductively as she began to unbutton his shirt. Ari swallowed nervously before he finally just said to hell with it and enjoyed the situation for all it was worth. Not a night passed that week without Harry and Ginny taking full advantage of the situation. Not one of the teachers that knew what was happening said a word, though all of them had suspected that something was occurring between the couple after the nightly training sessions. "Break, Harry. As you have the lead in points, you will have a 35-second head start," instructed Bagman. Harry had reviewed the memory from the first time he went through the maze using a pensieve. He knew by heart the exact course to take to reach the center of the maze quickly. Harry entered the maze and without pausing he took every necessary turn through the maze that he needed. Once again, the fake Moody had cleared his path through the maze ahead of time. The Sphinx's riddle this time gave Harry pause as he tried to recall the answer. It was different than his first time through, but he'd heard the riddle before, so it was simply a matter of remembering. Once he was past the Sphinx, it was smooth sailing to the cup. He felt slightly bad for leaving Cedric behind to whatever happened to him, but there were something that were far more important. Once Harry saw the cup, he paused to take a breath and get rid of the excess nervous energy before he took the cup in hand. Harry marched confidently forward and grasped the cup. Harry felt the pull behind his navel as he rocketed across the country to the ever-so-familiar graveyard. "Expelliarmus!" shouted Wormtail, claiming Harry's wand. Not that he really needed it, but for his plans to work perfectly some things needed to still happen. Wormtail then bound Harry to the same old tombstone that belonged to Tom Riddle Sr. Wormtail begged, and the ceremony taking his blood along the way. Harry had to consciously pull his magic out of the blood Wormtail was taking so that Voldemort gained nothing from Harry. With that task done, Harry wandless putting up several wards while Wormtail was preoccupied with resurrecting Voldemort. Finally Voldemort stood from within the cauldron looking rather pleased with himself. "Potter," slithered the man, "so good to see you again. I hope you can forgive the poor accommodations." "I'll let it go this time," said Harry as he prepared for a blast of Cruciatus. Just as he expected, Voldemort came through with lots of pain. "Such manners, Potter," said Voldemort. Harry was completely calm. He was just waiting for Voldemort to summon his followers, or rather try to summon his followers. Voldemort replaced Wormtail's bleeding stump with a new silver hand. It was then that Harry's chance came. Voldemort pressed the tip of his wand to the dark mark on Wormtail's forearm, causing the man to howl in pain, but nothing happened, much to Voldemort's displeasure. It was now that Harry acted. Using his wandless magic he dispelled the robes that held him, and then silently he summoned his wand from Peter's pocket. Voldemort was fortunately too preoccupied with Peter to notice. "Hey Tom!" shouted Harry, ready to die. Voldemort turned just in time to see the charging Harry Potter. In Harry's left hand he held his wand, and in his right was the sword of Godric Gryffindor. Voldemort had to act quickly to summon his favorite magical shield. He was much dismayed when the sword of Gryffindor went right through it, slashing his shoulder. Harry followed that up with a roundhouse kick to the evil man's stomach, causing him to fly back a few steps. Out of the corner of his eye Harry spotted Wormtail, about to attack Harry with that silver hand. Harry slowed time around him to move. And move he did. He ducked under the hand and brought his blade around in a wide arc, separating Wormtail's arm at the shoulder from the rest of his body. Figuring the fat lump would bleed to death, Harry turned his attention back to Voldemort just in time to see the killing curse rapidly approaching him, even with time slowed around him. Harry dove quickly to the side as the killing curse continued on to destroy the tombstone that Harry had previously been tied to. "I don't think your dear old dad would have appreciated that very much, Tommy," said Harry with a laugh as he continued to move rapidly as he circled Voldemort. Voldemort was getting very pissed off. First his servants could not come to him, then the servant he did have became incapacitated within seconds. Now he was left to face the boy alone, and it was not going in his favor. Harry turned to the offensive now. Starting at a distance was not He wanted, but he had no choice as he moved in, throwing curses through the sword and his wand at Voldemort. Harry was greatly surprised to find that the sword amplified his spells more than his wand did. Not that he was complaining. So far neither he nor Voldemort had been stuck in the priori incantum paradox, and Harry couldn't have been happier. Voldemort as usual had his one and only defensive shield in place as Harry continued to batter the man with hexes and curses with nary a chance to counter. Harry was meanwhile working himself in closer so that he could use his sword once again to destroy the damned shield of Voldemort. It wasn't until Harry got closer that Voldemort changed his tactics. As Harry brought his sword down to deliver a fatal blow, he was stunned to see Voldemort wielding his own sword to block Harry's. "You're not the only one that can use a blade, boy," explained Voldemort as he went on the offensive using only the blade. It was then Harry realized that Voldemort's sword was in fact his wand. As a result, Voldemort was unable to use magic at the same time. Harry didn't have this problem and soon capitalized on it. Harry blocked a heavy overhand strike with his blade and at the same time sent a rather powerful bone-breaking curse into Voldemort's hip and pelvis region. Harry heard the satisfying crunch of breaking bones as the evil bastard soared through air, finally hitting and breaking a tombstone. This didn't delay Harry as he moved in quickly to deliver the killing strike. Voldemort was in pain. He was broken and his body failing after that resurrection ceremony. Worse yet, Potter was bearing down on him to deliver the final blow. In a last effort, Voldemort raised his transfigured wand to block the sword strike, only to have the sword hit his W. And have it exploded, sending Potter backwards through the air from the X himself up painfully. His left shoulder was dislocated and possibly broken. However, the arm holding the sword was still good. Harry had to hurry before Tom thought of something else. Tom didn't fare very well from the explosion either. His wand was destroyed and his face, chest, and arms all were burned quite badly. To make it worse, his was now laying in a pool of Wormtail's blood. He looked to his dying servant to see bubbles of blood coming from his mouth as the life faded from his eyes. Harry moved quickly through that graveyard, preparing to kill the most evil bastard he hoped he'd ever meet. Harry was over him, ready to deliver that final blow. He stabbed straight down to where Voldemort lay when, without notice, Wormtail rolled on top of Voldemort to protect the man. Harry's blade entered Wormtail's backside and continued through the man's heart before it got stuck. It hadn't gone through to Voldemort, and Harry could see the man knew it. Harry quickly applied more force to the blade, trying to push it through Wormtail. Voldemort cringed as the blade slowly pierced his chest, but by then he was already hard at work. Suddenly all of Harry's wards collapsed. He could do nothing but watch as Voldemort smiled and apparated away. "Shit!" screamed Harry as he ripped the sword out of Wormtail's body. The HT that greeted him, though, did nothing for his mood. 20 robed Death Eaters were coming into the cemetery with wands at the ready. "Consolation prize, I guess," said Harry as he let his magical rage overtake him. First his shoulder repaired itself, and then Harry quickly put up his anti-apparition wards once again. The first 2 Death Eaters came at him head-on. He knew from their bulk that they were Crabbe and Goyle. In 4 deft strokes of his sword both men were dead on the ground. It was then that the killing curses started to fly at him, not that he really cared at that exact moment. Tim all around him slowed down drastically, but it didn't affect him in the slightest. He moved in, casting whatever curses and hexes came to mind on the Death Eaters that were the furthest from him. The closer Death Eaters, he worked to close in on them so that he could simply cut their throats or remove their heads or even gut them if he could do it fast enough. Time took on no meaning for Harry at that moment in time as he slaughtered the Death Eaters that came at him. He was a man possessed and felt no mercy as he picked them apart. Even those that tried to flee were prevented. Not one Death Eater survived that graveyard except for Voldemort. Harry, though, only found a little satisfaction in being able to eliminate Voldemort's inner circle. When no man other than Harry was left alive in the graveyard, Harry located Wormtail and severed the man's head to take back with him as evidence of Voldemort's resurrection. Harry cut a piece of Death Eater robes to wrap the head in before he went to collect the Triwizard Tournament Champion Cup. Harry held the sword in his hand as he picked up the cup. He felt the intense pull behind the navel signaling its activation. Harry, being completely exhausted, landed very hard on the now leveled Quidditch pitch. There was pandemonium in the stands, but Harry saw Dumbledore standing calmly as he waited for Harry to return. The other teachers were there as well. They all had an expectant look in their eyes, but Harry shook his head in the negative. Dumbledore's twinkle faded and he nodded his acceptance. Dumbledore approached Harry. "Are you all right, my boy?" Harry shot him a glare that caused the man to back up few steps. Then Harry saw the fake Moody approaching quickly. "I'll take him up to the school, sir," offered Moody. "I don't. That will be necessary, Barty," said Harry as he dropped the cup and leveled the sword at the man. "What are you talking about, Potter?" asked the fake Moody nervously. He could clearly see the blood that covered both the blade and Potter's clothes. "I've killed 21 Death Eaters tonight. Believe me when I say that killing you won't bother me in the slightest, you piece of filth," said Harry. He read the gasps of the teachers and the Minister of Magic. It took every ounce of Harry's self-restraint not to kill this man where he stood. "No sense in pretending, Barty," said Dumbledore. "We've got your father's full confession. It does not matter if I die here. My master is reborn tonight and soon you will all perish." Barty then pulled his wand, but it wasn't fast enough as Harry ruthlessly removed the man's hand. Barty dropped to the ground screaming in pain. Harry raised his sword to finish it, but Dumbledore stopped him. "He's not worth it, Harry." Harry raised the blade once more, but Dumbledore's hand on his shoulder stopped him. "He's not worth it, Harry. Let the Dementors have him." Harry sneered once more before he put his blade away. Harry then turned and stalked toward the castle. Harry briefly heard Fudge sputtering in the background about having him arrested and then receiving the Dementor's kiss. Harry had only one destination in mind, and that was simply the protective room of Dumbledore's office. Once inside, he locked the door and gave Fawkes one look that sent the bird away in a burst of flame. He knew what was about to happen. "Break." "Uh-oh," said Ginny when she saw Harry reappear. He looked pissed and she knew it. Next to her, Mrs. Granger, her mum, and Hermione were all screaming like banshees at the state that Harry was in at that exact moment in time. Then, Ginny watched them become worse as the fake Moody approached Harry. After a few short words, Harry moved quickly and severed the man's hand, much to the horror of the women, and even men, present. "Things didn't do so well," said Ginny calmly. Hermione had gone into shock and Mrs. Granger wasn't far behind her, neither was her mum for that matter. Somehow Ginny managed to get them all to the hospital wing and in Madame Pomfrey's care. She gave them all, save her, a nice sedative to help them relax after seeing Harry do what he did. After that, Ginny had one destination in mind. It was the one plaque. Harry got the most satisfaction out of raging in anger, Dumbledore's office. Ginny reminisced with a slight grin at the destruction of Hurricane Harry whenever he raged in Dumbledore's office. Ginny knew that this was going to be a big hurricane too. From the magic could feel all the way from the hospital wing as she approached. Harry arrived at the open stairwell to see all of the professors standing. "What's all this about?" asked Ginny as she approached. "Well, the thing is," began Dumbledore, "I'm not sure if it is safe for me to go up there right now." Ginny looked up the stairs and then back to him. "Yeah. You're probably right." The end of that sentence was met with a rather loud explosion coming from the office. "Do you have any idea what Potter is doing up there?" asked a nervous Snape. "He's raging," said Ginny. "It's just Hurricane Potter. Nothing to worry about." "That's my office. How can you say there is nothing to worry about?" asked Dumbledore. "Well, better up there than down here," said Ginny. "I can still remember the first time Hurricane Potter got to your office. It was right after Sirius died. You sent him up there to wait for you to finish at the ministry with some details. He wasn't very happy. Lucky for you, at that time Harry couldn't use wandless magic. You were able to repair the damage easily enough." "You mean this happened more than once?" asked the nervous headmaster. "The last time before the fall of Hogwarts he was just starting to grasp wandless magic. That time was a real mess. Of all the wooden furniture you have up there, the largest pie that could be found was no larger than a toothpick. Fawkes' metal stand was left a melted blob of metal. But that stand is meant to withstand the flames of rebirth," protested Albus. "I'm just telling you what happened. I still don't know how he did that one." "Where was I?" "Oh yeah, he blew a few holes into the side of the castle." "We never did discovered what happened to that telescope of yours," said Ginny thoughtfully, "but none of the Albus swallowed as he glanced longingly towards his office, his poor, poor office. He truly feared what would be left of it by the time Harry finished with it. "Don't you think it would be prudent for someone to attempt to calm him down?" asked Severus as another loud explosion rang through the halls. "What happened to Butterball anyway?" "What?" asked Snape, Dumbledore, and McGonagall together. "Fudge," said Ginny as though they should have known what she meant. "Oh, he's probably delivering the kiss to Crouch Jr. as we speak," said Dumbledore with a frown. "Ah, speaking of the butter," said Snape with a slight grin at the nickname. He pointed over Ginny's shoulder. Ginny turned to see the man walking up the hall gleefully with 2 oars and a Dementor trailing behind him. "Where is he, Dumbledore?" asked Fudge. "Who?" asked Dumbledore. "Harry Potter, of course," said Fudge. "I've signed the emergency forms to have the Dementor's kiss delivered immediately." Dumbledore was about to speak when Ginny cut him off. "He's right up those stairs, Minister," said Ginny pointing to the staircase. She was trying her best not to smile. The professors were all dumbfounded, but Ginny gave them a look that told them to be quiet. "You two wait here," ordered the minister proudly to the 2 oars. He then escorted the Dementor up the stairs. "Miss Weasley, are you sure that was the wisest thing to?" began Snape, but he was cut off by a blood-curdling shriek and then a very high-pitched girly shriek. The Dementor came down the stairs first. T.S. hood was back and it was simply radiating fear. Then some that looked like an orange whip shot down the stairs, wrapping around the neck of the Dementor. The whip pulled tight and the Dementor, poof, into a black cloud, leaving only a small pile of black dust behind. The orange whip retreated back up the stairs where a second girlish scream was heard. The 2 oars seemed to be debating whether or not that she even consider going up those stairs. "Take my word for it, gentlemen," said Ginny, "you don't want to go up those stairs." The 2 men swallowed before one spoke. "He gave us orders to wait here, and that is exactly what I'm going to do." The second man just nodded with agreement. The girlish screams continued for nearly an hour before someone came scampering down the stairs. It was a very fat woman wearing very ugly women's undergarments and a very bad makeup job. "What are you waiting for?" screamed the shrill woman. "Go get him." "Who are you?" asked one of the oars being addressed. "I'm Cornelius Fudge, the Minister of Magic," said the woman, causing everyone present including Snape to fall to the ground laughing. "Oh, Minister Fudge," said the sickly sweet voice of Rita Skeeter. Fudge turned just in time for her photographer's flashbulb to catch him in the moment. If it weren't for this Voldemort Returns mess, then I'm sure that would have been front page material. Fudge grabbed her hair and ripped out handfuls before running off screaming like a banshee. Dumbledore bent down and picked up a piece of parchment. "Looks like he left behind his order for the Dementor's kiss." Ginny quickly grabbed the paper and set it on fire. "What order?" "I seem to have forgotten," said Dumbledore as he stared down the 2 oars. "We have no idea," said the lead oar. "Good boys," said Ginny as though she were speaking to a couple of dogs instead of ministry-trained oars. "Albus darling," said Rita happily, "is Mr. Potter available?" Just then another explosion from the office above shook the entire castle. "It'll be a while," said Albus with a slight grimace that was met with another castle-shaking explosion. Preparations and meetings. When there was finally about a 30-minute period in which there were no explosions, it was decided that someone needed to try and speak to Harry to find out if it was safe or not. Ginny got picked as she was the person Harry was least likely to kill. Ginny knocked on the door cautiously. She could see black charring around the frame, which didn't bode well. The door swung open about an inch before the hinges gave out the door fell forward, landing with a resounding thud. Inside the room wasn't a very pretty picture either. There wasn't an inch of unscorched wall space, and yet not one painting had been damaged or even touched. Not one of the subjects was anywhere to be seen, though. Ginny figured they were hiding somewhere in the castle. The walls leading outside the castle were completely missing, and it was very clear that they had been blasted away. There wasn't even a sign that there ever was any furniture in the room. There was a metal blob that conformed perfectly to a bit of the stone masonry where Fox stand once stood. The tower that held the telescope was simply not there anymore. Ginny could see glowing green eyes watching her as she entered the room that she knew belonged to Harry. He was still charged up and quite angry, but at least he was under control of himself. His back was resting against the only wall still standing that didn't appear as though if you blew on it, it would fall over. "Harry love," said Ginny cautiously, feeling better. "A little," said Harry. Butterball fled the castle and Rita is already preparing the stories for the morning edition of The Prophet, said Ginny in an attempt to cheer him up. She even got a really good picture of Butterball too. Harry smirked a bit, signaling to Ginny that her attempts were working. Also, the fact that the green GL out in Harry's eyes were beginning to fade back to their normal brightness. "So, I guess not everything went as planned then," suggested Ginny tentatively. "No, not exactly," answered Harry with a bit of the green glow returning. "Feel like talking about it yet?" asked Ginny. "No," said Harry. "Run out of things to destroy then?" asked Ginny with a smile. "Yes," pouted Harry, relaxing a bit around his favorite person. "I'll make a deal with you," said Ginny. "Come downstairs and let's talk about what happened, and we can go to the Room of Destruction in Potter Place tomorrow afternoon." Harry grinned a bit at that idea. "Promise." "Promise," said Ginny as she finally reached her Harry and wrapped him in a hug, to which he readily responded. "Okay, let's go down and talk to them," said Harry as he stood still embracing Ginny. "We'll have to use Minnie's office though. This one has just about had it." Ginny snickered as she walked out alongside of Harry. Harry descended the stairs to be greeted by Dumbledore and the other he trusted with his secret, as well as two Aurors, Rita Skeeter and her photographer. "Hello Harry," said Dumbledore with a smile. "I must say, you'll have to teach me whatever spell you used on Butterball." This caused Harry to laugh heartily. That was a good bit of magic, wasn't it? "Just out of curiosity, how long will he stay that way?" asked Rita with her usual devious grin. "Until I release it," said Harry. "Common sense told all of you not to go up there. What made him think that he was above it? You may wish to release him soon, or he could cause a lot of trouble for you," said Dumbledore. "I think not," said Harry as he glanced to Rita. "Both of the stories are prepared and the evidence is properly compiled thanks to a few anonymous tips," said Rita with a few winks at Harry. "Excellent," said Harry. "Then he'll be out of office by the end of the day tomorrow." "You did send the evidence to Kingsley Shacklebolt, yes?" "Of course Harry," said Rita. "Have I ever let you down?" Harry smiled. "Indeed not. As long as you keep me in the know, Harry, you will never have to worry about the press working against you. You trained this boy well, Albus. He knew well enough to use the press to his favor rather than shun the press and earn its scorn," said Rita boastfully. "I do what I can, but I've found that Harry is somewhat of a natural political animal," said Dumbledore. Harry turned his attention to the two Aurors. "You two, ready to become famous?" The pair looked confused. Harry took the black bundle that he was still carrying. "This is Peter Pettigrew's Cemetery in Little Hangleton. You find the body that this head belongs to along with the bodies of 20 other Death Eaters. And the thing that will make your careers is that you'll find all the evidence you need to prove that Voldemort was resurrected this evening." The Aurors were stunned. "Move along," said Harry, ushering the two men to hurry off to make their careers. "Harry, would you mind very much if I tag along?" asked Rita. "I think a few pictures might assist the story." "Not at all, Rita," said Harry. "All the best." Rita nodded and hurried after the Aurors along with her photographer. Harry turned his attention back to those he trusted. "Minnie, would you mind if we used your office?" Albus was about to ask about his but was silenced by a slight shake of Ginny's head. Minerva escorted them through a few hallways until they ended up in Minerva's smaller yet comfortable office. Harry and Ginny sat together while the teachers got comfortable. Soon Harry went into his story with as much prudent information as was necessary. He didn't feel the need to share every gory detail. Afterwards Dumbledore finally commented, "We have a few problems then to deal with. First, now that Tom has used your blood, he will no doubt be much stronger once he does recover." "Non-issue," said Harry. "I made sure to pull all of my magic out of the blood that was used so that he wouldn't gain anything from it." "I see then. That only leaves us to deal with the fact that Voldemort will be seeking a wand and how we go about explaining this to your parents. Oh, and let's not forget the little issue of my office. Sorry about that, but you always said that if I ever need to just destroy something that your office door was always open to me," defended Harry. "I did?" asked Dumbledore. "You did," said Ginny with grin. What was I thinking? Asked Dumbledore. You told me at the time that you had too many possessions as it was, explained Harry. Well, I guess I can't argue with that, said Albus with a light chuckle. As far as the wand problem goes, it may be wise to try and assign some manner of guard for Mr. Ollivander. There is one other issue. Nagini was not in that graveyard tonight. She was there the first time, but for whatever reason she was absent tonight. Perhaps you should have a word with your other friend, said Dumbledore suggestively. I think I will, said Harry. She may know something we don't. If Voldemort is hurt now and his inner circle is gone, then he will be desperate, said Snape, already forming a plan. If he contacts me, I might be able to bring you right to him to finish him off. That's if he trusts you, said Harry. You've also to consider that he has no way to call on you with all of his servant dead or in prison. You did stop Karkaroff, yes. Yes, he's tied up in my office, said Snape unhappily. You owe me for that, by the way. I know, said Harry. I'm going to owe you even more because I need you to resume your role as a spy for the Order. Snape sighed. Damn, sorry, said Harry. What did you need Karkaroff for anyway? Asked Sirius, who along with Remus joined them halfway through Harry's story of the night's events. I need to remove the dark mark and then send him into hiding, said Harry. It's either that or I just let Voldemort find him and kill him. I say let him die, but that's just me, said Snape callously. Normally I'd agree, said Harry, but we need to prevent that. Karkaroff has a bit of information that would aid Voldemort to completing one of his ceremonies that will make my life hell. I see your point, said Snape. Why not just kill him now then? Albus glared at him. I hate to agree with Snivellus, but he's got a point, said Sirius. Karkaroff for all intensive purposes is innocent, said Harry with distaste. We can't just kill him. Fine, said Snape and Sirius together. We're in uncharted territory from here on out, said Harry. We can't afford to make any mistakes. Harry, we going to have to remove the Death Eaters from Azkaban, said Ginny solemnly. What does she mean by remove? Asked Remus, not liking the tone Ginny used. She means kill, said Harry simply, and she's right. One of the first attacks of the Second War, Voldemort freed all of his Death Eaters from Azkaban. I don't like where this is going, Harry, said Dumbledore. Neither do I, but better dead than out in the open killing innocent people, said Harry sadly. How do you recommend we do that exactly? Asked Snape. We don't, said Harry. The new Minister of Magic does. Harry, you're acting an awful big gamble with removing Minister Fudge, said Dumbledore. He'll be in jail before tomorrow ends, said Harry, brushing the question off. Who do you have in a decent position to take the leadership that would be able to operate as puppet for our cause? I would say my father, but he doesn't have the backbone to kill all those people, said Ginny honestly, earning her a few odd looks from the people around her. What? I love the man to death, but I can't lie about it. He really doesn't have the backbone for it. I would say use Alistair, but he's a bit too paranoid for it, said Minerva. Especially after what happened to him this year. Well, we need someone, and we need them fast, said Harry. What we need is a Malfoy, said Snape. He's dead along with his wife, so that won't work, plus he's a Death Eater, said Harry. I got it, said Ginny excitedly. Crouch Sr. What? Asked Harry. Barty Crouch Sr. After what his son did to him, he'd be the perfect puppet politician. We've already got massive dirt on him that no one knows about but us. He's already politically aligned, and if Harry were to support him in front of the Wizengamot, I think he'd win in a landslide. He wouldn't give a second thought to the killing of those Death Eaters, explained Ginny. Ginny love, you're brilliant, said Harry, giving her a quick kiss. We'll completely undercut Voldemort. Well, it would seem that everything is prepared except for what you will be telling your parents, said Albus. Harry cringed at that thought. He'd purposely been avoiding that topic. I have no idea. Poppy has them all sedated at the moment, said Ginny. I don't like suggesting something like this, but it might be best to alter their memories, my family included. We can't do that, said Harry. It will be all over the papers and they will find out anyway. Then what do you suggest? I might just have to tell them the truth, said Harry calmly with a deep sigh. Either way, it is no longer safe for you to stay with the Grangers, nor safe for either the Grangers to stay where they are or the Weasleys. We will have to relocate everyone to a more secure location. Back to Potter Place, said Ginny excitedly. We're going home, love. It is definitely a bit more secure than Grimmauld Place, said Harry, and there is more than enough room to house the entire order, and then some. Harry, if you do tell your family the truth, I would leave out the bit about you being a time mage, suggested Albus. They may not react well to that. I would also advise being discreet when you inform them of some of the details of tonight. Of course, sir, said Harry as he and Ginny decided to leave the meeting behind for Dumbledore to start preparations. Harry meanwhile wanted to get himself clean, up a bit and catch a little sleep before he met with his and Ginny's parents. The next morning, having put on some fresh, clean robes, Harry and Ginny made for the hospital wing to face the music. On approach to the hospital wing, Harry and Ginny could hear several hysterical people and Albus, Minerva, and Poppy trying to calm them all down. When Harry entered, he could see Sirius and Remus sitting quietly to the side, knowing how futile it was to try and calm them at the moment. Sirius waved a good morning to Harry, catching the attention of the other occupants. Jane, Molly, and Hermione all rush Ed forward to check Harry over and give him fierce hugs, followed by a lot of shrill yelling and screaming, all of which he listened to tentatively until the women finally calmed down. "And that off your chest, are you ready to listen?" asked Harry calmly. The women were half tempted to start again, but a sharp look from the men told them otherwise. "Last night I fought Voldemort and several of his servants," began Harry. "I started to win and Voldemort fled, leaving me with just his Death Eaters. I killed them all last night. You will hear as much in the newspapers. Now, Mum, before you go off the deep end, it was kill or be killed. I was fighting for my life, it's as simple as that." Harry could see that the men accept, despite the fact that Henry was a bit weary. "I'm sorry to say that a war is due. Saint beginning and I'm at the center of it all," said Harry. "I understand if you feel that having me in your family is too great a danger and you don't want to risk it any longer. However, that does no change the fact that I will do whatever it takes to protect all of you from danger. As such, this afternoon some wizards will be packing all of your clothing and person effects and moving them to a secure location. This afternoon you will all be traveling by portkey to the same secure location. To protect you will all remain there until this war comes to an end." The group assembled before him were all stunned by how calm and collected Harry was in explaining everything. Harry was truly worried about how his adoptive family would react. He could understand if they wanted to get away from him, but he knew deep down that if they did, it would hurt him more than anything the Dursleys had ever inflicted on him in his life. Harry looked expectantly to Jane to see how she'd react. Harry could see in her eyes that she was scared, but what she was scared of he couldn't quite pinpoint without invading her mind, and he would never do that to her. Harry's fears were washed away the moment she gave Harry a fierce hug and began to cry. "My little boy," she cried as she hugged him tighter. That right there gave Harry the relief he deeply sought the first time this event occurred in his life. Harry was only too happy to return her hug with equal fervor. Eventually Harry was able to make his rounds with his friends and family while Jane grilled Dumbledore about allowing Harry into such dangerous situation. "Are you okay with this, Dad?" asked Harry. "I don't know yet. It's kind of a lot to take in, you know," said Henry. "I've taken almost everything that you and Hermione have thrown at us in stride so far, and I'll do my best to take this on as well." "Thanks, Dad," said Harry, giving him a manly hug. Next down the line were Ron and Hermione. "You just can't catch a break, can you, mate?" asked Ron, shaking Harry's hand and giving he a one-armed hug. "No, I really can't," said Harry. Hermione was oddly quiet, which made Harry a bit nervous. "You okay, my own?" Hermione glanced at Harry, then looked toward one of the closed-off beds, signaling that she wanted to talk to him. Harry followed her to an empty area and pulled the curtains behind him. Hermione put up a few silencing arms around them, letting Harry know that whatever she wanted to talk about was serious. "What is it, Hermione?" "You knew," said Hermione simply. "I don't know how, but you knew all along that last night would happen." "I don't know what you mean, Hermione," said Harry, feigning stupidity. "Don't you play dumb with me, Harry Potter," said Hermione hotly. "I've known you too long. You knew last night was going to happen. In fact, you've known everything that was going to happen every year, starting with the Philosopher's Stone, then the Chamber of Secrets, and now this. I bet you even knew that letter from your parents was waiting for you in your family vault that got Sirius freed. It's all a bit too convenient. Hermione had Harry dead to rights and now he was stuck Thankfully Ginny came to his rescue. "You're right, he does, Hermione," said Ginny as she entered and replaced the silencing charms with some additional higher-level charms that even Hermione didn't know. "You've noticed too then," said Hermione, obviously not noticing the charms Ginny used wandlessly. "What do you think, Mr. Potter? Should we tell her everything?" asked Ginny. "Well, Mrs. Potter, if we tell her we'll have to tell Ron as well," said Harry. "What are you two on about now?" asked Hermione. She was feeling more than a little confused. "Why are you calling Ginny Mrs. Potter? When did you two get married?" "In about 5 years or so," said Ginny. "Or at least we did the first time around." "Huh?" asked Hermione. "Hermione, quickly tell me everything you know about time mages." Thought to be legend, they were believed to have the ability to manipulate time. They could slow or speed up time around them effortlessly. They were rumored to have the ability to even rewind time a few minutes to correct a single mistake. "Sometimes I forget just how smart she can be," said Ginny, "but what is the least known fact of a time mage is that there are some rituals that will allow a time mage to go back more than just a few minutes depending on how powerful the mage in question is." "So what, like days?" asked Hermione without thinking things through. "How about 20-some years?" asked Harry, expecting her to put it all together. "But," began Hermione, but she stopped as her eyes widened and she fainted backwards. "Such a drama queen," said Ginny before she doused Hermione with a jet of water from her wand. "Hey sis, feeling better after your little nap?" asked Harry as he helped her off the ground. "Harry, it just can't be," said Hermione as she recovered. "And why can't it?" asked Harry. "But time mages are only legend," protested Hermione. "And how often is legend based on some truth or part truth, or in this case complete truth?" asked Harry seriously. "Does anyone else know about this?" asked Hermione. "Albus, Minnie, Sevi, Flitwick, Sirius, Remus, and of course Ginny, but Ginny only found out a few months ago," said Harry, ticking off each name on his fingers. "How can you be so calm about all of this?" asked Hermione, turning to Ginny. "Because Harry managed to pull me back through time with him," said Ginny. "Believe, I would have thought he was crazy as well a few months ago." "What do you mean?" asked the ever-curious Hermione. "The bond between Ginny and I called her back to me a few months ago when we completed the bond," said Harry. "But Harry, that would have unleashed a massive wave of magic felt for miles around. It wouldn't have gone unnoticed." "It didn't, but you don't remember," said Harry as he released the memory block. "What was that?" asked Hermione as a light suddenly came across her face. "I remember now. I can't believe you'd alter my memory." "It was necessary at the time," said Ginny calmly. "We knew you'd figure it out eventually, but until then certainty things needed to take place and none of you could know. So why tell me now and not just alter my memory again?" asked Hermione scathingly. "Because this timeline has reached a breaking point in which I will no longer know what to expect," explained Harry, trying to plead for forgiveness in his own way. Hermione seemed torn. "Promise me you'll never do anything like that to me again." "I promise my own," said Harry. "I didn't want to do that to you in the first place." "So will you help protect Harry's secret?" asked Ginny concernedly. "You'll explain all of this to Ron too?" asked Hermione. "I wouldn't expect you to ever keep a secret from Ron," said Harry. "We'll tell him tonight after everyone gets settled into Potter Place." "Fine, but I expect you to tell me everything about the other future," said Hermione. Harry and Ginny both chuckled lightly at Hermione's never-ending quest for knowledge. "Yes, Mrs. Weasley," said Ginny and Harry together. Hermione was about to yell at the pair for that comment until she picked up on the underlying meaning. That afternoon Harry and Ginny arrived first to Dumbledore's office. "Harry, Ginny, we're not scheduled to depart for another hour," said Dumbledore as he greeted them. It was obvious to the couple that Dumbledore was mourning the state of his office. "I came to make the portkey," said now how to find Potter Place. "No, I do not," said Dumbledore. "I hadn't thought of that. I was a bit preoccupied with my office." "Sorry about that," said Harry sheepishly. "Think of it this way. Now you can get all those new gadgets you've been dreaming about getting for the last few years. I'll even foot the bill." Dumbledore's eyes seemed to light up at that prospect. "Very well then, I find your terms to be more than acceptable." "Good, now about that portkey," said Harry, rubbing his hands together. would you mind conjuring a length of rope? Certainly, said Dumbledore, giving a flick of his wand. Harry held his wand over the rope and with a quick stabbing motion he said, "Portus." The rope glowed blue for a moment. "Can I ask, why is it you didn't conjure the rope yourself?" As good as Harry is with all kinds of magic he has yet to grasp the concept of permanent conjuration, explained Ginny, "it still astounds me to this day." "It's not like I really need to," said Harry. "I usually only conjure things as a shield for the damn killing curse and few others." "I think we'll have to sit down and work on that then," said a female voice from behind him that he recognized instantly. "Thanks Minnie, but you'll give up eventually just like you did last time," said Harry with a slight sigh. "I've never given up before and I don't intend to start now," she protested strongly. "We'll worry about that later," interrupted Jin. NY as she heard the others heading up the stairs. "And you're certain that you've packed up everything?" questioned Jane as she climbed the stairs. "Yes Jane, I'm certain that I've packed everything," said Remus, sounding quite exasperated. "That reminds," began Sirius. "What kind of mum are you that you have such an abundance of that kind of under?" Sirius stopped short though as the sound of someone elbowing him. "That would have been Remus," said Ginny with a mild blush. Both her and Harry knew exactly where that statement was going. "You asked those two to pack their things?" asked Harry to Dumbledore. Dumbledore at least had the decency to blush. "Harry, I hope you don't mind much, but I'm going to have to kill your godfather," said Jane. "With comments like that I couldn't possibly blame you. But would you mind waiting until after we win this war? We just might need him," said Harry sarcastically. "Good to know I'm needed," said Sirius proudly. "Yeah, someone needs to carry the luggage," said Ginny sharply, earning her a bit of outrage from Sirius. "Well said Jin," said Fred proudly. "It's good to see that our little sister is following in our illustrious footsteps," said George happily. "I think you two have it backwards, you're still trying to catch up to her," said Harry with a grin. That resulted in both of the twins' jaws to drop in surprise. "They're still far behind you and I, Harry," added Hermione as she came up from behind the pair. "Face, without us you two are nothing," added Ron cockily. "Yeah, well," Fred tried to rebut but came up empty. "I think we need to learn to shut up," said George solemnly. "Too right you should," said Mrs. Weasley, "and you four should try for a bit of humility." That caused all six to swallow nervously. "Where's Arthur?" asked Albus. "He'll be along shortly. He just popped home to pack," explained Molly. "What about Bill and Charlie?" asked Harry. "They are fine where they are. We'll need their help building up foreign allies," said Dumbledore confidently. "Right then, sorry I'm late," came a winded voice from behind. "You're right on time," said Albus, greeting the man. "Now everyone take hold of this rope. Harry, if you would say the magic words." Harry smiled. Once and always a Potter. The familiar tug behind the navel propelled them all through time and space into the one place Harry could truly call home. "Parents! Master Harry, you is finally here," shouted the overexcited house elf. "Yes Dobby, we're here," said Harry. "Please take all the bags and put them in their rooms." "Right away sir, I is putting the great Harry Potter's things in the master suite with the great Mrs. Ginny Potter," said Dobby before he popped away. Harry was frozen in place. He was stunned and had no idea what he was supposed to say to that. How could he say anything to that? Harry was just standing there with his mouth hanging open and no clue what he was supposed to do. Lucky for him, everyone else was completely stunned and shocked as well. Harry could sense Ginny standing next to him. He could clearly sense through their bond that inside she was screaming outrage, ready to kill that house elf. She knew as well as her parents and the other wizarding adults knew that house elves could never be fooled with something like that. That didn't stop Harry from trying. "Those house elves say the darndest things," he said half-heartedly. He knew he was screwed the moment it crossed his lips. It was at that moment that Dumbledore, Sirius, Remus, Minnie, Sevy, and Hermione all made the fastest, lamest excuses they could to leave the room. Somehow Hermione managed to drag Ron and the twins with her, leaving behind just the parents. Harry glanced at Ginny only for a second as if seeking some form of help, but there was nothing coming back from her as she was looking to him just as desperate for help. Finally Harry just sighed. "Before the yelling begins, do you think that we could all just have a seat in the sitting R? So that Ginny and I could attempt to explain why that elf thinks we're married. It must have taken every ounce of self-restraint on the parents' part, but they all nodded and followed Harry into the living room. Over the fireplace was a frozen painting that had yet to be activated. This one in particular was a very special picture. As soon as Harry saw that painting, he forgot all about trying to explain to the parents. He rushed up to it and pulled his wand, Animus Activo. The paintings blinked a few times. "James, what are you doing?" asked the woman in the painting. Harry barely noticed Ginny come up alongside him. "We look really different," said the man in the painting. "I thought we were supposed to look like older when we got, well, older." Harry was smiling at the man in the painting's antics. "Hello, Dad, Mum." "Harry," asked the woman in the painting, "is that you?" Harry nodded and smiled. "It is. You're so grown up. How old are you now?" "He's 14, said Ginny, wanting to be added to the conversation. "And who is this fine young woman with the red hair that always catches a Potter mail?" asked James with a devilish grin. "This is Ginny," said Harry, taking her hand happily as he glanced on his parents. "Well, if I didn't know any better, I'd say your bond has already formed," said Lily, "but that won't happen until you're at least 18. "Happened before I was 8, said Harry, trying to inform his parents. "You're kidding," said James, "but that means you two have been as good as married since, well, since when exactly?" "I was 6, said Ginny. "Harry was only 7. "Really?" exclaimed Lily. "James, how is that possible?" "How should I know?" asked James. "Why don't we ask the me out there?" "Where is the me out there anyway?" Harry wasn't sure how to tell them exactly. "Well, you both died a long time ago." "Oh my," said Lily. "When? How?" "Voldemort got to you after you went into hiding after that damned prophecy was made," said Harry. "I was 1 year old then." Lily in the painting turned to James and cried just as she had the first time around. Jane decided to be brave about this after having heard the story from Harry's birth parents. She wanted to meet them. "Hello," she replied tentatively. "I'm Jane Granger." "Hello, Jane," said Lily through a few sniffles. "I just wanted you to know that your son has been loved most of his life," said Jane, putting a loving hand on Harry's shoulder. "What do you mean most?" asked James suspiciously. "When you died, I was sent to live with Aunt Petunia and Uncle Vernon. They weren't very good to me," explained Harry. James and Lily turned from sad to a combination of angry and outraged. "Where the?" demanded Lily. "He's hiding right now," said Molly. "We just found out the details of the bond these two share, and I guess he knew all along exactly what it was." "I'm Molly, by the way, Ginny's mother." "Pleased to meet you, Molly," said Lily as nicely as she could, but it was still easy to see that she was still quite angry. "But not with Molly." Ginny whispered in Harry's ear. "Dumbledore should be thankful that he was dead when you learned to activate this painting the first time." Harry sniggered at her comment, but it didn't go unnoticed by the adults or the painting. "Just what are you laughing at?" asked an angry Lily and partially calm Jane. "Ginny just said that Dumbledore was in for it," said Harry, trying to defend himself but instead earning him a sharp elbow from Ginny for trying to pin it on her. "So, Petunia and Vernon raised you?" asked Lily, trying to hear more about Harry. "Only until I was 6, said Harry. He didn't really want to tell them about the other stuff. "Why only until 6? asked James. "That's when Vernon and Petunia were arrested for attempted murder," said Harry, trying to brush it off. "Who did they attempt to murder?" asked the painting of James dumbly. It earned him a raised eyebrow from almost everyone. "Oh, right, got it." Harry laughed a bit at his father despite the seriousness of the situation. "Anyway, after that I was sent to an orphanage. It was there I got sent to the same school as Hermione, who you'll meet later. Hermione and I hit it off and were the absolute best of friends, kind of like Dad and Sirius. Anyway, after a year of being friends, one day out of the blue Hermione and her parents come to visit me at the orphanage. They asked if I wanted to go home with them. Of course Hermione and I thought they just meant for dinner or something, but apparently they wanted to adopt me." Lily and James looked at Jane and Henry then as if sizing them up. "We really do care greatly for Harry," said Jane. "He's a good boy," said Henry, "a bit of a mischief maker but a good boy all the same." That caused James to smile proudly. "So how do you feel about us, Harry?" asked Lily with great concern. You're my mum and dad and always will be, but so are Jane and Henry and they always will be. Dumbledore once told me that there is always room in your heart to love more people, said Harry with a genuine smile. Smart man Dumbledore, piped in Arthur. Hush Arthur, we're still angry with him remember, chided Molly. Oh yes, sorry about that, said Arthur blushing slightly. Tell us all about you Harry, said Lily. I will, but I'd rather wait until I can just sit with you two and talk to you in private, said Harry. James decided to add in. Private meaning you and Ginny and us, right? Harry smiled. Yes Dad, if that's what you want. James and Lily both nodded. Now, you two still have a bit of explaining to do, said Molly toward Harry and Ginny. The couple both simply cringed. How long have you two know exactly what the bond was? Asked Molly seriously. Since the Yule Ball, when we admitted our feeling for each other and the bond completely formed, said Harry honestly. She said, you two. In point of fact he knew all along, but they both didn't know until the Yule Ball. Did Dumbledore inform you then what the bond was? Asked Arthur knowingly. It instantly made Harry and Ginny suspicious that he might have known all along. Well, he kind of had to cover it up, said Harry, when the bond completed. It released a magical wave so strong was felt 100 miles in every direction. He had to block the memories of all the students and most of the staff. That was a lie, but it was better than the truth. After that he took us to his office and explained it to us, added Ginny. I can only guess that you two are only too happy about this, said Henry looking at the young couple. Harry and Ginny both nodded as they squeezed their hands a bit tighter together. Well, what are we going to be doing about the sleeping arrangements then? Asked Jane. They will most definitely not be sharing a room. James cleared his throat in the background. About that. Suddenly every eye in the room was on him, including Harry and Ginny's, as they had no clue what he was about to say. Well, there are of these magical rules governing the house, said James. Rules? Asked Harry. James had never told him about any rules previously. You see, because of certain magical, properties of the use once the magical bond has formed and been recognized by both parties, then the house will Oh, for goodness sakes James, get to the point, it's not like there is anything they can do about it, Aid Lily get more than a little impatient. The house will not allow them to stay in separate rooms, said James, trying to hide at the edge of the frame. What? Asked all of the assembled people. How could James have never mentioned that in the future? Then it dawned on Harry exactly how James could have skipped over it. When the bond formed originally, Harry and Ginny never had a desire or reason to stay in a different room from each other, so it never came up. This isn't going to go well, said Harry to Ginny as he could just feel the tension building in the room. Ginny turned to her parents and said simply, don't worry. Harry will sleep on the floor and I'll take the bed. You can even put Ron and Hermione in the room with us if it will make you feel better. Molly looked ready to explode. But strangely she managed to restrain herself. Then she spoke. It's the will of magic. Harry was stunned that she left it at that. I suppose if all the kids will be sharing the room together then I'm okay with it, said Jane. Ginny and Harry were starting to wonder if they weren't all under the Imperious curse, but neither of them were about to suggest that. Well, I'm famished, said Arthur. I think I'll try to find the kitchen. If any of you see Dumbledore, tell him I'd like to say hello, said Lily. The entire room knew that she didn't just want to say hello. Harry, Ginny, said James, stick around and let's chat. Sure, said Harry before he turned to his adoptive parents. Mum, Dad, why don't you go exploring? If you need anything just call for Dobby, okay? Henry and Jane nodded and left the couple behind. I don't think I'll ever get used to hearing my baby boy calling someone else Mum and Dad, said Lily as Harry finally closed the door. It was then that Harry put some Arthur advanced and powerful charms on the room. Harry, where did you learn those spells? Asked Lily in surprise. I take it we're going to tell them everything, said Ginny. Yes, said Harry, if something happens to us, something needs to remain behind to tell those who remain everything. What are you on about? Asked James. Mum, Dad, I'm a time mage, said Harry. From there Harry and Ginny spilled everything to them. Every detail they could remember about the original timeline as well as everything they could remember from this timeline. By the time Harry and Ginny finish, it was mid-afternoon the next day. "And that's everything up to this point," said Harry, rubbing his now very tired eyes. Lily and James were stunned. "I have no idea what to say now," said James. "Yeah," said Lily. "I'm sorry I didn't come to you guys sooner, but I had to maintain the timeline to an extent," said Harry apologetically. "Don't worry about it," said James. "It sounds as though you were rather busy anyway." "Yeah, just a bit," said Harry sheepishly. "Do you really think you two can pull off everything you have planned now?" asked Lily. "Maybe, maybe not, but we're sure as hell going to try," said Ginny. "Well, I imagine you're both ready to snooze just as Ginny and I are," said Harry, "so, we are going to go catch some sleep and we'll talk to you both tomorrow. Just remember, you can't tell anyone," warned Ginny. "Duh," said James, earning him an elbow from Lily. "Right then," said Harry. "Night. Night, sweetie. You two behave yourselves," said Lily with a wink. Harry and Ginny walked straight to their bedroom. Somehow they managed to completely avoid all of the out, even thinking twice. They changed into their pajamas and crawled into bed together. Moments later they were both asleep, holding each other lovingly. Harry and Ginny slept very well that night. It had been the first time in many years they actually just slept together. The next morning both wake up feeling better than either of them had in a long time. "I could get used to sleeping that well," said Harry as he stretched his arms over his head. He looked around the room to see where Ron and Hermione slept, only to find that they were alone. Harry checked the clock and it was still early, much too early for Ron to be awake already. "Harry love," said Ginny, "weren't you supposed to sleep on the floor?" "Yeah," said Harry sheepishly. "I was so tired that I was acting out of habit." "Well, I don't think our mums are going to appreciate it very much," said Ginny. "Probably not, but it's a little late now," said Ari with grin before he gave Ginny a quick kiss. As a general rule they'd established long ago, no more than a quick kiss was allowed until they had both brushed their teeth. "Why don't we go see to breakfast?" suggested Ginny. "It might soften them up a bit." "Right then," said Harry as he walked into the master bathroom and started cleaning himself up. He was joined a moment later by Ginny. Why tried to keep things as innocent as possible while getting ready, for the simple fact that they didn't know when a parent or sibling would intrude on their privacy. After cleaning and dressing themselves, they both went down to the kitchen to cook the breakfast that the pair would become famous for in the eyes of Ron in the future: pancakes and fresh sausage with real maple syrup. It may have been a simple breakfast, but it was very, very good. "We're going to have to make a lot," said Ginny as she considered that they were cooking for 15 people. "It'll be fun," said Harry with a devious grin. "I do believe Fred and George would appreciate your specialty pancakes," said Ginny with an equally devious grin. "My thought exactly," said Harry. "Ooh, can you make a spider-shaped pancake for Ron too?" asked Ginny. "Certainly," said Harry. "I'll even spell it to twitch a bit when Ron cuts into it." An hour later Ginny sent Dobby to wake up the house and send them down for breakfast. Harry and Ginny eventually joined their family and friends at the large dining room table. "Good morning all," said Harry. He stood. "I'd like to welcome you all to another summer at Potter Place. I'll save the speeches for later now. I only have a few words before we eat. Nitwick, Augment, and Tweak." With that Harry lifted his arms, calling the food up through the plates just as Dumbledore had done several times before. It earned him several laughs. "Hey, now that's my line, Harry," said Dumbledore, earning even more laughs. "Harry, I think you've made a mistake with my meal," said a nervous Ron as he poked at his pancakes. "What's wrong, Ron?" asked Ginny. "It's shaped like a spider and every time I touch it, it twitches," explained Ron. "Try cutting it," suggested Harry. Ron nervously cut off one of the limbs, causing a withering squeal from the spider cake. Ron smiled. "I could get used to that." Harry and Ginny both laughed, as did everyone else. Fred took a bite of his pancake first. He, along with the rest of the table, were quite surprised when he turned into a canary. After a minute he molted and turned back into himself. "Harry mate, you'll have to get us that formula," said George as he took a bit of his pancakes, turning his skin bright red and his hair the color his skin used to be. This had everyone laughing heartily as well. After that the rest of breakfast was passed with jokes and Otter, despite the warning from Molly and Jane that they would be having a discussion with Harry and Ginny after breakfast. once again in the sitting room with the parents. Would you mind explaining what you were thinking when you decided to ward your bedroom so that no one else could enter? Asked Molly. Huh, asked Harry and Ginny together. I was afraid that might happen, said James, earning him several glares. What do you mean? Asked an unhappy Jane. Well, this house kind of has a mind of its own, you see. It makes a decision about where people sleep and the occupants have little choice but to agree. Explained James timidly. Honestly, James, you're a painting. They can't exactly hurt you, said Lily from next to him. So let me get this straight, began Molly. This house has debt. Airmen that these two will share a room by themselves no matter what we say or do. Yep, said James. Let me guess, said Arthur. If Harry went to sleep on the floor, then it is likely the house would move him into the bed anyway then. It could, said James. Harry was feeling relieved that Arthur just cleared him of any guilt he may have had in not sleeping on the floor. And this house just has to be the safest house in all of Britain, complained Molly. I'm afraid so, said James. You two promise me right now that there will be no funny business while you're staying here, ordered Jane. Yes, Mum, said Harry and Ginny at the same time. That goes double from me, said Molly, leveling a finger at them. Yes, Mum, said Harry and Ginny, again not daring to meet her eyes. Once again the parent left behind the kids only to have Hermione and Ron enter. Ginny sighed and closed the door and put a group of privacy charms to ensure their privacy. I still can't believe our parents are being so cooperative about this, said Harry. It's the house, said James. It's not above meddling. What? Yelled Ron. You mean to tell me that my mum is okay with you two sharing a room? Yep, said Ginny. Now, oh brother, oh mine. It's time for you to be let in on a little secret. Big secret, corrected Hermione. Compared to some of the other secrets, this is rather little, said Harry. Over. Then next 2 hours Ginny and Harry did their best to convince Ron. He accepted it but was still wary. It explains a lot, but you've got to admit it is a lot to take in, said Ron. Well, anyway, Gin. NY would try answer whatever questions he has. Dumbledore and I have some issues to attend to, said Harry as he checked his watch. Certainly, love, said Ginny. Good luck with the Wizengamot. Thanks, said Harry, giving her a quick kiss. Harry met Dumbledore in the front hall as scheduled. Right then, ready to go? Asked Albus. Certainly, said Harry as he took hold of the shoe in Dumbledore's hand. 1, 2, 3 inches, counted Dumbledore before there was the familiar tug behind his navel. Harry and Dumbledore arrived in the Ministry atrium. After he and Harry were checked in, then went to meet with Crouch Sr., Percy Weasley, and Kingsley Shacklebolt. Hello, Dumbledore, greeted Crouch. Hello, Barty, said Dumbledore politely, but Harry could hear the strain in the man's voice. Fudge was arrested this morning for embezzling ministry funds this morning, said Kingsley, reporting in. The ministry is in an uproar right now, especially with the public announcement that you know who has returned. Excellent, said Harry. Barty, are you ready to do your duty? Crouch surveyed Harry critically before he glanced to Dumbledore. Why is this child asking me such a question? Because he is the ONL. Why reason you have not received the Dementor's kiss, said Dumbledore. I can assure you that is still an option. Let's get this over with, said Crouch Sr. Together the 5 people traveled down the elevator deep within the ministry building. Soon enough they were all standing inside of the old courtroom. As soon as people saw Dumbledore, there were several hushed whispers amongst the Wizengamot. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, began Dumbledore. I hereby convene this emergency session of the Wizengamot. First order of business is the immediate expulsion of Cornelius Fudge as Minister of Magic. Here to present evidence is Auror Kingsley Shacklebolt. Kingsley stepped up and began presenting the evidence of Fudge's embezzling. The case was ironclad, and there was no way the Wizengamot could find Fudge innocent, and yet there were 4 the not guilty, including one Dolores Jane Umbridge. Next order of business, Dumbledore spoke again. We need to appoint a new Minister of Magic, and in light of the return of Voldemort's rebirth, I would like to nominate Bartholomew Crouch Sr. His own son was a Death Eater, protested one member of the Wizengamot. A son that he personally sent to Azkaban prison, began Dumbledore. A son that held him under the Imperious Curse for the last year. Mr. Crouch is a fine, upstanding wizard and as such has my full confidence in dealing with the recently reborn Voldemort. We cannot afford to be delinquent in dealing with him. I believe Mr. Harry James Potter has come to speak in this regard. Voldemort is back. I watched him come back. Then I had to fight him and his minions. I was forced to kill a lot of Death Eaters. We can be thankful that his inner circle was decimated, but I can guarantee that he will rebuild. As Professor Dumbledore has said, we cannot afford to be delinquent in dealing with him. I've read the history and know how Mr. Crouch has dealt with Death Eaters in the past, and he is exactly the sort of person we need if we intend to win this war," said Harry to the assembled body. "And what happens when the war is over?" asked another Wizengamot member. "We don't need a militarist running our government. I can assure all of you that the moment the Death Eater threat and Voldemort have been removed, I will step down as Minister of Magic and go into retirement," said Crouch Sr. That seemed to end all of the protests. "I would call for a vote," said Dumbledore. "All those in favor." Harry quickly counted the hands. The measure needed to pass by 2/3 vote. Out of the 30 members there were 23 hands up in favor. Those against. This time only 3 hands went up, meaning that 4 abstained from voting. Harry knew those people were more than likely the career politician who want to reserve the right later to stay out of any debate surrounding the issue. "The ayes have it," said Dumbledore. "It gives me great pleasure and the head of the Wizengamot to appoint Bartholomew Crouch Sr. to the post of Minister of Magic." After that there were several formal speeches with the news and other groups. Harry was pretty bored. When it all finally ended, Dumbledore and Harry along with Crouch, Percy, and Kingsley all met in a private office. "That went extremely well, Harry," said Dumbledore. "We got lucky," said Harry. "That was a smart bit about stepping down after Voldemort and his followers were taken care of." Do you really intend to allow me to stay in office?" asked Crouch. "Not really," said Harry. "You do this and follow the orders you're given and you'll not go to prison when this war ends. Give us true BLE and I can guarantee you a spot in Azkaban prison." "Now, on to business," said Dumbledore. "I would like to ask all 3 of you to join the Order of the Phoenix." "I'm in," said Kingsley. "I would be honored, sir," said Percy. "I don't have much choice, do I?" said Crouch. "Not really," said Dumbledore. "Now, Crouch cannot be seen associating with the Order from this point on. As such, Percy will continue his duties as your personal assistant. Percy, you will be relaying orders from the Order to Mr. Crouch as well as keeping a watchful eye on anything he does. You are now the eyes and ears inside the minister's office." "I'm honored, sir," said Percy again. "Do well in this, Percy, and you could very well be the next Minister of Magic," said Harry confidently. "Kingsley, you are in charge of recruiting Aurors to the cause," said Albus. "I'd start with Nymphadora Tonks," suggested Harry. "Right then," said Kingsley. "The first Order meeting is tonight," said Dumbledore as he reached inside his robes and produced 2 necklaces with phoenix pendants. "These are the portkeys that will transport you to Potter Place for the meeting. The activation password is, once and always a Potter, don't forget it." Percy and Kingsley each took their and put them around the necks and then under their robes. "Meeting starts at 9 o'clock, don't be late," said Dumbledore. "Come now, Harry, we need to do a few things while we are in the building." "What about me?" asked Crouch. "You're coming with us to take care of something first," said Harry. "Where are we going, Harry?" asked Dumbledore curiously. "Apparition Licensing Office," said Harry with a smirk. "You're going to use your pull as the new minister to get me and my friends our apparating licenses early." Crouch groaned but led them all to the office in question. An hour later the licenses were issued without a test. "Okay, now you should get to work on setting up your new office," said Harry smugly to Crouch Sr. Crouch was only too happy to leave Harry and Dumbledore to enjoy his new freedom. "Let me guess," said Harry, to the Hall of Prophecy. Hours later Harry and Dumbledore left the ministry and returned home by apparating. "Now comes the part where you convince all the parents to allow me and my friends to attend Order meetings. In my case you'd better convince them to let me join." "Not that I haven't already joined," said Harry to Dumbledore. "I feel a headache coming on," said Dumbledore. "Just have a few of your enhanced lemon drops and do your best," said Harry as he skipped off to find his wife and best friends. He found them in the library of all places. "Welcome back, love. Did everything go as planned?" asked Ginny with a smile when she saw Harry. Harry grinned and handed her her apparition license. "I'll take that as a yes," said Ginny. "Ron, Hermione, come here for a minute," called Harry. His sister and best mate rush over. "What's up, mate?" asked Ron. Harry handed him and Hermione their apparition license with a grin. "But we're not supposed to be able to apparate until we're 17, protested Hermione. "It pays to be able to blackmail the Minister of Magic," said Harry with a grin. "You'll have to teach us," said Ron with an excited smile. "Of course," said Harry. "I'm working on getting all of you into the Order meeting, but it might take a few weeks." "What about you?" asked Ginny. "I'm going anyway," said Harry. "The parents might not like me disobeying them, but there isn't really much they can do about it with that damn prophecy looming over me." "Did you destroy it?" asked Ginny. "Yep," said Harry. "Dumbledore and I took care of it." "Good," said Ginny. "Okay, now we need to prepare that damn artifact list," said Harry, rubbing his hands together in preparation of expected work. "Artifact list?" asked Hermione. Once Voldemort could no longer get to the prophecy, he started going after certain artifact to assist him in his transformations toward becoming immortal. The Order needs to get to them before Voldemort. Now we know most of the artifacts he will go after, but once we have those he'll be looking for others. It's up to you two to start researching and trying to find, and ceremonies or artifacts designed to increase power or lead toward immortal life. "What about apparating?" asked Ron. "Tomorrow," said Ginny. "We need to have this prepared tonight." "Promise?" asked Ron expectantly. "Promise," said Harry. "Ursuka, I hereby convene the first meeting of the 37th Order of the Phoenix," said Dumbledore as he glanced around at the small group assembled. Despite his best efforts, he was only able to secure Harry a spot in the room, not that he could really stop him. The other members were from the staff at Hogwarts: Sirius, Remus, Molly, Arthur, Percy, Jane, Henry, Kingsley, and Mundungus Fletcher. This evening's first order of business is the admittance of Harry James Potter, Molly Weasley, Arthur Weasley, Jane Granger and Henry Granger to the Order of the Phoenix. All those existing members in favor say, aye. Every person at the table that was already a member voted in favor. "I would like to therefore welcome you all to the Order of the Phoenix," said Dumbledore. "Does anyone have anything to add?" "Albus, I respect you a lot, but I do not believe that Harry should be here for this," protested Molly instantly. "Molly, I understand. And your consory unique knowledge of Voldemort and what drives the man. His input is essential if the Order is going to succeed. This is not up for negotiation," said Dumbledore, quashing all argument instantly. "Harry won't be involved in any Order actions anyway beyond giving his advice and knowledge," said Sirius, trying to put Molly at ease a bit. Jane and Henry seemed pretty resigned that Harry had no choice but to be there. Now, the first order of business this evening is to report on the current situation. Thanks to Harry's excellent forethought, we were able to put into position a new Minister of Magic completely loyal to us. "Albus, how?" asked Arthur curiously. "Barty Crouch Sr. is guilty of breaking his son out of Azkaban. We know this, but no one else does. As such, he will work for us or receive the Dementor's kiss," said Kingsley. "But the papers said that Pettigrew helped him escape," said Molly. "An article by our own Rita Skeeter," said Remus. "Harry has gotten her under his thumb, and as such she is only too happy to report what we tell her, provided she gets certain exclusive rights." "Just how much political moving has Harry done?" asked Henry. "Even I am not certain." "To the levels in which Harry has delved," said Dumbledore. "In the short time I've known Harry, he has made connection with people at all levels of the ministry as well as several outside businesses. As a result, he is the most connected individual the Order has at its disposal." "This is my son you're talking about, right?" asked Jane. "Yes, Jane, as shocking as it is," said Dumbledore. "You'll quickly learn just how exceptional your son and his friends really are," said Minerva with a bit of a smirk. "Now, Percy, if you would please give your report," said Dumbledore. "Minister Crouch has got his office set up and started reviewing resumes for his staff. I felt it would be prudent for the Order to review his choices," said Percy as he unshrunk a stack of files. "I would suggest you Sit down with Kingsley and your father to sort through them, said Dumbledore calmly. Harry, I believe you have something for Percy to pass along to Mr. Crouch. Harry passed a group of papers around the table for everyone to see, and then he handed a file to Percy. What you're all looking at is a bill draft. Percy, you're to give this to Crouch and see to it he enacts it. Harry, you'll never get the Wizengamot to support such an act, said Arthur. You're right, which is why I've attached an emergency powers brief in the file Percy has that will allow Crouch to supersede the Wizengamot. It's an old law that was put in place while Grindelwald was running amok that has been all but forgotten and was never overturned, explained Harry. You'll see it referenced in the bill. My word, said Arthur again as he read it in full detail. Harry, did you draft this bill? Yes, sir, said Harry. It's a bit extreme, isn't it? Asked Jane, feeling a bit uncomfortable with what she was reading. It is very extreme, but now that Voldemort is lacking an inner circle, his first move will be to free his imprisoned Death Eaters. We can't afford for that to happen, said Harry sadly. But this is so permanent, said Jane. You're talking about having these people executed. Mum, do you know what these people do for fun? Asked Harry. They torture and kill muggles. My cousin and his friends had a game they used to play called Harry Hunting, where if they caught me they'd beat the crap out of me. The guys play a slightly different game called Muggle Hunting. The only difference is that if they catch you they kill you. If these guys get out in the open, a lot more people will die than just these convicted criminals. Jane swallowed with tears in her eyes but kept silent after that. I'll see to it, said Percy as he shrunk and pocketed the file. Thank you, Percy, said Harry. Don't worry. Your name will never be associated with that bill, so it won't jeopardize your future in the ministry if it is at all unpopular. I'm not worried about it, Harry, said Percy. I happen to agree. Next order of business, began Dumbledore, recruiting. With that, Kingsley spoke up. I've started feeling out some of the younger Aurors in the department as well as a few others that I've worked with in other departments. I've got some positive leads and I will be preparing files for next week's meeting for members I think would be of some value to us. Excellent, Kingsley, said Albus. Sirius and Severus the First believe you have an issue you need to discuss. Yes, said Severus, taking the floor. With the death of several Death Eaters a few days ago, several students in Slytherin House were left orphans. One of those orphans happens to be Draco Malfoy, my godson. The ministry is holding him currently for questioning into his parents' background, but he is scheduled to be released in a few days. The question is what shall be done with him. Sirius is his closest living relative, but I am his father, and thus we have equal claim to him. If Sirius takes him in, he'd be a danger to Sirius' life, but if I were to take him in, he'd a danger to my ability to report my efforts to the Order. Anyone have any clue what to do? Asked Sirius. It did seem as though Severus and Sirius had made peace, at least for now. Harry didn't like what he was about to do, but he really couldn't see a way around it. I think it would be wise for the ministry to refuse Severus' guardianship and defer custody to Sirius. Sirius could bring Draco here and we could make arrangements so that he never sees Severus when he's here making his report. He'd be a threat if he were here, said Dumbledore, especially as this house's wards prevent the detection of magic use. I know that, but Severus is more important than anything Malfoy could do. Maybe I can work on him this summer, maybe even make him a spy like Severus is. I think if you wanted him to become a spy, then he'd be better off with me, said Severus. I think you should give Severus 2 weeks to get through to the brat, said Sirius, then we can make up some excuse to bring him here. I will leave the decision up to you, Severus. Please inform us of your decision in 2 days' time, said Dumbledore. Now, on to the most important topic on this evening's agenda, Harry, if you will. Now, once Voldemort has rebuilt his ranks a bit, I have no doubt that he will once again attempt to reenact the same ceremonies that made him nearly immortal before, but more than that, I think he will try for some other ceremonies to increase his power dramatically. Here is a list of ceremonies that Ministry Intelligence knows he's done in the past. Here is another list that Ron, Hermione, Ginny, and I compiled this afternoon of ceremonies we suspect he will attempt. Now, many of these ceremonies require certain artifacts. We cannot let Voldemort get these artifacts, so we're going to get them first. The Ministry will do its best to acquire and Destroy these artifacts, but those the ministry cannot get we will. Are you suggesting we steal them? Asked Remus. No, we buy them, said Harry. Everything has a price, you just have to be willing to meet that price. Harry, I hate to point this out, but we aren't very well funded, said Remus. Actually, said Harry looking to Dumbledore, we are. Dumbledore is my wizarding representative, and is therefore capable of accessing the funds that I am unable to from my family estate. Harry, you're talking about millions of galleons, said Remus in shock. I know, that combined with the nay, the ministry will be confiscating from all known Death Eater families, said Harry smugly. Harry, the goblins are not going to give up those assets, said Remus knowingly. They've already agreed, said Harry. One of the stops Albus and I made yesterday was to meet with the goblins' leadership. In exchange for 35 of the funds in known Death Eater accounts, they are prepared to surrender the funds to the ministry. With that, I'd like to bring up a petition for membership to the Order of the Phoenix for Griphook the Goblin and Snotspool the Goblin, said Albus. You can't We are, said Harry. All those in favor? Asked Albus. Most of the table approved, but some looked skeptical. Motion passed. I will inform them of the vote. They have agreed join but will not attend meetings as Chi will be frowned upon by their leadership. I can't imagine the leadership just agreeing with you, said Percy doubtfully. You're right, said Albus, that why you're also going to be giving this tea. Minister crouched to submit to the Wizengamot along with this. Albus then handed Percy 2 different files. The first is to change goblin rights as Harry and I negotiated. The second is to change the rights and status of werewolves, which incidentally brings us to the next bit of business, Remus. Right, I'll be in contact with the other werewolves immediately. Well, if that legislation passes, you will be appointed the new werewolf liaison officer to the Ministry of Magic, added Harry. Are you serious? Asked Remus in surprise. Completely, said Harry with a broad smile. You really have been busy, said Henry looking at his son in a new light. Most of the table was looking at Harry in a new light. I try, said Harry simply. Well, that's just about all I have for this evening, said Albus. Does anyone else have anything? Quote, I've got one more thing, said Harry. I would like to ask that the Order fund Fred and George Weasley's research. You want the Order to fund those two in making jokes? Asked Molly incredulously. Not exactly, said Harry. I'll admit that most of their ideas start as jokes and pranks or ways to make mischief, but they've got some brilliant ideas. For example, they've designed something called an extendable ear. It is a kind of listening device. With a few modifications to the design by Professor Flitwick and myself, they can get around just about any kind of privacy charm you can think of. I think these would be extremely useful. They are already in the process of designing a truth serum candy as well as an invisibility candy. They are really good ideas. Fred and George thought this up? Asked Mrs. Weasley in disbelief. Yes, ma'am, and a lot more, said Harry. I think they could both be extremely valuable assets. But they've already said as part of their terms that they want to be allowed to attend meetings and give reports on their research. I think that would be an excellent idea, said Arthur, earning him a glare from Molly. They are of age after all, dear. All in favor, said Dumbledore. This time every hand but Molly's went up. Motion passed. Now my last bit of business is simply allowing Ron, Ginny, and Hermione to attend and listen into the meetings, for the simple fact that there is nothing that will be said in here that I don't pass along to them anyway. They have more than earned the right to attend, said Harry. Harry, you can't be serious, said Kingsley. After their helping put together that list of ceremonies, I have no doubt that they would be a valuable asset to the Order, strictly as advisors, said Harry, much like myself. I say put it to a vote, said Sirius. All in favor, said Albus. The only hands that weren't raised this time were Molly's and Jane's. Motion passed. If no one has thing else, then this meeting is adjourned. As soon as the doors opened, Harry's 5 friends tumbled in. Listening in, were you? Asked Molly. Of course not. How could we listen in when you put up so many silencing charms? Asked Fred. Finished a working model of the extendable ears, didn't you? Asked Flitwick, seeing a string hanging off of George's ear. George quickly grabbed the string and pocketed it. Don't bother trying to hide it, you two, said Molly angrily. Not that it really matter now, I guess. Why's that? Asked Ron. You've all been approved to sit in on the meetings, said Harry with a grin. And they agreed to funding your research, Fred and George. Are you serious, mate? Asked Fred in shock. No, I'm serious, he's Harry, and you're Gred, said Sirius, joining the small group. That joke is so old, said Remus, coming over as well. Kind of like you, retorted Sirius. So how much did you overhear with the prototype? Asked Harry. It was jumbled, but we got a bit, said George. Well then let's go to the library and I'll fill you all in on what you missed, and then I'm going to bed, said Harry through a yawn. Ginny grinned deviously at the thought of it. It was Onyo. There 2 full weeks before the Order reconvened to make their progress reports. Dumbledore made the usual opening speeches and whatnot. Now, the first order of business today, I give you Kingsley Shacklebolt. Kingsley stood up. Well, I'd like to submit Nymphadora Tonks for membership. She's a young Auror and a metamorphmagie. I think she'd be a very valuable asset. All those in favor, offered Dumbledore. The vote was unanimous. Motion passed. That's all I've been able to confirm as both safe and valuable thus far, but I have a few other leads, said Kingsley before he sat down again. Mundungus, motioned Dumbledore to the man smoking a pipe. Right then, most of my contacts right now are scared to death of the bloody ministry and aren't too favorable about speaking anything to anyone, said Mundungus in a heavy Cockney accent. Have you heard anything with regards to Voldemort? Nothing. Like I said, ain't no one want to say nothing, said Mundungus. We'll have worry about that later then, said Dumbledore. Percy, status report. Percy stood up. Right then, Crouch's following orders perfectly. The emergency powers are still in place and the bill to allow for the execution of the Death Eaters has passed. They are scheduled to be pushed into the Vale in 3 days' time. But the papers said it wouldn't be until next week, said Kingsley. That's the idea, said P. ERCY, slightly perturbed at being interrupted. Anyway, the goblin legislation and werewolf legislation is still tied up in the Wizengamot. I've been moving around a bit of the funds allotted to me and I think I've just about bought up the rest of the necessary votes to pass the bills. Excellent work, Percy, said Dumbledore. You approve of him using bribery? Asked Molly incredulously. Whatever it takes to end this war quickly, said Dumbledore. We cannot afford for this to drag. Next order of business, where are we with the list? I've got a few leads on some of the items on the black market, said Mundungus. But it's going to cost. I've gotten word there is another buyer in competition with us. Do whatever it takes, said Dumbledore. The ministry has managed to secure a large portion of the items in question, said Kingsley. The ministry has had the entire Department of Mysteries and Magical Law Enforcement working an insane amount of overtime to locate and procure the items in question. The goblins have been very helpful in providing some of the vault numbers that many of the items are located in. Thanks to some generous contributions from Harry, the goblins have consulted their customers and agreed to move the items into their highest security vaults, explained Bill. Bill had just transferred from Egypt to London to help the Order as a goblin liaison. The P.H. Ilosopher's stone was in a high security vault, but that didn't stop Voldemort from breaking in, said Hermione curiously. Yes, well, that was a vault that was available to a private citizen, said Bill. This vault is so secret that no one knows it exists save for the goblins and now all of us. I've managed to locate a few of the items in the storage rooms of Hogwarts, said Minerva discreetly. Excellent, said Dumbledore. That takes care of a lot the list, but we must get the rest of the items and quickly. Voldemort will have regained his strength from the injuries inflicted by Harry within the next week or two. Severus the First, believe you have a few issues you wish to discuss. The Dark Lord finally contacted me. I've been brewing some very powerful healing drafts for him, but he has yet to allow me to meet with him. I believe that he does not wish to show any weakness, and thus I've been sending the potions by owl. I've reduced the potency a little more time, but as Professor Dumbledore said, we've got maybe a week or two at best, explained Severus. The second issue is with regards to my godson. He has repeatedly asked me to bring him before the Dark Lord so that he may serve him and kill Harry Potter. So, the spying thing is definitely a no-go, huh? Asked Harry with a smug grin. I have sensed a bit of doubt towards the Dark Lord from him, but he seems to hate you much more than he doubts the Dark Lord, explained Severus. That can happen when you've had everything taken from you. He's gone from being filthy rich to very poor, a social outcast, and parentless in a matter of weeks. You didn't honestly expect him to feel anything other than hate towards Harry, said Ron. We did, said Dumbledore. Young Malfoy is a very alone little boy, even before his parents were killed. Lucius was not a caring man and Narcissa was very superficial. Their marriage was one of convenience and profit, not of love. We hoped that Draco would concentrate on his hatred for his parent. Ts or else on hatred for the Dark Lord that got them both killed. It would seem that Mr. Malfoy has gone a different direction. So what do we do? Asked Harry to the table at large. Put a memory arm on him and place him with a Muggle family, said Sirius. He's too much of a threat no matter what we do with him. If we bring him here he may try to kill Harry. If we leave him with Severus it puts him at greater risk of being found out. That's barbaric, said Hermione angrily. Besides, you can't just erase the magic from his blood and that will just cause more problems in the long run. I think this might still be salvageable, said Harry. Severus, if you were to receive a letter from the Dark Lord stating that the Malfoy family had lost its usefulness now that their finances were ized and that you were to eliminate the last attachments. It may scare him enough. It could work, but it would be very difficult to forge a letter of that sort, said Severus. The Dark Lord has some very particular habits in his writing. Quote, I think we could manage, said Harry with a knowing grin. We'll try it, but if it doesn't work then what? Asked Sirius, annoyed that his suggestion was swatted down so easily. We'll cross that bridge when we come to it. For now we just have to do our best with what we've got, said Harry. And with that I think we'll adjourn for this evening, said Dumbledore, sensing that the members were feeling a bit frustrated. Harry didn't argue or complain, he just left the room to stalk the halls of his home. He knew that it was safe for now as Voldemort was still weak and he had yet to discover its location. Harry still couldn't figure out how Voldemort found the house in the first place, but he hoped the war would be long over before he found it again. Y eventually found himself in the Room of Destruction, as it loving became known to his friends and wife. It was the most interesting of rooms in that no matter what damage you caused or thing you destroyed, it would always come back after a day as good as new. It only worked in that one room and Harry had no idea why. His father told him that it was something that the Potter men always did when they were angry, and so at some point in time the room was created for that purpose alone. This time, however, Harry was content to just sit on one of the couches to consider things. So far everything was going according to plan, or at least almost everything was going according to plan. This was a wonderful thing, except that it made Harry very, very worried. Nothing in his life ever went exactly according to plan. At this point he was just waiting for the other shoe to drop. Harry was startled from his thoughts when the couch next to him sank and he felt his wife's head rest on his shoulder. Sickle for your thoughts, she replied tiredly. I worried, said Harry. Everything seems to be going perfectly according to plan. Just waiting for something to go wrong then? Asked Ginny, knowing her husband only too well. The truth was it was starting to worry her as well, but wouldn't voice that feeling. She knew that Harry could tell it worried her as well, but he appreciated her being strong for him. Harry surveyed the room as his thoughts swirled. There were several cabinets filled with glass plates and cups. There were a few vases with fresh flowers in them, usually lilies. There was another couch across from the one they sat on and a long coffee table in between with a book sitting on it. There were end tables at each end of the couches with little decorative pieces. Suddenly Harry's thoughts were jarred. There was a book on the table that wasn't there moments ago. Where'd that book come from? Asked Harry to his wife. Ginny stirred slightly. What book? Harry just noticed that he'd woken her up. That one, he said, pointing to the book on the coffee table. I don't know, wasn't it here before? Asked Ginny, still sleepy. No, said Harry. Well then, instead of asking me and interrupting the very nice sleep I was having on my husband's shoulder, why don't you pick it up and take a look? Said a slightly agitated Ginny. Harry smirked at his wife's antics and gave her a kiss on the forehead. He then waved his hand, summoning the book to himself. Harry looked at the binding of the book first and then froze. Oh my, said Harry. Ginny in her half-sleep knew that tone only too well and shot awake to see what it was that disturbed Harry so much. She saw him frozen in place looking at the book's binding. Then she looked at the binding as well, causing her to freeze in shock. Single quote. The Time Magus and His Powers Unknown. Read the book title. Is that the same book? Asked Ginny, finally shaking herself out of her shock. Yeah, it is, said Harry numbly. I know it wasn't here before. And just like last time it just showed up. Well, it showed up last time for a reason, said Ginny. It must have a reason in being here again. I agree, but what? Asked Harry. What did you do last time? Asked Ginny. I set the book on the table on its end and it opened itself to the page with the ceremony that sent me back here, said Harry. You didn't read the whole thing? Asked Ginny. No, I don't. Why, but I didn't, said Harry. Just that part and the part that told me about the basic powers, said Harry. Looking back on it now, it all seemed rather odd that he would do it so specifically. Do it again, said Ginny. Harry stood the book on its binding and let the book open itself. Time of Death in Atlantis. Read the page title. Harry and Ginny both swallowed nervously at those few words. Harry began to read the description below. Time mages are given the sad duty of ensure that life and time all move forward. Through the history of time mages there have been several major events that have created the need for their existence, beginning with the destruction of Atlantis. Thousands of years ago, when Atlantis was the center of all magic on the planet Earth, there was a great calm and peace in everything. There was a child born by the name of Ursuka. None knew it at the time, but that child would lead to the destruction of Atlantis and the rest of the world. Ursuka had found the key to near immortality. Nothing could kill him, neither weapon nor magic. His only weakness was time. He would eventually age and die of extreme old age, but nothing less would bring his end. People hoped and prayed that his death would come upon the swift wings of time. However, he was still very young, and it was determined that he would have long since killed every living thing long before old age finally claimed his life. After nearly 20 years of his reign of terror, most of the world was in ruins. Atlantis had long since been buried under an enormous sheet of ice, never to be recovered again. The Egyptians were decimated by plague after plague, and the wizards of the time could not hold him back. In their desperation, a plan was hatched to create a being with the power of time to defeat Ursuka. The wizards feared not in dabbling in extremely dark magic in order to achieve their goal. Finally, a method the control of time to a person, but the method was dangerous and considerably evil by most standards. A false prophecy was made and delivered to Ursuka, speaking of a child with the power to destroy him. This angered Ursuka so much that he turned all of his wrath towards the destruction of the child. This child was not prophesied, but was simply a tool created by wizards to bring on the destruction of Ursuka. Finally, the location of this child was given to Ursuka to bring on his destruction. Neither mother nor father of the child knew anything of Ursuka's desire to have their child killed. Neither mother nor father knew of the dark rituals performed by the pharaoh's wizard to prepare the child. The evening that Ursuka attacked, he killed the child's father. He then killed the child's mother. He then turned to the child. When he attempted to kill the child, he failed and was instead hurt very badly. The world rejoiced. Their tormentor had fled and was now in hiding. With the parents dead, the pharaoh's top warlock took the child as his apprentice. The child was to be simply a weapon for the pharaoh to use when Ursuka returned. The child was indeed very powerful and became even more powerful as his training progressed. For 13 years the child trained and stud, i.e. before Ursuka returned to finish what he began. For 10 years Ursuka and the child fought bring about the end of the Egyptian Empire, and returning the world to a point in which magic was almost non-existent. The child finally reached a point of last resort. A time spell was developed known only as the Time of Death. The final battle came and the child used his spell, trapping Ursuka in a space in which time no longer existed. He stopped aging, living, breathing, thinking. He was simply frozen in time, dead to the world and never to be seen again. Since that first time the powers of the MAGE have appeared throughout history when such a dark and evil foe makes an appearance. Always the end comes the same way, through the same spell bring that evil to an end. Harry, does that say what I think it says? Asked a stunned Ginny. Yes, this is how we get rid of Voldemort for good, said Harry. This will really work? Asked Ginny. Harry was engrossed in reading the details of the spell and how to make it work. Finally he answered, I think it just might. But I've never seen a more difficult spell. Ginny looked at the spell. It required both a focus and wandless magic. There were more than 600 wand movements. Worst of all was that it would take nearly 30 minutes to complete, and once he began he could not stop. I don't know if I'd have enough time to complete the spell, said Harry. Voldemort isn't exactly going to sit by and wait for me to complete the spell, you know. Does it say anything about being able to use your time bubble to give you more time to complete it? Asked Ginny as she skimmed through the story once again. Harry looked through all the details of the spell. Yeah, I can, so that will give us a bit more time, but I would still need at least 10 minutes. I think I could buy you maybe 2 or 3 minutes, said Ginny, with Dumbledore's help, maybe 5 minutes. With the entire order helping, we might make it to 7 minutes if we have Death Eaters to deal with as well. We'll need Ron and Hermione's help. I know, said Harry thoughtfully, I think we'll need Neville and Luna also. If we do nothing but train for the next year, we might be ready, but I don't think Tom is going to wait that long for us. Okay, so assuming we lose some people along the way and have to train replacements, when do you think we could be ready? Asked Ginny. 2 years, said Harry. If we don't suffer too many losses and we can keep Tom from the majority of those ceremonies, I think we could be ready in 2 years. All right then, said Ginny, the clock is running. To live, time is a funny thing. You can always feel it but never touch it. It's always in motion, whether going forward or backward. And no matter what you do or how hard you try, there is never enough of it to do everything you want to accomplish. Harry believed that 2 years would be long enough to prepare for the final confrontation with Voldemort. Sadly, there were several factors that Harry did not count on to set him back. The evening that the Ministry scheduled to execute all of the imprisoned Death Eaters just happened to coincide with the evening that Voldemort went to collect the prophecy. Finding the prophecy was already destroyed, he settled for freeing his few remaining followers. None of it was planned, of course, but that one evening cost the Order 6 members' lives. Crouch Sr. managed to run away when Voldemort's attack began, but Percy stayed and fought. He fought very bravely but died very quickly. Kingsley Shacklebolt and Nymphadora Tonks were both killed at the hands of their prisoners, but not without taking at least one of them with them. The other 3 Aurors that died that night were also members of the Order of the Phoenix. Dumbledore said it was an unlucky coincidence, and they had no way of knowing that Voldemort was planning for that. It came as a major blow to the Order, but especially to Harry's wife's family. Harry remembered the first time Percy died. It had really torn up the Weasleys because he was on bad terms with his family at the time. Harry hated having to watch his wife suffer through it a second time. The only thing Harry could be thankful for was that Percy was on good terms with his family at the time. Beyond that, there was nothing good about the situation in the slightest. That was the first of many setbacks that followed over the next 2 years. With Voldemort's coming out party having been so successful, he was filled with ranks of witches and wizards from pureblood families. The war started up with much more fervor than the first time around. Voldemort adopted a much younger and more proactive inner circle this time, and as a result created a wave of terror unlike anything Harry or the Order had seen before. All of this came before that first summer even ended. Neville and Luna were scheduled to be retrieved and brought into the safety of Potter Place right after the Voldemort's comeback massacre. Neither of them lived long enough to come. Bellatrix Lestrange tortured Neville just as she had his mother and father. To make matters worse, Luna had been with him at the time. They were being escorted together by an Auror when the attack came. Both died a week after their torture when Voldemort's new inner circle massacred every patient at St. Mungo's in a single evening. No one knew until the next day. Dumbledore and the Order, along with most of the Aurors, were responding to an attack in a Muggle neighborhood, Harry and Hermione's Muggle neighborhood. It was decided then that Hogwarts would change. The Sorting Hat was to be put to use once more to resort the school. The difference this time was that the hat was sorting students into 3 groups: trustworthy, untrustworthy, and questionable. Then they were sorted by power and natural talent. Dumbledore hated it, but he knew that it had to be done. He just kept hoping that the 2 years Harry planned for would be enough to end this war once and for all. The dawn of a 4th year of training came on slowly after several losses. The ministry and all its resources were eliminated. Gringotts' Diagon Alley branch was taken over and all of its resources claimed by Voldemort. The only upside was that it unified the goblins entirely against Voldemort. Hogwarts became the last bastion of hope in the war against evil. All warriors of light stood united behind Harry and Dumbledore for the inevitable attack on Hogwarts. "Good evening, people," greeted Dumbledore at the outset of the meeting. "Thank you all for coming." There was a murmur of greeting returned to the headmaster by those assembled. "Things are grave now and we are all that remains standing between Voldemort and the end of the world as we know it," said Dumbledore. "Voldemort will be coming for us, it is only a matter of time now. We need to do when he does come," said Dumbledore taking a sip of his tea. Harry stood. Since the Order restarted, Harry had been looked to as something of a general and tactician for the Order. It is likely that when he comes he'll want to make a big production of it and talk us all to death. For the reason it is likely he will attack Hogsmeade first, as it is the most logical staging point for an attack. Once there he will probably capture the residents first, then execute them where we can watch from the castle. But this is where he will lose once and for all. Harry motioned to a wall which came to life, showing a map of Hogsmeade with several black dots showing all the people there. It even showed several tunnels under the city. As you can see, this is a map of Hogsmeade. Now, all throughout Hogsmeade are several tunnels leading between buildings and to and from Hogwarts. Our goblin IEs will be enlarging the tunnel network first to hold an army. Harry pointed to the center of the town. They will be putting an underground barracks here first to station as many willing fighters as we can. Bill has already agreed to live there full time so that when the attack does come he will erect all the necessary wards and barriers to prevent the Death Eaters from fleeing. But won't that trap the townsfolk as well? Asked Remus. Unfortunately yes, said Harry sadly, but Bill will only put up the wards if Voldemort shows his ugly face. Once the wards go up, alarms will sound through the castle and the tunnel system. At that point everyone is to move into the city and fight. We're going to end this thing once and for all. Dumbledore, Ginny, Alistair, Ron, Hermione, Minerva, Severus, Sirius, Remus, Fred, George, Charlie, and Arthur, I need all of you to concentrate on keeping Voldemort busy while I prepare the Time of Death spell. I need you to buy just 10 minutes. After that, it is all over. You want the dozen or so of us to keep Voldemort busy for 10 minutes? Asked Fred incredulously. Think of this as getting in your last prank on the bastard before I end his ability to survive, said Harry with a grin at the pair. It was a very serious discussion, but Harry always tried to lighten the mood a bit so they remember what it was they were fighting for. We can give you 10 minutes, said Ginny confidently, just don't screw up. Harry took a deep breath. Ginny, you and Hermione will be guarding me directly while I prepare the spell. Some of you will probable. Why die in this crazy plan, but it's our best chance at peace. If I'm right, once Voldemort has been removed, all those bearing the dark mark will be hurt badly and hopefully lose consciousness. After that, kill them all. I have never condoned killing, said Dumbledore, but I must agree with Harry this time. Any one of the remaining Death Eaters could step up at any time to take Voldemort's place, and with this army already in place, that could be very bad for all of us. That's all I have for you. Let's get to work, said Harry. The room nodded. 3 months were spent digging the tunnels with the help of the goblins. It was a bit slow going simply because they had to be careful of the buildings above the tunnels. It was also slow going because everyone involved was still required to train intensely for the coming battle. Ginny, love, is everything all right? Asked Harry as he came up behind his wife. Proper. Wonderful, said Ginny, though tears. What is it? Why are you crying? I'm pregnant, she sobbed into his shoulder, holding him tightly to her. Harry now understood the tears. If she was pregnant, then she wouldn't be able to help with the final battle, but more than that, she would have to be hidden away someplace safe. Luckily, Voldemort was still unaware of Potter Place, meaning it was still safe there. Harry would send his parents and wife there during the final battle now. It's all right, Ginny, whispered Harry, kissing the top of her head. We've been so good about using protection charms to prevent this, said Ginny. This wasn't supposed to happen. We didn't want to have children until after Voldemort was gone. It was the will of magic, Ginny, said Harry soothingly. This was meant to be if the protection charms failed. We will be fine. But I can't be here to protect you in the final battle now," said Ginny. "We won't have enough time without me." "We'll manage," said Harry. "You having a child is a wonderful thing. We are going to be parents just as we should have been before. This child will bring hope to the world should I fail." "You won't fail, Harry. I just know it," said Ginny, sobbing less than before. "In that case we should go see Poppy and make sure that everything is okay," said Harry soothingly. Ginny nodded as Harry led his wife through the castle to the hospital wing. "Poppy," called Harry as they entered. "What have you done to yourself this time, Mr. Potter?" "Not me this time," said Harry. "Mrs. Potter," said Poppy, looking at her sternly. "I'm pregnant," said Ginny weakly. "Oh, that's a wonderful thing," said Poppy. "Why are you so sad?" Ginny sniffled and sobbed a bit more. "She's worried about the future," said Harry, simply guiding his wife to the bed that Poppy was waiting for them at. Poppy performed a few spells. "You are pregnant. I'd say 3 months along." "3 months?" asked Ginny in surprise, "but I've only missed 1 period." Poppy checked again. "Oh my," she replied in surprise before casting 6 more spells. "What?" asked Harry, being the concerned father already. "Well, I've read about this but I never thought I would see it," said Poppy. "Your wife is very blessed, just like your mother was, but I wasn't her doctor." "What are you talking about?" asked Harry, confused. "Your mother only carried you for 4 months before you were born," explained Poppy. "She was gifted with a rare magical gift that increases the rate in which the fetus grows. It would appear that your wife has the same gift." "Oh, this is wonderful. There has not been a case of this in more than 200 years before your mother and now Ginny too." Somewhere in the back of Harry's mind something twitched, giving him the urge to check the book. Ginny was all smiles now. "This is wonderful, Poppy. I should have the baby in plenty of time to protect Harry." "We can only hope," said Poppy. "Anyway, everything is perfectly healthy and growing properly now. I expect to see you here every Friday for a checkup." Ginny nodded but before pulling Harry into a very healthy kiss. Together Harry and Ginny went to find their family to announce the happy news. What better way than to have a nice family dinner at Potter Place? Dinner went very well. The house elves cooked an amazing feast for the family. At the end of dinner Harry stood. "Well, first, thank you all so much for coming today and for all of your hard work and effort the last few months. It's not like we had much choice," joked Ron, earning him a smack on the arm from Hermione. "Well, the real reason Ginny and I asked you all to come is because we have an announcement to make," said Harry, looking at Ginny to see if she wanted to tell the group. Ginny decided to stand next to Harry. "In about 2 more months, I'm going to have a baby." Harry saw that Eve, Ryan at the table was either doing math in their heads trying to figure out the months or else looking at Ginny's stomach to see if she really was pregnant. "I don't understand," said Ron first. "She doesn't look pregnant." "Well, we saw Poppy today and she informed us that Ginny has been blessed and the fetus is developing rapidly. She's only a month pregnant but the baby is already developed to about 3 months," explained Harry to the confused group. "Oh Harry, this is wonderful," shouted Hermione, first giving the couple a hug, though she was very careful in hugging Ginny. Hermione's show seemed to shake the group out of their befuddlement, and soon Harry was receiving hugs and handshakes and Ginny was getting belly rubbed or patted along with delicate hugs. The night was very pleasant. Son and the family all spent the night in Potter Place. Harry ordered dinner to tell the portrait of his parents. Lily was ecstatic of course and James was rambunctious about it. They were both very pleased though. Harry and Ginny eventually retired to their room. While Ginny was changing for bed Harry sought out the book. He stood the book on its binding and let it fall open. Birth of the Time Mage. The first Time Mage was created through several dark rituals and since that time has been born randomly. There has been no trace of bloodline that would explain the appearance, only that the Time Mage would come when needed. The earliest sign of potential to become a Time Mage can be seen in the duration of the pregnancy. In general, a child born from a short pregnancy, 3–4 months, is very powerful already. This kind of birth has been a sign for the potential of a Time Mage, though it is not a certainty. Harry read it a few more times to be certain. "Ginny love," called Harry, "you may want to read this." Ginny came over to Harry to see what he was reading. "You don't really think?" asked Ginny, looking at her husband. "With our luck," said Harry looking pointedly at his wife. Fair enough, said Ginny closing the book. Now enough of this, I feel the need. Harry remembered the first time she was pregnant was wonderful, even if only for a month, for the simple fact that her hormones just could seem to get enough of him. Eventually he took to hiding in the library to get some rest, but that never lasted long. Break. Okay. Now push Ginny, we're almost done, instructed Madame Pomfrey to Ginny. Harry's poor hand was purple and blue from the grip that Ginny had on him. It was easily broken, Harry had no doubt of that. He was more worried at this point about the shattering glass all over the place from Ginny's wild magic. Just one more big push, Ginny, coached Poppy. Ginny screamed one last time before falling back on the hospital bed panting. A second later Harry heard crying of a baby. Not even a moment later Ginny let go of Harry's hand to accept the white bundle of blankets from Madame Pomfrey. Congratulations, said Poppy as she handed over the baby. It's a baby girl and she is perfectly healthy. Hello baby, said Ginny to her beautiful little girl. She had her hair but Harry's vibrant green eyes. I told you she'd get your hair, said Harry. My mum's hair was red so the genes were there in both of us. And she's got your eyes just like I told you she would, said Ginny giving her husband a kiss. Let me see that hand, Mr. Potter, insisted Poppy. Harry, absental, held his hand out to the woman, but he was more concerned with his little girl. What should we name her? Asked Ginny. Hope, said Harry with a faint smile. I think Hope would be a good name. Ginny smiled too. Hope Lily Potter. Harry smiled brightly that Ginny chose to use his mother's name for their daughter's middle name, Perfect Love. Yes it is, said Ginny looking to her little girl. I'm your mummy, Hope Lily Potter. And this is your daddy. Harry smiled at that. Hello love, welcome to the world, we've been waiting for you. The little girl squirmed and yawned. I know, you're tired after all of that, aren't you? Said Ginny. Poppy meanwhile was checking Ginny over completely and cleaning up the mess that always comes from childbirth. Mr. Potter, said Poppy, why don't you take your daughter to meet her family and let Ginny get some sleep? Just come right back here when you're done. Is it okay? Asked Harry to Ginny. Yeah, said Ginny, I'm a bit tired anyway. Giving birth to a child is hard work. Yeah, but you did great, said Harry carefully accepting his little girl. Harry stayed a moment until Ginny fell asleep. Don't worry Mr. Potter, Ginny will be up again soon to feed her. Now go introduce her to the family before the family goes crazy waiting, ordered Poppy. Harry left the small hospital ward that had been built in Potter Place to the sitting room, where all of his family was waiting for him. Harry entered the room. It's a girl, Hope Lily Potter. Damn, said Sirius, you've just been born and already you've cost me 10 galleons. Fred, George, and Remus all held out their hands. Pay up. Harry and the other laughed heartily. All of the women of course had to hold the baby at least once and coo at her. Harry made sure to show the baby to the portrait of his parents. I can already see your mother in her, said Jane looking between the portrait and Hope. It's the eyes, said James. I get the feeling those eyes are going to flow through generations of Potters for years to come. That's a good thing, said Henry. They are brilliant eyes. Thanks, said Harry with a smile. Anyway, I think it's time I get back to Ginny. I do believe someone is getting a bit hungry. No I'm not, said Ron. I wasn't talking about you, said Harry flatly as he collected his daughter to go back to the small hospital wing. On the way he ran into someone unexpected. Hello Harry, said Dumbledore with a bright smile. So, this would be young Hope Lily Potter then. Who told you? Asked Harry. The list for Hogwarts told me. Her name is A.L.R. Edie on the list in bright green letters, said Dumbledore. I could feel the magic of her birth all the way from Hogwarts anyway. Well, all the family is in the sitting room but I think Hope is hungry so I have to be going, said Harry. Indeed, said Albus, take care. Harry nodded before leaving the headmaster behind. Break. Harry and Ginny were content during their mid-afternoon patrol of the halls at Hogwarts. They were very thankful that Harry's adoptive parents and Ginny's mum were willing to stay at Potter Place and look after Hope. They were expecting the attack any day now, and if it didn't happen soon then there would be a lot of aggravated people just waiting for the shoe to drop. As it was, people were on edge with anticipation. Harry and Ginny would take turns going to Potter Place to see their daughter. They both agreed that it wouldn't be safe for either of them to leave the castle at the same time. Suddenly the alarms went off throughout the halls, signaling that things had begun. Harry and Ginny were among the first into the tunnels going to Hogsmeade to join the battle. Harry and Ginny emerged in the basement of Honeydukes, to wait for the rest of the Kill Voldemort team as was pre-planned. From the charmed basement window Harry could see the goblins attacking ferociously. Their blades danced happily in the twilight as they cleaved limbs off of Death Eaters. It was 20 minutes before all of the team was assembled in full battle regale. Harry checked the map to locate Voldemort. A little dot reading, Tom Riddle, was battling a large group of goblins back. The goblins were quickly disappearing from the map due to death. He's outside of the 3 broomsticks, said Harry. You all know what to do, so let's do it. There were several solemn nods. Rai led the group out of the broken-down shop and into the main street. He and everyone else were firing curse after curse at anything in black. Finally Harry saw Voldemort cutting through the goblins. Harry, I'll attack him first. Everyone else buy me time from the Death Eaters before you attack him with me, instructed Dumbledore. Ginny and Hermione, don't let anything near Harry at any cost. Everyone nodded and fanned out to begin their work. This group was not above using killing curses to ensure the Death Eaters didn't get up again. Harry though erected the most powerful shield he could around him and then placed himself in a time bubble. Then both hands began to weave a very intricate pattern while he began chanting inaudibly. Now that he began, he could not stop until it was finished. Dumbledore went forward towards Voldemort. Ah, so you finally came out to play, cackled Voldemort. I must say I'm impressed that you've planned so well. I'm even more impressed that your crazy order is actually killing my followers and not being merciful. Well Tom, I do aim to please, said Dumbledore as he sent a barrage of deadly curses at him. I must have really pissed you off, said Voldemort, showing a bit of "been going to die here today Tom," said Dumbledore confidently. Not likely, said Voldemort. I am curious though, how did you know about all those ritual items? I was quite surprised to find a vault in Diagon Alley filled to the brim with so many of the items I was trying to procure. Call it a hunch, said Dumbledore with a twinkle in his eye, though none of them will help you today. You will not survive the night. Voldemort didn't like the twinkle and fired the killing curse several times at the old man without breaking a sweat. Worried Tom? Asked Dumbledore with a knowing smile. Not at all, said Voldemort as he ducked a killing curse from Ron. You're going to lose, Snakeface, said Ron confidently as he joined in the fight with Dumbledore. Won't it be grand to kill you? Said Voldemort. I think I'll kill you and your troublesome wife first and then your baby sister. Suddenly Voldemort's hair turned bright pink and his robes yellow with purple polka dots. Sorry, couldn't help but get in one last prank before you died today, said Fred. Who would have ever thought that anyone would be laughing at old Snakeface in the middle of a battle? Asked George as he avoided the killing curse and a curse that would cause castration. I must say, going after a man's manhood is just not cricket, commented Sirius, trying not to laugh as he sent a few curses at him. Voldemort though was incensed that he'd been pranked. Worse though was that he couldn't get rid of the effects. I'm going to kill you all, he screamed in rage, causing them to laugh at him. They all laughed but inside they were terrified. Harry always told them that making Voldemort angry was dangerous, but it also made him very sloppy and miss important details. Details like he reductor curse that exploded at his feet from Dumbledore. Unfortunately Voldemort was able to take advantage of the dust to send the killing curse towards Sirius. Sirius stared wide-eyed at the oncoming curse. He knew he couldn't dodge it or avoid it, so he was very surprised that it never hit him. Lying on the ground before him was his only remaining friend, Remus Lupin. He was gone, completely dead. And yet there was a small smile on his face. It almost looked like he was telling Sirius it was okay and that it was his turn. Voldemort smiled victoriously for only a moment before he was hit by the Cruciatus curse from behind. Despite all his modification and ceremonies, he was not immune to its effects. When he saw the source of the curse, he'd never been angrier. Time for a little payback, you son of a bitch, said Severus Snape gleefully. I owe you for 20-some years of torture at your hands. The other knew that Severus wouldn't be able to keep it up for very long because Voldemort was already starting to move. Suddenly Voldemort realized something. None of them were trying to kill him. Only delay him. Then he saw Harry in the distance, his hands and lips moving rapidly. So, you were trying to delay me for Potter, were you? It will do you no good. I am immortal now, nothing can stop me. Let him finish his foolish little attempt. Voldemort was going to continue his rant, when he felt a massive surge of magical energy come from Potter. Harry had his eyes closed in order to focus on the task at hand. He knew that if he watched he would be tempted to act and thus ruin the opportunity. Finally he finished. Magic surged through him. He could feel time's movement and fabric that created it. He was part of it. Harry's eyes snapped open, glowing blue, focused only on Voldemort. He walked directly at the man. Voldemort was afraid. His anger had clouded his judgment. He fired the killing curse at Harry only to see it vanish harmlessly into thin air and Harry continue on at him. Voldemort was in a panic, and then he saw Ginny behind Harry. He fired the killing curse toward Harry, but at the last moment it curved around him straight at Ginny. Harry saw the curse go around him, but there was nothing he could do this time to stop it. He had to leave it up to fate and magic to protect her. Harry didn't slow in his approach towards Voldemort. Harry waved his hand at Voldemort and he froze, stuck in time. Harry jutted an arm into the air, pointing over Voldemort's head. A black hole opened as if the air were simply ripped open. Harry moved his arm towards the ground and the hole dropped right over the top of Voldemort before vanishing completely along with him. Harry felt the magic leave his body along with his consciousness. Break. White. That was the first sight that greeted him. Specifically the white of the ceiling he was staring up at. The very white ceiling that he knew what in the small hospital ward in Potter Place. Harry looked around to an empty room. Hello. No one answered. Harry tried to sit up but found he lacked the energy. The most he could manage was to lift his arms a few inches before falling back. Hello, he called again. Finally he heard the door opening. Hello, he said, unable to see the door because of the curtains surrounding him. Oh good, you're finally awake, said the familiar voice of Madame Pomfrey. Where's Ginny? Is she all right? She's fine. She up feeding the baby right now. I believe she's on her way down now with Hope, said Poppy with a smile at the young man. So what's wrong with me? You're tired, said Poppy. You've used just about every drop of magic you had in you and now you need to rebuild your energy stores. It will probably be a month or so for you to do that. It will be at least a week before you can even consider walking around again. Quote, but I'll be all right, he inquired, only slightly worried. You'll be fine, said Poppy. Good, said Harry with a sigh of relief. The door opened again. Harry heard a small gurgle of delight from one of his two favorite people. Shush, Daddy is sleeping, whispered Ginny. Oh, I don't know, said Harry with a smile. I think Daddy would like to hear his little girl. Faster than a blink of an eye Ginny had attached herself to Harry's lips despite the small cry from Hope. Thank goodness, said Ginny as the kiss broke. You had me so worried. Are you okay? Asked Harry. I saw the killing curse go past me heading straight for you, but there was nothing I could do once the magic took hold of me. Ginny sniffled and wiped her eyes a bit. I'm fine, but what? Asked Harry. What happened? My dad. He saved me, said Ginny, crying now. I didn't even see him approaching me. He was just suddenly there. He saved me, Harry. Harry cried a bit but put a soothing hand on her cheek, which she happily embraced. How's your mum taking it? She's so sad, but she says that my father would have been happy to die saving me just as she would be, said Ginny. I think I finally understand it though. Because I would die for you or for Hope if meant keeping them alive. I would too, love, said Harry, caressing her cheek. Did we lose many people? Remus died saving Sirius, said Ginny, choked up. Alistair and a lot of other Order members died. By some miracle all of my family saved. My father survived. We were really very lucky. If Voldemort had fought seriously and not played around, he may have killed us all. We were very lucky, said Harry through some of his own tears, but it is over now. He can never return and I can finally live. You've always lived, Harry, but now you know it, said Ginny, kissing him fiercely. Break. Years later. Hope Lily Potter, you better get your butt down here right this instant or you're going to miss the train, screamed one angry mum. But Mum, why can't I just take the port key? Protested Hope. Because riding the train to Hogwarts is very special, said Ginny. Did you? I met your father for tea. He very first time before he rode the Hogwarts Express in his first year. Just imagine, you might meet your future husband today. You, Mum, that's gross, complained the little girl, earning a laugh from her mum. You say that now, said Ginny. Is Daddy coming with us? Hope asked hopefully. I wouldn't miss my little girl's first time off on the Hogwarts Express, said a male voice. What kind of F did? Daddy, squealed the little girl, tackling the man in a hug. Now remember, said Harry, despite what your uncles tell you about playing pranks, it is not acceptable behavior. I know, so I'd better not get caught, said the girl in monotone as if she'd heard the lecture 100 times before. That's my girl, said Harry with a grin. You're incorrigible, said Ginny to her husband. Oh come on, said Harry. You know you love the pranks as much if not more than we do. Ginny tried not to smile but failed. Just don't get caught, especially by your aunt. But Auntie Hermie loves pranks, said Hope defiantly. She does, but not when you do them during her class, said Harry sternly. Where is Evan? I left him with you, asked Ginny looking at her husband. I'm right here, Mum, ate a small boy with unruly hair and bright green eyes coming alongside of Harry. You're much too serious, said Harry to his son. If I weren't I wouldn't be able to keep Hope out of trouble, said Evan. But you're only 5 years old, said Harry. Since when does age matter? Grandma and Grandpa said that you and Aunt Hermione were always like this when you were younger, defended the little boy. Yeah, but even we knew when to have fun, said Harry to his little boy, slightly exasperated. Give it up, Harry. The only time he relaxes is when his cousin Percy is here to play, said Ginny with a grin. Speaking of Percy, said Evan, can he come over to play after we get rid of her? He finished, pointing at his sister who stuck her tongue out at him. You know you'll miss your sister, saw it, Ginny, trying not to laugh at Hope's response. No I won't, she has cooties, he complained. Enough, let's go, said Harry, giving up the fight. Together the four took a portkey from Potter Place directly to the Leaky Cauldron, and from there they took a taxi to the train station. As they got closer to the train station it was harder to tell who was more excited, Harry or Hope. Mum, Dad, I don't see platform 9 3/4 anywhere, said Hope, looking around expectantly. You don't? Asked Harry and Ginny together. Where is it? She asked excitedly. It was obvious that she was getting very excited. Okay, do you that wall? Asked Ginny, pointing at the barrier between platform 9 and 10. Hope nodded. Run at it, said Harry in her other ear. What? She asked. But I'll get hurt. I guess she's too afraid to go to Hogwarts, teased Harry. I am not, she replied, taking a run at the barrier. She closed her eyes just before she hit, but found that nothing stopped her until she ran head first into another girl. Oh, complained Hope, rubbing her head. She could hear her mum and dad laughing in the background. It's not funny, yelled Hope, but she was surprised to find out that someone else yelled with her at the same time. Harry picked his little girl up. Help your friend up and apologize for knocking her down. Hope reached her hand out to the other little girl. The girl on the ground took the hand. Sorry, it's my first time on the platform and my mum and dad played a prank on me, explained Hope. It's okay, it's my first time too, replied the little girl. I'm Muggleborn, so all of this is rather new to me. Really? Asked Hope. She had never met many Muggleborn children because of where she lived and her father's job. I'm Hope Potter. Nice to meet you. Jenny Grant, replied the other little girl with blonde hair and bright blue eyes. Maybe, hesitated Hope. Do you want to sit together on the train? Sure, said Jenny with a giant smile. Harry and Ginny smiled warmly at the pair of new friends. Oh no, complained Evan. Now there are 2 Cowtie-wielding girls to worry about. Harry and Ginny both laughed. To think, in 6 more years we'll finally have an empty nest, said Harry with a fond smile. Oh, I think it will be at least 11 more years, said Ginny with a smirk. Huh, but Evan will start school in 6 years, said Harry stupidly. Ginny took his hand and placed it gently on her stomach. What about this one? Harry went wide-eyed for a moment before fainting.